So, excitement, huh? Everybody's quiet, looking for what is going to happen. We're at the Falling Walls Physical Sciences meeting sponsored by the Wilhelm and Else Heraeus Symposium. And my name is Katharina Kohse-Höinghaus. Just forget about the weird German second half of the name. Katharina will be fine. Frau Kohse could also be okay. And my colleague Johanna Stachel and I, Johanna, just look here. Can you come here for a moment? We'll guide you through the meeting. Okay, so we're very happy that we can have you here. And I think with all these different incidence ratios and whatever, this may be the perfect slot to actually have a meeting in person. So I would encourage you to really profit of this meeting by networking, by discussing, and I want you to ask questions. I don't want to have to ask all the questions. Okay, so the procedures are as follows. While you are seated, you wear your mask. You see me not wearing the mask at the podium, so the speakers will not wear a mask if they choose so during their talks, and then also not during the discussion. So I will introduce Johanna first, and you may take a seat if you wish, and everybody has seen your face. And then I will say a few words about the Wilhelm and Else Heraeus Foundation. And then we'll lead over to Johanna, who will give you then a few words about me. Okay, you will forgive me. With so many CVs, I couldn't memorize them all. So I have some notes, sorry. Okay. So Johanna Stachel is a very well-known person. She studied chemistry and physics at the Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz, Germany, and the ETH, Zurich. And she received her doctorate in physics at Mainz in 1982. She is almost somebody who lives in the USA. She spent considerable time there, starting in 1983. First as a research associate at the State University of New York in Stony Brook. And from 1984, already 2 years after her PhD, she was a member of its faculty and became a full professor there in 1993. This position she held until 1996 and was then appointed to her present position of full professor of physics at the University of Heidelberg in 1996. And she is the chair of the Institute for Experimental Physics. In her research, for me, she is a scary lady. I mean, she has to do with all this high energy stuff. So her current research focuses on understanding relativistic heavy ion collisions, quark gluon plasma, the phenomenology of high energy nuclear collisions, and detectors for particle physics experiments. I'm just wondering, you know, if I look at the electricity bill for all these things, but this is a different beast. So consequently, Johanna Stachel is involved in high-energy physics experiments at CERN, and she was the spokesperson there for the superproton synchrotron Ceres NA45 experiment. I hope those of you who are connoisseurs will appreciate this. She also directed the development of the ALICE transition radiation detector at the Large Hadron Collider. So, from 2012 to 2014, Johanna served as the first female president of the German Physical Society. She was honored with its Stern-Gerlach Medal in 2019. Johanna Stachel, and I can't go through all of that, received a large number of further honors and awards. But I would just like to mention a few. So she won a Presidential Young Investigator Award in 1988, the Lise Meitner Prize of the European Physical Society 2014, and in the same year she received membership of the famous Physikalischer Verein Frankfurt, where also Einstein was a member. She is a fellow of the American Physical Society since 1997, and a member of the German National Academy of Sciences, Leopoldina, the Academia Europaea, the Berlin-Brandenburg Academy, and the Heidelberg Academy. I wonder when she finds time for all that. She was awarded the Cross of the Order of Merit of the Federal Republic of Germany in 1999. and just recently in 2021 received its first-class medal. So I think you met Johanna through all the emails that she sent you, and she found time to, deal with all the little questions, and I think she has deserved a big applause. Now, it's time to introduce the Wilhelm und Else Heraeus Foundation. Both of us, Johanna and I, are members of its scientific advisory board since years. The Wilhelm and Else Heraeus Foundation co-sponsors this meeting because we are convinced that this is a good meeting place and that the breakthroughs in physics are of interest for this organization. The foundation was founded in 1963 and refocused its mission in 1972. Its main purpose is fostering research and teaching in the natural sciences. Before I go further, I would like to ask its executive director, Stefan Jorda. Dr. Jorda, could you please rise? Okay, so this is the man with the pot of gold here for the meeting. Okay, so the name honors the two founders, Else Heraeus, she was born in 1903, and Dr. Wilhelm Heinrich Heraeus, he was born in 1900. Dr. Heraeus was a grandson of the founder of the Heraeus company that many of you will know because of its quartz products and noble metal production, and they also do a lot of other things. Dr. Heraeus was a physicist and chemist by training, and he and his wife engaged in social activities. And they early on devoted also their work to and support to environmental issues. They took to support primarily activities in the natural sciences, and hallmark today of the Wilhelm and Else Heraeus Foundation is the series of, to date, already more than 750 Heraeus seminars. Many of you will know the Gordon Research Conferences, and these are kind of similar things. So typically with about 80 scientists of different career stages in an informal and discussion-stimulating atmosphere. This program runs since 1975 and has brought more than 40,000 scientists together, with about 40% of them from outside Germany. So should you plan to hold such a seminar, we would welcome you, and Johanna and Stefan and I might guide you to actually do that. The foundation also engages in activities with the German Physical Society, including lecture series and support for students to participate in scientific conferences. This is one main aspect. Further programs address the teaching of the STEM disciplines at schools and the interaction with the interested public on science topics. For example, about 34,000 visitors participated recently in early October in this year's Highlights in Physics Days in Würzburg. I would think that also the foundation deserves an applause. Okay. Now I'll be with you again for the lectures, but the podium is now for Johanna.
Okay, so also a very warm welcome from my side. We are very happy to have here the 10 or 9 of the 10 distinguished breakthrough awardees in physical sciences. One will join us later only by a Zoom meeting from China. He really, unfortunately, could not get the permission from the Chinese Academy to travel here. So let me introduce my co-host, co-organizer, Katharina Kohse-Höinghaus. You already saw her up here. She is currently a senior professor of physical chemistry at the University of Bielefeld in Germany. She studied chemistry in Bochum, where she also received her doctoral degree. And then she moved on to the University of Stuttgart for her habilitation in engineering. This was followed by research periods, guest and honorary professorships in institutions throughout Europe, the US and Asia. Her research combines aspects of chemistry, physics and engineering to study high temperature processes. Professor Katharina Höinghaus has been honored with many prestigious awards and lectureships, including the Giulio Natta Medal of Chemical Engineering, several awards for international scientific cooperation, in particular also with the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Egerton Gold Medal, and recently the Walter Nernst Medal. She's a member of 5 different academies, including the National Academy of Sciences in the US, the German National Academy Leopoldina, Akatech in Germany, and the European Academy of Sciences. She has served for several years as president of the Bunsen Society and of the International Combustion Institute, and she also provides insights into science in outreach and many hands-on activities in schools. So it was a pleasure to co-organize this meeting with her. Now, what we will do is Katharina will guide you through the morning session and introduce the speakers and lead the discussion. And then at the end of the morning session, we have a panel discussion where we recruited 5 of you to act as panelists. But of course, we would like then to broaden the discussion for as many people to participate as possible. And if time runs short, we might return to this in the end of the afternoon. After the lunch break, we join one of the round tables. You have it in your program, and where also I think the room is indicated. It is, whatever it is, the lecture hall, the big lecture hall here. And then at 3:10, we come back to this room, where we have another 5 talks by our winners of Breakthrough of Physical Sciences, and maybe, if we have time, some more discussion about the topic of science, of primary basic research interest versus societal benefits. Okay, so with that, I think we can end the concluding remarks. We have 3 minutes, 40 seconds left to start with the main program.
Just go at it. Let's just start.
Yeah, I think since we are complete, we had hoped initially to have 100 people here, but there are limitations of how many people can be in this building at any time, and this is limited right now to 500. So that's why we are here in a cozy 50 people audience. Okay, so then let's look forward to a stimulating day of lectures and discussions.
Okay, so without further ado, I think we can start the meeting, and it's a pleasure to finally meet all of you in person. And I think whenever I call a speaker, it would be nice if that person already goes to the podium, because I will then move a little bit to the side so that we keep the distances. And it is my great pleasure to welcome Dr. Johann Philipp Klages here for the first lecture, which he will give on the significance of a polar opposite for understanding Earth's climate. I think he couldn't have chosen a better topic to start this meeting, because we all look forward to hopefully some decisions on the Glasgow summit that will give us, an impulse in the right direction. And I think he'll guide us into a topic which is of utmost importance for the Earth's climate. So let me briefly introduce him. He is a marine geologist in the marine geology section at the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research. In short, the German name is AWI, and I will call it that way. And that is located in Bremerhaven, Germany. He studied at the universities of Würzburg and Kiel, where he also performed his diploma thesis in the Institute for Geography. He completed his doctoral studies at the University of Bremen, the AWI, here's that name again, and the British Antarctic Survey, the UK. He started at the RV Marine Geology Department as a postdoc in 2014, was then named a Helmholtz postdoctoral fellow in 2015, and continued since 2019 as a researcher at RV and leads his own projects. Since 2020, he is now a research scientist. I hope I got this all right. Dr. Klages has participated in multinational ocean discovery programs, very exciting, and he has been involved in several expeditions. I've been following the Polarstern, for example, on its routes, you know, the expedition ship. He has been, for example, to the Eastern Indian Ocean and to West Antarctica. And in his research, he reconstructs the ice sheet and climate history of Antarctica from millions of years to the present day, in order to better evaluate today's changes and to make simulations more precise for future developments. He also teaches at the University of Bremen, and we are looking forward very much to your talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this detailed introduction. And it's a great pleasure to be here this morning. And yeah, thank you very much to all of you, but especially to the Elsa and Wilhelm Heraeus Foundation. Yeah, today you heard a lot and enough about me, I think. And what you already see here in front of you is quite polarizing. And I would like to tell you about a polarizing discovery that takes us to a world that looked very different than today. But it may become relevant again, since also a very different future may lie ahead of us. And we all, I guess, follow what is happening right now in Scotland. And just to having a look at our planet, if the worst case scenario may become reality. This is the famous RCP 8.5 scenario, not the most likely one, but definitely the worst case, and you will later see why I chose that one. What you see here is the planet, and I chose the region that is most familiar to most of us in this room and where we are right now. So where we are right now is here, more or less. And this is the world if CO2 rises up to a level of 1,370 parts per million. And we will get temperatures of around 5 degrees Celsius compared to pre-industrial. So in order to understand one of the hardest times of the past 145 million years, and you will see we will get there, we have to go to Earth's coldest place. And you may have to look at this image twice, probably, but this is the planet, our planet, if we look at it from beneath. So this is the continent of Antarctica, and the huge part, the by far largest part, the East Antarctic ice sheet, and the part I would like to talk about today, so the West Antarctic ice sheet. And here you see the Antarctic Peninsula with the Antarctic Peninsula ice sheet. And here you also might see the southern tip of South America. And between that is the last bit that opened up 34 million years ago, and we call that the Drake Passage. This is also the way we take when we go south. So we start here usually with our research icebreaker that you saw on the first slide. This is our main working horse, the Polarstern. It's a class 3 icebreaker that may go through 1.5 to 2 meters of ice with 4 knots. And we can ram and break through the ice up to 6 to 6.5 meter thickness. So it takes us to places of this icy continent that not many other ships on the planet can reach. And you see that there's one very special character about Antarctica. It's almost completely covered by ice. So today, I would like to take you to one of Earth's most remote places, and this is indicated here by the red flag. And why going there? And you see it here already in some letters, because a rainforest was hiding beneath Antarctic ice there for millions of years. And if you just cut a chunk of the continent of Antarctica out, you will see a block image like this. So what you see here is the Antarctic continent towards this interesting edge here, which is the so-called continental shelf edge, where the continent basically ends and goes down to the abyssal plains of the oceans, in our case, the South Pacific Ocean. And for millions of years, and I told you about that a minute ago, and for the most recent history of our planet, so let's say the last 2.5 million years, it was almost completely covered by grounded ice. And the grounded ice is indicated here by this white ice sheet that sits on top of the rocks there, the sediments there, and it terminates right here where at the continental shelf edge, where it goes down to the abyssal plains, and where it triggers a lot of material that is bulldozed from the continental shelf to the deep ocean here. And just for scale, this is obviously a sketch here, but in the area we work in today, this is more or less like 500 to 600 kilometers long stretch here. And what I indicated already here will become now very interesting. So during the past, let's say 15 years, we realized that we have sediments there that are dipping towards the ocean. And if geological strata is dipping, it indicates that it is quite old to the strata we observe today. Because some kind of tectonic processes must have led to this tiltment of sediments in the geological past, and therefore they definitely can't be recent. But how to get there? You see here, for the most time, it was covered by grounded ice. But fortunately, not always. And this is the case right now. Since about 10,000 years now, we live in the so-called Holocene. The Holocene is the present interglacial we live in right now. It's still ongoing. And during interglacials in Earth's past, the ice sheet repeatedly retreated. And it retreated, in our case, to a location that is optimal or ideal to get to these strata that we are interested in. So they crop out here at the seafloor. But still, you see, sometimes it's still covered by an ice shelf. So the ice shelves around Antarctica are the seaward continuations of the glaciers, so of the ice sheet, that are still connected to the ice sheet, but are already floating on the seawater. So you see there are cavities underneath with seawater, and we have this warm ocean water flowing into these cavities during interglacials. And this warm, I call it warm, you might call it cool or very cold. It's warm because it's above the freezing point, and therefore it melts the ice. And this is the trigger why that makes it possible for us to go there. But how are we doing this? So I told you about our research icebreaker, the Polarstern. It's exactly my age. It was built in 1982. So it's a quite old lady so far already, but it's still one of the most powerful icebreakers we have on the planet. We are working now on a new one, on the Polarstern 2. That will hopefully be released towards the mid of the 20s right now. But still, this is the main possibility for us to go to these very remote places. And you see here on that image, we make use of the strength of our ship to go to the very edge of the shelf edge here in the part of Antarctica where we are most interested in and where we discovered those strata. It's the most southern part of the Pacific Ocean. It's called the Amundsen Sea, and the southernmost tip of the Amundsen Sea is bordering the Antarctic ice sheet. And you will see in the next image here that we made use of a very special drill rig. So a seafloor drill rig that was never applied before in Antarctica and was developed at the University of Bremen, so the Marum Research Center in Bremen, because we always have the problem during past decades that we can't penetrate these very hard sediments here that are underneath the sediments that deposited during the past 30,000 years. But we wanted to reach these strata here. And with this novel seafloor drill rig, we managed to do that. And just for comparison, this is not as shallow as it looks here. It's about 1 kilometer water depth, and we can operate this seafloor drill rig down to water depth of 2,000 meters. On the next slide, and I would ask someone to push the button on the video here, we have a CT image of and an animation of the last stretch of this core, the last meter here of this sandstone. This is indicated in yellow here right now, and now we go down to the rainforest strata here. So it's stopped now. Usually it goes then all the way down to what we are interested in, but it stops here. This is weird. It shouldn't stop here. It should go to the very bottom of the core, and you see it here right now. If you maybe pause it right now, if it stops there again. Now, see, it was just a teaser. So now it goes down, and you see now this is this quite annoying sandstone we had to drill through. And now we transition into a very interesting strata, and you see a network of fossil roots here. And we never saw anything like that in Antarctica before, in a water depth of 1,000 meters and fossil roots. So we were quite fascinated by that. And you can see they are completely, pristinely preserved and go down to the very bottom of the drill hole we looked at here. And the CT scan we applied here just focuses on these fossil roots, but actually the matrix sediment around it is packed with pollen and spores and very fine sediments. And what those contained, I will introduce you now. So maybe go back, because this goes on for some time. We are now at the bottom of the core soon, and this is too soon, but first we looked from the macro scale that you saw right now to the micro scale. And at the micro scale you see that still those roots contained cells that we could still look at, so plant cells that were still there and could still be analyzed. And then you see here a lot of pollen and spores, more than 60, up to 70 different kind of taxa that we discovered here. And we were very excited, of course, already on board, but we didn't know how old this material was. And we focused actually on two of them, and two of them could tell us how old this material actually was. And during long and very, very long, months-long more fancy investigations, we realized that this material was about 90 million years old. And by combining all of that, all of these different indicators of different plants I had the idea that we must show this in a way that everyone who looks at it might realize what is it, what we discovered there. And this is it. So we worked together with a paleo artist from the University of Leeds in England, who is also a paleontologist, luckily, and he quite understood what we were interested in. And all the plants you see here, we discovered in the core. And also in the background, the volcanoes and also these coastal plains that you see right now, and also this body of water that you see are all scientifically evidenced by the data we presented in the paper that we published last year. The only freedom of the artist that you see here are these little flying dinosaurs here that he just put into that to make it a little more exciting. But in an environment like this that is so diverse, it would be stranger to not have any dinosaurs living there. But now we know about what this environment looked like, and I told you we picked those two species here that told us that we have an age of about 90 million years, and 90 million years ago was a quite exciting time. And this is the so-called Turonian-Santonian period, 93 to 83 million years ago, here in the Cretaceous. And you see within the Earth spiral, so going, that takes us back on Earth's history, it's not as far back, 90 million years ago. It stretches back a long time, our planet's history, to about 4.5 billion years. But we look at this year, and that was the warmest period of the past 145 million years. And by taking all these different evidences together that we discovered in the core from the pollen and spores, but also sedimentologically, geochemically, and also the geophysical parameters we analyzed, we applied the so-called coexistence likelihood estimation. And by doing this, and by putting all the different pores and pollen and spore evidence together, we could come up with a 12 degrees Celsius mean annual temperature for this environment, with mean warmest summer months temperatures of about 18 to 19 degrees, which is quite warm. And by looking at this at such a southern latitude, we had to come up with a second method that corroborates the one from the pollen, because the material is so old. And luckily, a colleague of mine at the University of Kiel was just developing a new proxy that is based on heterocis glycolipid-based molecular paleothermometer. It's called the HTI-30. And with these completely independent methods, we came up with a very same temperature of about 20 degrees Celsius mean summer lake or river surface temperature. And this is now very interesting, because we know at this southern latitude, we drilled the core at 73.5 degrees south. And now we were interested in at which position was this core site 90 million years ago? Because we all know that the plate tectonics, so that the tectonic plates we stand on right now, they move about in the same, more or less in the same speed as our hair grows. And this guy you might know, this is Alfred Wegener, so the patron of our institute, the name patron of our institute. And he actually is the one that made it possible about 80 years ago, 90 years ago, that we think about our planet much more differently now. And 90 million years ago, the planet looked quite different. So Australia was quite close still to Antarctica, and also Zealandia, which is here just separated from West Antarctica. And the red square here indicates where we are. And this is the process behind it. So we imagine we are right here, right now, and 60, 70, maybe 80 kilometers beneath us, this is going on. It's like in a huge cooking pot that moves the tectonic plates on top of it. And if you do that for 90 million years, you can imagine that we end up with a quite different configuration. And now by looking at this image again, we realize this was at a location of 82 degrees south, so only 900 kilometers away from the South Pole was this diverse landscape. And then, of course, we asked the question, how was that possible? And then we did paleoclimate modeling with our paleoclimate modeling department at the Alfred Wegener Institute and some other colleagues from the UK. And we asked the question, how to maintain such an environment so far south? And you see here that it was only possible, this is the ppm CO2 numbers here, if we bring up the CO2 of a minimum of 1,120 ppm concentration. And then, only then, we meet the temperatures that we reconstructed, and we can simulate also the coverage of vegetation that we found evidence for in the core. And you see here with the red dot, and I hope this is on the next one, yes, with the red dot here, so this is our new data constraint, and there was nothing available before in between 60 degrees south and 90 degrees south, so the South Pole. So this is the first data evidence we have to constrain numerical models for this time period. And you see it's really at the upper stretch in between 4 times and 6 times CO2, so 1,120 and 1,680 ppm. So that was necessary, so a minimum of 1,120 ppm needed. Antarctica at that time must have been fully vegetated in order to meet those conditions, and that means no Antarctic ice was present at the time. So we presented the southernmost geological evidence of the last super greenhouse of our planet, and the global climate at that time was even hotter than previously thought. And that was quite an excitement when we realized that. But the consequences for our future climate, so what might lie ahead of us, this is very important now, because if we do the same thing for our current configuration, so 200 ppm, which is pre-industrial, 560 ppm, and then the 1120 ppm, so what we reconstructed from our data, then you see Antarctica remains still quite cold, because this is of the ice sheet, of the big ice sheet we have on top of it right now. And so therefore, we can be quite lucky to have such ice mass that protects us from a climate runaway. So it's an important step for us to fully assess magnitudes and consequences of climatic changes in a potential high CO2 future. It's a critical target value for calibrating numerical climate models that we are applying right now. And it's the significance of the presence of polar ice sheets for global climate stability we show with our new data. But unfortunately, this is not something that we should be taking for granted, that we have ice sheets. So at the end, I have to thank all my collaborators, because it was a huge consortium of people from different institutions Europe-wide, all listed here. And we were lucky to publish this work last year in Nature. And thank you very much again for being here, and thank you, Falling Walls.
Wow, thank you for such an inspiring talk. And of course, the floor is open for discussion. And I see a hand there. So in the back row, if you go to the side microphone here and state your name and your affiliation, maybe that we all know you afterwards. And
hi, Tim, TU Dortmund University. You briefly mentioned the coexistence likelihood. I would like to know what are sort of the main ingredients to calculating that likelihood.
Yeah, the more pollen and spores you find, the better. Because what the name already tells us, it's the likelihood to meet the same vegetation that is still on the planet right now, that we have on the planet right now. So the relation to plants that are still alive. And you might imagine it becomes more and more unclear the older or the further back we go in time. Because it's almost impossible, and I showed you this hopefully, that this environment that we reconstructed is very different to anything that we have right now on the planet. And there is no analog for this environment that we reconstructed on the planet right now. Because if you go to 82 degrees south, now you have mean annual temperatures of around -30 to -40 degrees. So therefore, this is most reliable for, let's say, periods at which the configuration of the planet looked similar to today. And this was the reason we went this different path with this geochemical method, so that we not only have to base our evidence on the pollen and spores, because we knew it's quite uncertain, but then after the geochemical evidence also pointed in the very same direction, we were very confident, and not only us, obviously also others.
Okay, thank you for this extended answer. We have more questions, so please. And you can, when you stand at the microphone, we can hear you better when you take off the mask for asking a question.
My name is Hoggerman. I'm with the Else Gröner-Fresenius Foundation. I'm just a lawyer and a banker, so maybe you excuse my stupid question. First question, how sure can you be that the South Pole was really at the same place, i.e. of what is today called Antarctica? And the second question, could you give us a feeling how the climate was in other parts of the world? When, you know, at the time at which you were talking about 12 centigrades, how was it in other parts of the world? What do you think?
Yeah, so we can never be entirely sure. That's what science is about, of course. So that was the first evidence we had. But to recalculate or to calculate at first paleolatitudes, we have to apply a number of geophysical methods that allows us to go back on the polar wander path, it's called. And this is just turning back the clock. So we know how the plate tectonics move today. And by looking deep into the Earth's crust, we also know how they might have moved in the past. There's always uncertainty of, in our case, plus minus, let's say, 3 to 4 degrees. But by doing this, we already knew that Antarctica was more or less at the same position, and in our case here, even a little more south. So 82 degrees south, and when we drilled there, it was on 70 degrees south. So this for the first part. The planet, how the planet looked like, so the whole planet, other regions of the planet during this late Cretaceous super greenhouse is a lot better constrained for the mid and low latitudes because of accessibility. Drill ships or also outcrops on land are much better constrained for these environments. And we know it was very, very hot. And, but you can't go harder and harder and harder because you have a planet that functions like our body does. If it gets too hot, we start to sweat. And so it cools the system down again. And when you make an ocean hotter and hotter, more clouds evolve, of course. And the clouds give shading for the surface. So reconstructed temperatures right now for the mid to low latitudes are about 35 to 38 degrees Celsius.
So thank you very much. I think I might have seen another hand here in the back, and maybe you go to this mic. Okay. So you can take off your mask.
Yeah, Michael de Vrucht from the University of Münster. So where did this high greenhouse gas levels come from, given that the dinosaurs probably didn't have that much of an industry as we do today? And why did it go down again?
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, for the planet, actually, it doesn't really matter where the CO2 is coming from. And at that time, we had very active volcanism. And so that was the main source for the CO2 at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. More questions? Yeah, please. And we switch over to there also.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Very exciting talk. Same question as the previous questioner. Was it only CO2 which accounted at those times for the greenhouse effect, or you just mentioned volcanism? Was it also methane and other gases which contributed much stronger than maybe today only the CO2?
Yeah, probably yes, but it's very hard to reconstruct and constrain that for a time that far back. And we don't even perfectly know it for today. How different, we know the potency of other greenhouse gases like methane, but we are not really aware of the sources. We know the permafrost in far north is contributing, but we have no idea what the rate of increase is really and where the methane is coming from. And for a time, 90 million years back, this is very hard to constrain. But the agreement of simulations and of data we have, so we can also try to reconstruct CO2 with, for example, boron isotopes, with alkanons, we can do that. And that, comparing that to the simulations we run with the paleoclimate models, we come up with these CO2 concentrations. And they actually match pretty well with all the uncertainties we have to work with. But but therefore it's hard for us to also go into more detail which other gases might be responsible and for what fraction of temperature increase this might have been an impact for.
Thank you. Now I will take chair's prerogative and also ask a question, but just a tiny one first and then a longer later. So first of all, you have all these ice, these cores that are stored, and there's gas bubbles and so on in there. And I know that you go back, well, millions of years, and with the store that you have of those, so you could have probably some idea about the gas composition at that time. But now, that's part first. The second one is, this is a breakthrough. And I just want to know where you have been when this drilling was done, and whether you were part of that expedition, and how you realized that this was upcoming. And can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was very exciting. I was on the cruise, and I was leading the marine geology group on that cruise. And for this particular drill, it was extremely exciting because you saw that sandstone, and you saw the yellow strata of the sandstone that is only the lower 1 meter of 26 meters. Yeah. And so we were about, also the drilling team was already very annoyed, and we wanted to end the drill already because it was really hard, and the sea ice field came, and we had to go away. But then we said, okay, one more section. And there was just probably intuition, and then it contained this. Wow. So I was on the cruise. That was extremely exciting. This is, that was a polar expedition that you really want to be part of. But the second question, the ice cores you were talking about, so with the bubbles inside. We work with sediment cores. This is ice cores, and ice cores, unfortunately, the oldest ones go back to 800,000 years right now.
Too bad.
We're about to drill another one in the upcoming years with Beyond Epica. This is another drill into the ice sheet, and there we would like to go back to 1.5 million years. But this is the longest you can go back with ice cores, so with bubbles. Okay,
thanks. So there are more questions, but we are out of time. And so I have to postpone the questions. You know the man now to ask the questions for. Give him a hearty applause, and we'll have to switch to the next talk. Let's switch gears again, and let me ask Javan Cheng to the podium. And you'll get a fresh glass of water here. So now we go to COVID-19 transmission through aerosols, something we might all worry about here in this room. I think it's perfectly ventilated, I hope. So Javan Cheng received her university education at the Wuhan University in China and completed her doctorate in atmospheric science at Peking University in 2007. Then she spent postdoctoral research periods in Leipzig at the Tropospheric Institute in Germany and at the University of Iowa in the USA. Then in 2011, she returned to Beijing as a professor in the, these schemes, the 100 Talents program. But she then came to the Max Planck Institute in Mainz as a visiting scientist, 2012 to 2013. And there must be something special about the atmosphere there, because she became a research group leader there. She was a guest professor in the Institute of Polar Environment at the University of Science and Technology of China in Hefei, 2014 to 2017. And oscillates back and forth. She's the head now of an independent Minerva research group, Aerosol, Air Quality and Climate, at the Max Planck Institute for Chemistry since 2014. So you see her with her 2 legs standing in China and in Germany. She has again started as a guest professorship in Hefei in 2021. So I wonder when I will get there again, but obviously as a Chinese national you can travel. She and her group develop and combine experimental methods and multi-scale modeling tools to understand the key processes that drive the formation and transformation of atmospheric aerosols. And the overall goal is, of course, to obtain a predictive understanding of these processes. And Professor Cheng has numerously highly cited publications with a really outstanding reception of her first author science article on the aerosol transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 virus. She received several awards and fellowships, recently the Schmaus Award by the German Association for Aerosol Research and the Atmospheric Science Ascent Award of the American Geophysics Union. And now we are looking forward to what we should not do in this room, right? Yafang.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Katharina, for the very nice introduction. And it's been truly an honor to be here today. And thanks to the foundation and also to the Falling Wall Science Committee to make this happen at this very extraordinary time. And I'm happy to share our research with you, and especially our recent project about understanding COVID-19 transmission through aerosols. So, next. So, first part of my talk, I will show how and why the face masks that you're wearing now will protect you in the pandemic. And as you all know that I'm not a virologist and I'm also not an epidemiologist, so I'm actually an atmospheric aerosol scientist. So if I still have some time, I would also like to talk a little bit of the aerosols in the Earth system. So what is the aerosols? Take a deep breath. So of course, now you have masks, so you don't maybe inhale so much, but usually you will inhale tens of millions of small particles. So that these solid particles and liquid droplets suspended in the air, we usually call it aerosols. And the atmospheric aerosols, they range in size from the very small, for very small, a few nanometers, smaller than the virus, to a few tens of micrometers, so around the size of the human hair. And there are different kinds of atmospheric aerosols. So except for the organic and the inorganic particles, there are also these biological particles, including protein, viruses, bacteria, spores, and pollens. So that's the aerosols also in this room. And every one of us will inhale about 11,000 liters air per day. So it is inevitable that the atmospheric aerosols, these particular matters, are highly relevant for human health. So together with other air pollutants, it has been ranked as the top 5 leading health risks worldwide. So it has strong influence on the mortality over the vast area of the continents. So in particular, the human respiratory aerosols are involved in the transmission of the SARS-CoV-2 and the spread of COVID-19. And how to effectively protect people against this virus and also end this pandemic. This becomes the greatest concern of the whole world since the beginning of 2020. So to do that, we know that the face masks has been advocated widely in mitigating the respiratory aerosol virus transmission. But why, since the beginning and still until now, the willingness of wearing masks is not extremely high, or even some period pretty low? This is because the mask efficacy was under debate. As we know that the countries with high percentage of population wearing masks, both surgical or better masks, apparently have better control of the COVID-19. But people also argue that the collecting efficiency of surgical masks is limited and highly variable. Even when you wear an N95 or FFP2 mask, the efficiency is still smaller than 100%. So you will still inhale the aerosols from others. So does it mean that you will anyway got infected? And also controversial results on mask efficacy have been observed in different randomized clinical trials. So how to explain these controversial results and these apparent inconsistency become the key to determine whether we should adopt mask wearing and to what extent we should adopt it. So to answer this question, we need to understand the COVID transmission through aerosols. So when people usually talking about the usefulness of mask, they think about the collecting efficiencies. So if it's 100% filter out the particles, or it's only 80%, but actually to look at the reduction of the virus or particle number that will not answer our question. So what really matters is if the mask will reduce the infectious probability. So earlier study has already shown that the infectious probability and the number of virus are linked through this equation. But this is a nonlinear equation. And here, I try to plot this equation here. And you see that here the y-axis is the infectious probability, and the axis is the airborne virus load. And it has been divided by the median infection dose at which the probability of infection is 50%. And for the SARS-CoV-2, this number is around 100 to 1,000 viruses. So we still don't know exactly. And from this curve, I will show that there is regime dependence of the change of virus number to the infection's probability. In a virus-rich regime, so here we can see that the virus number is much higher than the median infection dose. And when we're wearing the mask, it will reduce the number of virus that you inhaled, but it will not help to reduce the infectious probability. But in the virus-limited regime, when you wear the mask, it will very efficiently reduce the infectious probability here. So when the virus number inhaled reduced. So the question is, for the SARS-CoV-2, where are we located on this curve? Are we here or are we here? So for that, we need to know the virus abundance in the ambient air. And here is an example of a photo of all the particles emitted from coughing and sneezing. So guess how many particles there? 100, 1,000? So actually it's much more. So according to the estimation, in 30 minutes for a sick person, so for the average activity of coughing, sneezing, so it will emit 3 million particles in 30 minutes. So so if we take a closer look, we can measure the size distribution here, the number of particles and in different sizes. So here is an example of sneezing. And we can see that the particle spans for a large size range, from 100 nanometer to about 1 millimeter, and or even larger. So here there's no measurements. And in terms of total mass, sneezing emits more than coughing, than speaking, and breathing emits the least. And if we take mask as a source control, we can see that it can efficiently reduce the relatively large aerosols and droplets. So the N95 will have a higher efficiency. But there are still significant number of small particles, especially smaller than 1 micrometer, will emit. And this number is much higher than the infectious dose. So does it really mean that the mask is not effective to protect us? So because what we think about is the respiratory particles, the large number, means a large number of respiratory viruses suspended in this room. So don't worry, the answer is no. Not every respiratory particles contain viruses. And how do we know this? To know that, we need to compare the respiratory viruses in comparison to the number of particles and in the exhalation and also in the environment. And, but in the beginning of the pandemic, we don't have the number of virus copy in SARS-CoV-2 respiratory particles exhaled from the patients. We don't have these data. So then we take an alternative approach that we compare we gathered the data that we can have because people measured for other respiratory viruses. And we think as in the SARS-CoV-2, in the respiratory fluid, the level, the black line here are very similar to other respiratory particles. So according to the particle generation that we did all the time in the lab, because they are generated from the respiratory fluid, usually from very similar mechanical generation activities, like coughing and speaking. So if in the respiratory fluid, they are very similar, so they should be also, the number of copies very similar in the respiratory particles. So we use the data from other respiratory viruses, for example, here, influenza. So we calculate the median virus number in 30 minutes exhaled the air samples. So in 30 minutes, we show that for a variety of respiratory viruses, including the other coronaviruses, influenza viruses, and rhinoviruses, there are only a few viruses exhaled in 30 minutes. So they are actually very little. But those will, if you are not lucky, they will infect you. And we also need to know how much viruses is in the ambient air. And for that, luckily, we have the data. And this is a paper published in Nature about the virus copy in different sizes from Wuhan Fangchang Hospital. So with such data, we can calculate the median virus number per 30 minutes inhalation in the indoor air. So for that, we show that if you stay in the indoor air, you will inhale probably a few to a few thousand viruses. For example, in Wuhan Fangchang or in the US Singapore Medical Hospital. So, but this is still much less than the respiratory particles that emitted. So this means not every respiratory particles contains viruses. So we still have hope. And with these data, we then can see if we are here in the virus-limited region or we are in the virus-rich region. And with further calculation to synchronize all these data in a very similar indoor settings, we then can be able to overlay the data on this curve. And here I give two plots. One is with a lower infectious dose, and one is with a higher infectious dose. For both cases, we can see that these ambient data or the data from the exhale from the patients, they are all located in the virus-limited regime. So this means wearing mask will help us to reduce the infectious risk. But here we can see that they are very nice individual examples. But to contain the pandemic, we need a bigger picture. So we need to know if the mask will be also effectively to contain the pandemic for a whole population. For that, we need to know for each contact how many viruses you will inhale in a whole population. This will sound like a mission impossible because you need a lot of data to do that. So instead of trying to measure more respiratory particles, more virus copies, we turn to the epidemiology data. So, we know that for the whole population, everybody are very different. So some people will emit more, or some people will emit less. And this virus number, this distribution, what matters the most is if it's very broad or if it's not so broad. So we use Monte Carlo simulations to test different factors. For example, how many positive cases in the population, and how many contacts per day, how long the contact is, and how frequent is your sneezing and coughing. And we found that actually the most important driver is the virus load in the respiratory fluid. So here is an example from 4,000 positive case from over 20,000 samples. So this shows that the virus load of different individuals can spread more than 6 to 8 order of magnitude. So then let's see what this will mean in this individual level. This is an individual level infection risk curve. So what does it mean for this? So here we we assume a log normal distribution of the respiratory viruses, a number distribution according to the virus load distribution that I showed before. So here I shows that with a higher individual variability, the infection probability of a population will increase. So with a higher individual variability, you will have higher this population average infections probability. This can be quite easy to understand because if you have larger individual variation, you will have more fraction of this virus-rich conditions. So this will reduce the overall efficiency of the mask using. So now we have already extended this curve for individual level to the population average level. But where are we for a whole population? Because these data are nice example, but we cannot just go from here to here. So then we turn to the epidemiological data. So we know that the basic reproduction number R0 for the COVID-19 is about 2 to 4, and for the new variants, it can be a little higher. And this number can be related to the population infectious probability through this equation. So with an average duration of infectiousness about 10 days, an average daily number of human contacts about 10 to 25, so we can then estimate a risk of the whole population for the COVID-19. So it's actually 0.8 to 4%, which is not very high. So according to this curve, the mask still will help us for the whole population to contain the pandemic. But this is only that we say it can, but how much it can help. So here I plot the reduced risk. So here, if it's 80%, this means the mask will help us to reduce the infections probability for 80%. And it is, so first we look at the shape. Because this is for surgical masks, and this one is for the N95. So N95 is very efficient. And another thing is when we look at the shape, we see that for the same surgical mask with the same filtration rate, how much they will reduce the infections actually is related to the concentration of the virus in the environment. This is very important because this means if we have more measures, for example, combined mask with this ventilation and also this social distancing, the lower the concentration of the virus in the environment, the higher the effectiveness of all individual measures will do. This means if we want to fast contain mitigate this pandemic, we need to do all the things that we can do together. And here it shows that for a whole population, if for source control and for the wearer control, it will reduce around 70% of the infectious probability. And if you wear it both, it reduces around 90%. But note that this is for surgical masks, you wear it all the time, which means you don't eat, you don't meet your families. And so this means it is very important to have a high compliance of the mask and also correct use of the mask. And here it shows the compliance related to the effectiveness of reduce the reproduction number. So it means for the surgical mask, you will need around 60 to 70% of the compliance of the whole population to reduce the number below 1. So that's our goal. And this is actually have a very high compliance. It's not always possible because, for example, you need to eat in the restaurant and some other places you cannot do. This again emphasizes the importance to combine different measures all together to do the job. And yeah, that's my talk about the face masks efficacy limited the transmission of aerosol transmissions. So if you want to know more about our work about the atmospheric aerosols, we can talk later. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for this impressive summary of what one should do. And now we stand here distanced but without masks and can think about what that does to this entire population in the room. Questions? Well, let me call the gentleman in the back row there, right? And I move over. It's really hard to see you with the lights in the eyes, so yeah, Herr Klages.
Yeah, Sven Ederer from Heraeus-Stiftung. You already showed that there is not a linearity in the dose that you inhale, but when talking about infection or not infection, I think that's also not a linearity because the seriousness of your sickness also depends on the dose that you inhale or that you get in contact with. So even when talking about how much virus load do I need to get infected, this infection is not binary, right? So do you also look into those aspects on how much does it protect if you not say is it infected or not?
I hope I understand your question, and thank you. And yes, for this single hit model, actually consider the difference between different peoples. So this shows that you need a certain number of virus to get infected. And as you all also say that the severity of your disease also depend on how much virus you inhaled. So this means even the mask will not protect you from infection, but it will probably protect you from getting very sick. So, and also I want to emphasize that here we are talking about to prevent the aerosol transmission that is below 10 micrometer. So actually you emit a lot bigger droplets. But for that, mask is even 100% protect you. So I think that's the message that we would like to convey.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question. I mean, you're known for your work on atmospheric aerosols. Now, you didn't get to talk about this, basic kind of work. And most of the facts that you presented to us today kind of seem, well, we all appreciated them during the past 18 months or so. But at the beginning, when you started out on this, SARS-CoV-2 aerosol modeling and trying to unify the results that were very different and upcoming through the world, what made you start to look into that?
Yeah, because my hometown is Wuhan. Actually, during the lockdown of the city, my husband is in Wuhan because my father-in-law are very sick. He's very sick. And he cannot go to the hospital and finally passed away because of this pandemic. And my high school friend also passed away because of this disease. So at that time, I take my 5-year-old boy at home. I didn't allow him to go to the kindergarten. And I see that some people living downstairs in the garden, they still gathering all the time, like 8 people, 10 people, or even sometimes 20 people without a mask, because they think mask doesn't work. It doesn't help you. So I feel that I need to do something in order to let my son go back to school and protect the people that I love. So yes, that's what motivated me to, because I work at home, so I thought I do some simulations. I cannot do the lab work, And yeah, that's...
Yeah, thanks for sharing that with us. It's, I didn't know it was such a personal history behind it. I mean, of course, in the physical chemistry aspects of this, you know, how does an aerosol spread in a room and so on, you, of course, an expert. And so if you wish, I don't see any questions at the... here, Johanna. Okay, you could share also a few aspects of that. Okay. Johanna, please.
I wanted to come back to the data points that you showed for the infection risk versus the load, and the Singapore and Wuhan had these extremely large differences. How did this come about?
Because Wuhan Fangchang Hospital is a very large hall, and it's sports. It's usually used for exhibition and sports. So you have a bigger space, and also all the patients are wearing masks, and even when they were treated, and also everybody were wearing masks. That's why for the ambient measurements in Wuhan Fangchang Hospital, I think the virus load are much lower.
Okay, so that is this, even in the hospital, the behavior is very different in different countries. Okay,
yeah.
Didn't know that.
I don't know how it's in US and Singapore. I just know that in Wuhan Fangchang Hospital, the settings and also the people there, they wear the masks. But the data are from the ambient samples, so it doesn't matter how the patients are doing there. Yes.
More questions? Yep, please.
Hello, Benedict from Jena. So it was a very nice talk, and I was a bit curious because I'm coming from the field of microscopy, and I wasn't quite sure how you captured the data about the number of copies of viruses and whether you know they are still active or not. So what would be your kind of wish to maybe get better data in the future from, let's say, imaging perspectives from microscopy or something like that? Is there anything which may support your research in the future with better statistics, for example?
I think, thank you. I think microscopy we also use in our lab, but I'm not working with the viruses. But I think the viruses are very small. They are around 100 nanometers. So we need a very good microscopy to look at them. And I think it will definitely help. And for answer the really concerns of people, I think it's really important to do size-resolved measurements. So because people are really concerned, really wondered if it's droplets or if it's aerosols, if we just need to clean the surfaces or we need to wear the masks. Because according to our calculations, at least for the droplets smaller than 10 micrometer, the viruses in the particles that it's smaller than 5 micrometer is larger than 5 to 10. But we don't know if it's much more in the bigger 1 millimeter. For example, actually, a lot of infections in China was found during eating together. So at that time, you don't have your mask with you, and you probably also talk, and maybe the big particles also play a role there. So I think we would like to have more data about the size-resolved measurements. Yes,
okay, thanks. Can I ask you a little bit about the methods that you usually use in your lab when you can access it?
Yes.
What's the type of measurements that you do yourself?
Yeah, the measurements I do is usually of the size-resolved measurements of the physical and chemical properties of aerosols in the atmosphere, and we measure the hygroscopicity and also the chemical properties. But that's not the goal of our research, because our research, the goal is to address the grand challenge of the projection future of the climate in the Anthropocene. That's why we also combine a lot of modeling tools here. And I also would like to say the aerosols in the atmosphere, they actually are very important to regulate the energy balance of the Earth. And they also sit in the clouds, influence the precipitation. So that's also related to the first talk. So how the sensitivity of the CO2, how our climate will respond to that, are largely regulated by the aerosols, that's how we understand it. So I think that's also one very important key element in the atmosphere and for the Earth system, also for our future climate understanding.
Of course. There is another question here, and probably the last one.
There's an ongoing debate, let's say, about the role of vaccinated and unvaccinated people within the spread of the pandemic. I mean, with the methodology that you have developed, can you say something meaningful about this question?
Yes, yes, thank you very much. I personally was fully vaccinated, and I plan to also got the third shot. And because I think it really helps people according to the data all over the world. And but vaccination, you cannot really force people to do that at this moment. So we also, on the ongoing work, we calculate the compliance of mask, vaccination, and ventilation. So we show that to end this pandemic, we cannot bet only on vaccinations. So everybody should work for it. So it's a collective journey that we are all experience in this very difficult time, but I think we show our dignity to end this pandemic.
Yes, I wish to maybe, as a final remark, also alert you to the case that, I mean, she and her collaborators in Mainz tried to do something to actually, with journalists, inform the public, and one of the main spots where this may be important is schools. And, you know, everybody who has their families at school, and you talked about your son and, you know, the kids and so on, see how important that is. And there is material online that you can find also through her website to actually calculate the spreading in rooms and so on. I can only encourage you to look at this information and also to the other things that are very important that Yafang does. So thanks again for this talk.
Yeah.
And we now have a small break until 11, and you can be served over there. And please pay attention, and I think you have just heard why, to not stand too closely when you wear no mask. Thank you. Okay, sorry to cut your break a little short. And please try to be quiet and resume your seats as soon as you'll be served. You may all, I might have been the only person in the room that has not realized that we are running a little bit late, because I have relied on the timer here, and that always started, you know, the new session, and I didn't look at my own watch, and I didn't see they were not synchronized. So I apologize for rushing you. I still want to keep the introductions for everybody. So the next speaker is Christian Ospelkaus, and he will speak about integrated ion trap quantum processors. He studied physics in Bonn and Fribourg and received his PhD from the University of Hamburg in 2006. And since 2010, he is a professor of experimental quantum optics at the Leibniz University, Hanover. In combination with an appointment at the German Institute for Metrology, the Physikalisch-Technische Bundesanstalt, PTB, in Braunschweig. So we should have perfect clocks here. He also acts as an interim department head for the German Aerospace Center for its division on quantum computing since 2020. Professor Ospelkaus spent a research period in the USA at the NIST in Boulder, Colorado. And in 2017, he was also appointed a guest professor at the University of Osaka, Japan. He received several awards and substantial, highly competitive funding for his research, including an ERC starting grant in 2013. His group has labs both in Hanover and Braunschweig, and they use trapped ions for simulation of quantum many-body systems and high-precision tests of fundamental symmetries of the standard model. And with his research, he is also part of the Cluster of Excellence Quest. Also, he is co-speaker of the Lower Saxony Quantum Valley project that builds a 50 qubits quantum computer until 2025. Thank you. So the podium is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you also to the Heraeus Foundation for supporting this event, and thanks to the board for allowing me to be here and present our research. sorry, I have to familiarize myself with this. Okay, now it works. So this talk is about quantum computing, and it's about quantum computing with trapped ions. So I first want to give you an introduction how we trap the ions, and then I will tell you how these ions become qubits. What you see here is basically a collection of gold bricks. That's why it's painted yellow, but they're not really gold bricks in the way you may know them. They're microscopic gold bricks that sit on a substrate, and we use them for applying different voltages to each of the gold bricks or electrodes, and that gives us electric fields above the surface, which we can use to confine the particles. So let's say that we put a radio frequency voltage on these electrodes here that are shown in orange. That gives us a potential tube above the surface that is illustrated by this dotted line here. Now the particles will want to sit anywhere on that dotted line and will not want to escape radially, because that is going to cost them energy, and that would have to come from somewhere. If we additionally put a positive voltage on these electrodes here, and a more negative voltage on the inside electrodes, then these positively charged atoms, the ions, will tend to stick in the inside of this potential well, and we can illuminate it using a laser beam, and then the ion will be excited to an electronically excited state, and when it will decay back to the ground state, it will emit photons, which we can put on a detector, CCD camera, and that gives us a picture of an individual ion, as you can see here at the top of the slide. Now, I've talked to you about ions, but so far the ion is just a charged particle that is confined by electric fields, but we want to do some computation with it. And in order to do computations, you have to have a level structure. A classical bit has precisely two states that it can be in. We call those 0 or 1, and we'll get to see what a qubit is. So first of all, let's start with this image again that you see at the top. This image happens because our ion absorbs photons from the laser beam and then re-emits them, and some of those get scattered into the camera. However, if we put the ion into a different internal state, say in this one, then the laser beam will be off-resonant with the atom, and it will no longer scatter photons, so that allows us to distinguish between the two states of the qubit. And you'll notice, for those of you who are experts, I'm actually taking you through the DiVincenzo criteria for quantum computing, which tell you that this is a system in which scalable quantum computing could be done. What's special about a quantum bit or qubit is that it can not only be in either of these states, so it can be either dark or bright, either 0 or 1, but it can also be in a superposition of those two states. So in a sense, it can be in both states at the same time, but only until you turn on the light, that is, until you shine in this laser beam. Once you shine in the laser beam, each qubit will have to decide whether it's in the 0 or the 1 state, and that's the measurement process that is at the end of each quantum algorithm, each quantum computation, and sometimes also in between if you do quantum computing, if you do quantum error correction. And this ability to be in both states at the same time is at the heart of the power of what a quantum computer can do. Now, the idea to carry out 2-qubit quantum logic gates or multi-qubit computations with a quantum computer relies on the fact that if you trap multiple ions in such a potential well, so for example here you can see 2 ions, and why don't they sit on top of each other? Well, it's because they're charged particles, so they're going to repel each other, and they're only going to come as close as the Coulomb repulsion between them permits it, which is balanced by the force from the external potential that tends to push them together. So this is sort of the elementary crystal that you can think of. It's a Coulomb crystal. That's why we call them crystals, because they're held together by the electrostatic interaction. And if you think about this system now, then it can undergo different modes of oscillation, like for an elementary crystal in the solid. For example, these 2 ions can oscillate 180 degrees out of phase, and this joint oscillation is incredibly useful. Mechanically, you can think of this as just as two masses that are attached together with a spring, and on both ends are attached to a rigid wall. And when these, any book on classical mechanics has this example, when the two masses start to oscillate, they oscillate either in this way or in the center of mass mode. And Ignacio Cirac, who will be talking later in this session, has introduced this idea in the mid-90s. With this joint motion of the two particles, you have a harmonic oscillator, which is something that belongs to both ions at the same time. You can never say, oh, only this ion is oscillating or only this ion is oscillating, because they are coupled so strongly together via the Coulomb interaction, they always dance together. And this is the basic idea. Each ion is a qubit, and once you couple the two qubits to this joint degree of freedom, you can effectively implement interactions between the two qubits. Now, what's really important is that if you implement quantum gates using any technology, not only in the ion trap business, then you really have to pay attention that this interaction is done as accurately as possible. Because in order for a quantum computer to be truly scalable, you need to come to a point where in each of these operations you reach an error rate that is significantly lower than 10 to the minus 4, because only at that level you can start to apply error correction protocols. Any computer, any quantum computer has errors, and the question is how do you deal with this? And just looking at the numbers of qubits of a quantum computer doesn't help you really that much, because you may have 1,000 switches attached to light bulbs, and as long as they don't talk to each other in a meaningful way, as long as there's no interaction between them and no high quality interaction, you cannot carry out any computation. So this focus on the number of qubits doesn't mean anything if the interactions, if the quantum logic gates aren't carried out in a way that is reliable, and there's this threshold behavior at 10 to the minus 4 in order to get into a meaningful regime for taking any advantage of high qubit numbers. We have developed I started developing an approach that allows you to integrate these gates, these gate mechanisms into such a surface electrode ion trap. So this chip, which I'm holding here, has already everything built into it in order to carry out multi-qubit quantum logic gates, whereas if you sort of take a standard ion trap quantum computer, you have a room almost the size of this room that is full of lasers to control the qubits in this ion trap, whereas the chip itself, to confine the particles, is relatively small. And the method that we use relies on running microwave currents through some of these electrodes that are embedded into our trap structure. So that fully integrates the gate mechanism with the trap structure that you need in order to hold on to the particles. And as I pointed out in these publications, this has a number of important advantages. One of them is that it completely eliminates spontaneous photon scattering as a source of decoherence. It makes the resulting gates much more insensitive to various environmental parameters. It is potentially much easier to control because you use mature technology, like in my cell phone here, to carry out the quantum gates, microwave technology. And as I've pointed out, it integrates the mechanism that carries out the quantum gates directly with the trap structure in a scalable way. So in order to make these traps, you need a clean room infrastructure. And what I'd like to show here is not a cartoon picture with, yellow little gold bricks, but what it actually looks like. This is a scanning electron microscopy picture of a top view of such a chip structure. You can recognize the electrodes that are on this RF voltage, on this AC voltage, to confine the ions above the surface, in this case 60, 70 microns above the surface. You can see the electrodes that are embedded into the structure for manipulating the ions. And you can see these electrodes that are on DC potentials for holding on to the ions along this line here. What you also, if you look at it, there's sort of an Easter egg here for you to discover. These electrodes, they're not really connected to anything, right? They're just a line, and it doesn't seem to go anywhere. And that's a key aspect of this chip here. This is a multi-layer chip. As you can see on the right-hand side here, we have developed a technology which, like in a printed circuit board, a multi-layer printed circuit board, allows you to bring in all the control signals in a lower layer of the structure and then have them pop up anywhere in order to manipulate the ion, because the ion is only really manipulated by the electric potentials that come from the top part of the surface. So the top electrodes act like a Faraday cage for anything underneath. Here's a top view of such a chip, a one like this one in one of our vacuum setups. And what you can see here is how we load the ions into the trap. We shoot an ablation laser beam onto a solid target of beryllium, and that heats it to about 1,000 Kelvin and releases a gas jet of neutral atoms, which then crosses the surface of our chip here in the center. And the neutral atoms, they're not particularly interested in the fact that there is an ion trap, right? They're neutral particles, and so they're not interested in electric fields. But what then happens is that this evil laser at 235 nanometers comes along, and it removes one electron from the atom in a process. Well, you talked about it this morning. So that's exactly what happens here. And now the neutral atom, or the charged atom, all of a sudden feels the presence of the electric fields, and it gets confined in this potential. And then this other laser beam comes along at 313 nanometers, and it gives you this image of the atom by exciting it to an excited electronic state and then decaying back to the ground state. And this way, by the push of a button, you can load 1, 2, 3, 4 ions or more into the trap. And it's really, if you have a school class in the lab, you can notice that it changes people. If they can push that button, they feel like they've actually taken the atom and put it into the trap. So it makes quantum mechanics, makes you not necessarily understand it, but it helps you lose the fear for it, if you can do that. Okay, here's the qubit that we use in these experiments. I've actually cheated a bit. I told you we use these two states. That is not entirely true. We use these two states. And the reason that we use these two states here is that because at the magnetic field that we use, the energy splitting between these two states is first order independent of magnetic field. And magnetic fields changing in the room, say you have a transformer or an electrical line somewhere, is the main source of losing quantum information in these experiments. It's the main source of what we call decoherence. So if you have a magnetic field insensitive qubit like this, you can have coherence times on the order of minutes without losing the information. In fact, it's very difficult for us to measure our coherence times. We've never done that. We can only give an upper bound on it. So memory decoherence, in our case, doesn't really matter. It's a very useful property for a qubit to have. Here I want to show you that using a new CCD camera, we can read out the state of each individual ion, and you see here rotations on the Bloch sphere, so individual qubit computations, rotations between those two states that I just showed you, going on and on and on and on forever. So you see that there's really no decoherence. But what you also see is that the two qubits oscillate at a slightly different rate. And using this novel detection scheme, we can look at each individual of the qubits and tell the stage of each qubit and really resolve the small difference in what we call Rabi rate. What I want to show you now is how we do a more complex computation with these qubits. This is a 2-qubit gate. Again, it builds on running a microwave current through these trap electrodes in the center here. So everything that you need for this is already trap integrated, and we only use the lasers for what they're really good at, in particular for using for the detection, which is a process that changes the entropy of the system. Right? You can't beat the laser for that. You need spontaneous scattering in order to do a detection. So here we do a 2-qubit gate, an integrated 2-qubit gate, and our first integrated gate gave us a fidelity, so the inverse error rate, or 1 minus the error rate of 98.2%. And that was already quite good to what had been done using this approach before. And our main culprit in this case for the remaining error on the gate was the mode instability. So let's look at what that is and how we can beat that down. Here's a quantum optics type picture of what's going on in a 2-qubit entangling gate. And I want to illustrate this in terms of a 2-photon process that takes you from both qubits down via an intermediate state where one qubit is up and one qubit is down, to the excited state where both qubits are in the up state. So this is the coarse energy structure, and what you see superimposed on this is the structure that comes from the motion of the ions in the trap. Remember, that's this spring and the pendulum that we use for entangling the ions with one another. And what you can see is that there is a deliberate detuning here from this motional mode, and that's required in order for the gate operation to complete. So this, in this basis, in this way of looking at the qubits, in the so-called eigenstates of sigma z, you get this picture where you have transitions between different qubit states. And if you stop this transition halfway in between down, down, and up, up, you can imagine that that helps you to create an entangled state, a state up, up plus down, down, which is this fancy state that Einstein invented or brought up in order to show how ridiculous quantum mechanics would be. But today we can do that in the lab. And fully closing this, creating that states, if you look at it in a different basis, which is this minus plus basis, so it's a different way of measuring each qubit, you can see that you close a loop if you think of this in terms of a harmonic oscillator, momentum and position space. So you close the loop, that's important. Remember, you close the loop, it started where it began in terms of the motional state of the ions. Now, if this detuning here changes, which is what I'm going to illustrate now, if that motional mode changes, which was our main culprit in the gate, then this circle doesn't fully close anymore. And that means that at the end of the gate, you have some information that's stored in the motion, and you don't want that because you can't measure that. So it's lost, and that is an error on the gate. So how do we fight this? Well, here comes a neat quantum optics trick. This circle in phase space comes about because we apply a square pulse gate. If instead we apply a modulated gate, an amplitude modulated gate, then what happens is that we're no longer performing a single circle for the harmonic oscillator in phase space, but what happens is that we're performing more complicated loops in phase space. In particular, we start out with small circles, and then they become bigger, and eventually they become smaller again. And that's important because if you make a mistake on this detuning that I mentioned previously, right, the number that was our main culprit for making the gate bad, this translates into getting the radius of curvature wrong. Now, if you have small circles at the beginning and at the end of the gate, that means that if you make a small mistake in the detuning, it won't take you out that far because the radius of curvature is not as affected as much as for the square pulse gate. So you end up much closer to the origin, you end up much closer to where you started, and that's the key for making the gate high fidelity and for making it insensitive to any small change in this detuning, i.e. in this radius of curvature. This is a quantum optics trick. And it allowed us to implement a really high fidelity gate with about 99.7, 99.8, 99.7 fidelity depending on how you analyze it. And the remaining error can be mitigated with a technique that we call dynamic decoupling. So you can already see that there's some room for argumentation here. And well, how do we get around that? The thing is that the gate characterization becomes more difficult with increasing fidelity because each gate, with each measurement, you make a mistake of about 1%, which is not a problem for scalable computation, but it is a problem if you want to characterize a single gate. So you need to move to actually perform algorithms and then measure the composite fidelity. We've done that. So for single qubit gates, we're now at roughly 10 to the minus 4. For individually addressed single qubit gates, we're at a level of 1 times 10 to the minus 3, which is limited by electronics in each case. And we've most recently, though I don't have the data on that yet, been able to characterize a full register using cycle benchmarking, including 2 qubit gates. How do we make this an n-qubit quantum computer? Well, suppose that we change the voltages on these electrodes somewhat by making it more positive on these end electrodes here and a little more negative here. Then what will happen is that these particles will move to the left. Why is that useful? Well, particle accelerators, and our chairman cannot tell us something about that, have been doing this for ages. So you can make this scalable by arranging these tracks, these RF tracks, in a lattice. And anywhere along this line, you can confine a single ion. So you scale things by transporting the ions along these lines, changing the voltages on the electrodes. So let's say, and I'm almost over now, we load the ions over here. Let's look at a small sample algorithm on an n-qubit quantum computer. We load the ions, we transport them through the chip by filling this register, and fill this register. And then we want to carry out a quantum computation. We first transport one ion into this computation register here, then we bring in a second ion, we make them interact using this microwave technology here, then we bring another pair of ions into the same register, and we do another gate, and the algorithm precisely tells you which ion you need to move into the computation register at which moment in time, and how long the pulses should be. So this goes on for another 1 or 2 gates, and then it's time to look at what the result is. So now you bring ion by ion into the detection register. You measure 1, another 1, a 1, and this one should be 0 if I remember correctly. Yes, it's a 0. Another 1, a 1. And this is really the result of your calculation. So in between, your Hilbert space was growing exponentially, and now you condense it down to n qubits again. So you need, the art of designing quantum algorithms is really to make it such that at the end you get a meaningful result out with the limited number of measurements that you can perform on the qubits. We perform the task of scaling this to large numbers within the QVLS Q1 project, which is sponsored by the VW Foundation and the Lower Saxony Ministry for Science and Culture. Here's a picture of such a cartoon picture of such a chip, and what comes together here is really the expertise on ion trap technology, chip fabrication, quantum optics theory and applications, nanophotonics and computer science. And within the next couple of years, we want to build a machine that runs at 50 qubits and significantly higher fidelities than anything that's on the market today. And with that, I want to thank you for your attention. And
I want to thank you for your talk. Thank you so much. Your last image was sorting the different particles seemed to me like operating an abacus. It's a little bit.
You could call it that way.
It is really similar principles, right?
In fact, there's a paper that is called Ein Quantenabacus by Dietrich Leibfried.
Right.
He published that a couple of years ago in Physikjournal, I believe.
So it's worthwhile to do that at school maybe again. Questions? Yeah, please come over here. State your name and where you are.
Hi, I'm Chitra Sharma from University of Hamburg. So I know that the energy differences between the two states will be small. So do you still do the measurements at ambient temperatures, or you have to cool it down? And the question is that I know that it's extremely difficult to move electrons around and manipulate them. So how hard is it to move ions?
Okay, let's take the first part first. The ion trap technology is in principle a room temperature technology. The particles themselves are very cold because we laser cool them initially, so they're close to the quantum mechanical ground state, but the environment can be held entirely at room temperature. And then it's mostly only a matter of how you care for your qubits. In a room temperature vacuum system, you have a vacuum of 10 to the minus 11, so your lifetime is probably around 1 or 2 hours for each individual qubit. But if you cool the entire vacuum chamber to 4 Kelvin, then you're essentially unlimited in terms of storage time. You can go on a vacation and come back and still find the same qubit in the trap. And we do that. So we have both room temperature setups and cryogenic vacuum chambers. And that's a matter of how well you can automate things and what you're willing to tolerate, because the cryogenic stuff creates overhead. Sorry.
You have a question over there, yeah?
The second part I haven't answered yet.
Oh, well, he can run up to the mic.
Okay, good. The second part was about the transport. So this is not science fiction. It's been done at the single quantum level or even below to transport, for example, through one of these junctions that I've shown and recover the ion safe and sound without any motional excitation. So it can be done. It's just a matter of, if you can carry a cup of coffee, you can do that also quantum mechanically. It's the same mechanism.
Okay, fascinating. Please.
I'm Mark Fracking, MBI, very impressive results. So you've showed us in detail today, I mean, the characterization of these individual quantum gates. Can you tell us a little bit about where you are in terms of using these quantum gates within, let's say, some of the benchmark problems within quantum computing, the factorization, or some of these standard problems, let's say?
So we've attacked it, which is, I would say, a common theme from the low number of qubits aiming for high fidelity end of the challenge. And we only have these 2 qubits right now. What we have shown is a computing register which can manipulate these 2 qubits, and we now know that it's universal. It can do anything with 2 qubits. We have never had these big Paul traps that can confine 20 ions just in one trap, and then you tweak around with lasers until you can address each of them individually, and so you sort of make the soup bigger and bigger and bigger. We've never played that game in my group. We've started with small traps and tried to compartmentalize things as much as we can. So our goal is not to make this 2-qubit register bigger, but rather to now implement this junction and then attach other storage registers to the end of the junction. We're at the stage where we have the junction design, and we know, based on previous work that I've been involved in, that should work, that it looks good. And we're in the process of building a trap right now, like the one that I've shown on the slide, which has separate registers for manipulation, for detection, and for storage. And that's going to be the big step in getting the numbers up also. We think we can maintain the fidelities. So there's no penalty if we make the thing bigger.
I'm looking in the auditorium here, and please come up to, well, whichever microphone. I try to get out of your way. Okay.
Hello, thanks for the very nice talk. My name is Mingyun Yuan. I'm from Paul Institute for Physical Electronics in Leibniz Association. Could you comment on the single photon properties of these trapped ions and whether they're useful in any ways in the quantum computing scheme that you are considering?
Okay, so single photon properties, I mean, you're probably aware of the fact that in some experiments, ions have been used for coupling quantum information from atomic systems to photons. So you can map information between the atomic state and the state of, say, a telecon photon. In particular, if you combine it with other nonlinear optics type processes. We haven't worked on this in any way. In my group, we try to push this approach where you physically transport the ions as far as we can. But other groups are developing this, for example, the group of David Lucas in Oxford, and these results should, at some point when you decide that you want to leave the single chip and make it a collection of chips and network them through photons, then we could use that technology.
Thank you.
So, and then what is the transport distance that you do on chip electronically?
Okay, so the size of the junction that you saw in this picture, for example, would be maybe 100 or 200 microns across. So that gives you a scale of things, the inner part of the junction. And then the ions, the distance of the ions from the surface is maybe 30 to 40 microns. We use 70 right now. In previous experiments, I used 30. And various considerations go into that. At the moment, it's dominated by the fact that we still need to get a laser beam across the surface in order to manipulate the ions. But we are working right now on also integrating optical waveguides into the traps in order to deliver the detection and preparation light. And then this picture potentially changes.
Okay, let's thank our speaker again and go to the next talk. And don't forget your device. So the next talk will be on screen here from China. I hope that all the testing has been good. Okay. So let me briefly introduce Chao-Yang Lu. He studied at the University of Science and Technology of China, USTC, in Hefei. Hello. And he received a PhD in physics from the University of Cambridge in 2011 and is currently a professor of physics at the USTC, focuses on research related to quantum fundamentals, so it's our quantum session today, quantum computation, other processes related to quantum technology. He has published numerous well-received and highly cited research articles, and his work on quantum teleportation was selected by Physics World as the breakthrough of the year 2015. He received similar acclaim in the following years, has been honored with multiple awards, of which I can mention only a few. First class National Natural Science Prize in 2015, Fresnel Prize of the European Physical Society in 2017, the AAAS Newcomb Cleveland Prize in 2018, and I could continue forever. Professor Liu is gone from the screen at the moment. Is everything okay? I would like to introduce him with a warm welcome in the room and hope that you can see us. Everything okay?
Yes.
Okay, so please go ahead and give us your talk. Thank you. Okay. It ran until 2 minutes ago. Ja. Ja, eigentlich war... Okay. Your connection seems to have been cut off. Okay. Do we have his audio? Talk switching. Okay, welcome back.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm not aware the connection was cut off. Sorry for that. So should I continue?
Start. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much again for the very warm welcome. I can feel remotely in China. And I would like to start by thanking the Falling Wall Selection Committee for this wonderful award. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this nice opportunity to present our recent work on quantum light source and quantum computation advantage with photons. So today we have a big thing on quantum computers. And we are excited about quantum computers because they can exploit the principle of quantum mechanics and are expected to speed up certain computational problems fastly. Roever, building such machines are currently one of the biggest challenges for the human. So a realistic roadmap to build such a machine will be, as we put in Chinese National Quantum Initiative, we call it laying eggs along the way. So the distant goal is to realize a fault-tolerant quantum computer, which would require at least millions of physical qubits and quantum error correction, which people usually predict are 10 years away. So before that, we can expect some medium-scale quantum simulators to solve non-trivial problems. And before that, the first step was to demonstrate quantum computational advantage, or as Google called it, quantum supremacy, which means we should build a quantum device that can solve a well-defined problem, which is not necessarily useful, but should be overwhelmingly faster than any classical computers. Showing the quantum speed up in an actual experiment will not only enhance our confidence to the next two useful steps, but itself is also fundamentally interesting. Let's recall 40 years ago, exactly 40 years, in 1981, Richard Feynman proposed the idea of quantum computational speedup. It is widely believed but unproven conjecture. So just like using the Bell experiments to refute Einstein's local hidden variable model and therefore establish the quantum entanglement as a valuable resource with stronger than classical correlation. Similarly, quantum supremacy or advantage experiment would refute old extended Church-Turing thesis and prove the potential of fast than classical computation using quantum mechanics. And we all know that Google and the USB have focused on random circuit sampling using superconducting qubits. So we were able to build 53 high-quality qubit systems, Sycamore, and get 1 million sample, which is the estimate originally would take 10,000 years for a supercomputer. Although soon IBM argued that the time can be shortened to 3 days. And more recently, some colleagues from Beijing show that it is possible to simulate Sycamore using just tens of seconds and with a higher fidelity. So all this suggested that quantum advantage is not a single shot achievement, but have to be refined over time to eliminate various loopholes, because classical computer scientists are very clever and they will come up with better and better classical algorithms. So let's return to the focus of this talk, which is the quantum algorithm we are interested in. It is called boson sampling with photons. So you can see the left figure. Here we have an array of quantum light source sent into a large interferometer, and the output distribution are sampled. So the classical method to do the sampling is to calculate the corresponding submatrix permanent, corresponding to the photon number. And the permanent is a notoriously hard computational problem, which is believed in the sharp P hard class, which is much, much harder than factoring. In 2017, Scott Allison, a professor originally in MIT, who won the ACM prize in computing just this year, and his student Arkhipov proved that even approximate or noisy classical simulation of boson sampling would imply a collapse of the polynomial hierarchy. So, which means it's very, very unlikely. So we started to seriously consider building a larger scale boson sampling about 7 years ago. And then at that time, we tried to collect the best figures of merit in all the 3 key components for boson sampling: the single photon source, optical circuit, and the detection. And we assume if we can compatibly put them together, even that we estimate that a 50 photon detection, we will have to wait, the rate is about 10 to the power of minus 150. So to have an idea of how small this rate is, the probability is winning millions of dollar lottery 20 times in a row. So it is extremely hard. What are the problems? Why this boson sampling is so difficult to implement in large scale? So the first problem is the lack of a reliable quantum light source. What is a perfect single photon source? Ideally, it should simultaneously fulfill the following checklist. The generation, collection, and the detection should have high efficiency. The emission should have near zero multi-photon probability. And the photons should be identical, quantum mechanically identical to each other in all degrees of freedom. So achieving this checklist individually is easier, but it is much more difficult to get them all working together simultaneously. This is actually a common challenge in quantum computing, not only in photons, but also in other physical systems, because they all have to fulfill the 5 differential criteria, which in many cases are contradictory to each other. So let's return to the quantum light source we have to and have multi-photon. Sorry, I think I was disconnected again, right? Now it's okay?
Yeah, it's fine in the moment.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yes, the internet, it was not great. So the intrinsic problem is that it's probabilistic, and also this more serious problem is the collection efficiency and the trade-off of the indistinguishability and efficiency. So, for example, the entangled photons were usually collected from the intersections of the two down-converted rings, which are, however, not in a good Gaussian shape and cannot be perfectly coupled into a single model fiber. So in 2016, we engineered the SPDC so that it is, they are converged, the two rings are converged into two separate circular beams, which are favorable for single model collection. And another problem is the unwanted spectral correlation. So we adjust the phase matching condition so that the spectral correlations becomes circular. And in this way, we have a new SPDC source with simultaneously near 100% efficiency and indistinguishability. And for the quant dot, also they suffer from similar quality and quantity problems. So the quality or the indistinguishability of the single photons from quant dot strongly relies on the method of optical excitation. The previously used method is non-resonant excitation, which have uncontrolled time jitter and also this electrical field fluctuation, which fundamentally limit the two-photon interference visibility. And to solve this problem, we developed pulsed and resonant excitation, which directly drive the two-level system, so can avoid the time jitter. And also you can see the pi pulse power is only a few nanowatts, which is 4 order of magnitude lower than non-resonant excitation. So greatly reduce the electrical field fluctuation. So with that, the photon indistinguishability was increased to 99.5%. So the next problem is how to collect the photons with high efficiency. And we couple the emitter inside a micropillar cavity. And due to the coupling, the emitter lifetime is shortened from about 700 picosecond off resonance to about 80 picosecond on resonance, with a Purcell factor of about 10. And then the extraction efficiency is increased from about 1% to about 70% in 2016. So this is encouraging, but not the end of the story. So the use of the resonant excitation also, which made the photon quality almost perfect, came with a price. So because the laser is exactly the same wavelength, we have to suppress the laser background by sacrificing the single photon efficiency of the. So to solve this problem, we have a new protocol that instead of using a symmetric cavity, we design an elliptical, not a symmetric cavity, which split the cavity mode into two non-degenerate linearly polarized mode. And we put our emitter on resonance with one of the cavity mode. So the photons will be predominantly funneled into this polarization. And then we also excite the system with another polarization so that the other cavity mode is moved away, but not too far away. And in this way, the single photon can be collected with high efficiency, but there's no efficiency loss of the actual horizontal single photons. And that's the actual elliptical micropillar we fabricated in our experiment. And in this way, eventually we can generate polarized single photons with simultaneously high efficiency, purity, and indistinguishability. And based on this single photon source, we first tried 20 photon experiment in 2019. And this experiment, we scale up to the hyperspace of 10 to the power of 14, which was 10 order of magnitude larger than the previous photonic experiments. And currently, using a new open microcavity, we have more than 50 million single photons per second, which can support our next experiment with about 30 to 40 photons. Because originally, our goal was to 20 to 30 because that's how the theory predicts. However, in 2017, there's a more clever classical algorithm which raised the bar to 50 photons. So how to go beyond the 50? Interestingly, there's a scheme called Gaussian boson sampling, which came as a rescue. So important feature of the GPS is that while most previous multi-photon experiments using SPDC were afraid of the multi-pair emission and can only exploit the tip of the iceberg, so the GPS can overcome this limitation. And I will explain how GPS works. And before that, let's look at the original Gaussian boson sampling again. So here's the complexity lies in the superposition of many possible paths that leads to a certain multi-photon coincidence. For example, if we assume from 1, 2, 3, 4 to 1, 3, 4, 7, there are actually more than 20,000 possible paths that can, adding up together. And in GBS, instead of using single photons, GBS uses squeezed vacuum. The squeezed vacuum can be seen as a coherent superposition of different even photon number states with a fixed phase relation from 0 to 4 photons, 6 photons, and so on. So the GBS can bring in, on top of the, the superposition of different spatial modes, the path superposition. There's also different input photon number combinations. So I will give an example. So, similarly, if we detect 4 photons in the output, 1, 3, 4, 7, it can come from a combination of different photon numbers. For example, 4 is the first one, and 0, 0, 0, or 2, 2, 0, 0, or 2, 0, 2, 0. So the output distribution is related to a magic function called Huffning, which is also a computationally hard problem related to permanent. So now let's move from the idea to experimental implementations. So in the first experiment, we sent in 50 single mode squeeze state into a 100 times 100 mode interferometer. And in the second one, the interferometer is increased to 144 mode. And there are a number of challenges we have to overcome from the source, interferometer, phase control, detection, and the benchmarking. So for the source, we use a custom designed pulse laser with a repetition rate of 250 kilohertz instead of the 80, because we need a much higher peak power to have the higher photon number states. And to do that, we have to design a deformable mirror to compensate the high order dispersion inside the laser, so that the output of the laser is transform limited. You can see from the intensity and the phase data. And the laser is split into 25 paths, works on 25 PBKDP crystals, which are designed to have frequency uncorrelated. So that's the first experiment. And in our second experiment, we realized that one laser power is always limited. So how can we scale up to much more large number of photons in the future, for example, 500 or 1,000? So we borrow idea from laser, the light amplification from stimulated radiation. So we have a new idea which we call stimulated parametric down conversion. So in this one, we can double pass the laser into the crystal, transmitted and reflected, and we can make more efficient use of the laser power. For the same power, it can be 4 times brighter than before. And as you can see from these two figures, the quantum light source brightness, purity, and efficiency can be increased all simultaneously. And in the future, we can further scale up, for example, by triple pass or even more. So another additional challenge is, it's not like the original single photon boson sampling where there's no phase relation. In GBS, we have to precisely control the phase of all the photon number state from the PBKDP crystal where the crystal is generated to the 100 mode interferometer, which has about a 22-meter long optical length. So currently, we can stabilize overall drift. Last year, we can do it 25 nanometers. Now we can do it in 15 nanometers. So that's the whole setup of how it looks like. Okay, so I will speed up. So from the custom-made laser system to the quantum light source to the phase control to the optical and interferometer, and in our optical table, if you visit our lab, it is actually precisely how we arranged. And that's our second generation using stimulated parametric down conversion and the 144 mode interferometer. We have also
Wo kommt das jetzt her?
Is
the music part of the talk? Aha, okay.
Output photon distribution for different laser pumping is shown here. And at the highest pump power, the maximum photon click is 113. And we also measure the low power data because where the maximum count is only 20. So everyone in the world is welcome to play with our data with their laptop, because when the photon number is more than 40, then even supercomputers cannot verify the result. And the size of the output high space grows also exponentially. Now with the new boson sampling, it is 10 to the power of 43. So one last point I would like to mention is that the GBS machine is partially programmable. We can budget just by tuning the phase, and we can try 30 different random problems. And what's next? We hope to make our boson sampling machine fully tunable, go up to 200 photons next year, and find applications in real world, which is suitable for our GBS device. And finally, we would like to make it a fault-tolerant code with photons. And simultaneously with our boson sampling 2.0, we also implement random circular sampling with superconducting qubits. And these two papers are published in physical review letters back to back. In the latest work, we are able to run 60 qubits over 24 cycles, and the classical simulation cost using the current best algorithm is 48,000 years as compared to a few tenths of seconds for the Sycamore system. And so finally, I would like to thank my collaborators who made significant contributions to this work, and I would like to thank you all for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for this very inspirational lecture, and we can congratulate you to your successes and hope that you can develop your plans and visions as you have shown in your outlook. So we are very happy that your presentation could be held even remotely. We may have time for one or two quick questions. So, okay, let me start with one. I don't see hands in the auditorium, probably because you have introduced so much material in such a short time. I've recently, last week, been at Zurich at the ETH and talked to theoretical chemists. And they were telling me that even if you scale up to, let's say, physical qubits, the high number, it's about a decade away to treat maybe theoretical chemical problems like, you know, photoelectron spectra or, you know, binding states and so on. What's your perspective on collaborating with these kinds of works?
Yes, actually, that's a very important direction I think the whole quantum computing community is heading for. So quantum simulation of highly complex many-body systems and quantum chemistry problems is one of the highly pursued problems. I think there's a few different ways to try to calculate the quantum chemistry. So one is to build a quantum simulator, which we can use, for example, hard-to-code atomic systems to mimic the behavior of these systems. Mm-hmm. And another one is to use digital quantum circuits, digital quantum computers, to first translate the Hamiltonian into quantum circuit and to run it. Mm-hmm. I think these two methods, they both have advantage and disadvantages. But I was more optimistic about the first approach, the analog quantum simulator, because that one is probably more resource efficient. Mm. The second one, first digitized into a fault-tolerant quantum computer, is indeed very challenging, as I discussed in the first slide of my talk. We have to tell our public audience, make them aware that a fully fault-tolerant quantum computer with error correction with about millions of qubits is at least 10 years away. Yeah.
So thank you for this honest statement, and I hope you can keep online for maybe listening to the next talk, maybe through the live stream. We have used our time, and let me thank you again for being here, at least digitally in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, it's my pleasure now to introduce the last speaker of this morning's session, which is Professor Juan Ignacio Cirac on analog quantum simulations. You have just heard this keyword, from physics to chemistry. Ignacio Cirac is director of the theory division at the Max Planck Institute of Quantum Optics in Munich, and he studied physics at the Complutense University Madrid, where he received his PhD in theoretical physics in 1991. Between then and 1996, he was associate professor at the University of Castilla-La Mancha, subsequently professor of theoretical physics at Innsbruck in Austria until 2001. And since December 2001, he is in his present position at the Max Planck Institute, where he is also the speaker of the International Research School Quantum Science and Technology. And as an expert in quantum computation and its application in the field of information, we'll hear about this research. He was awarded honorary doctorates from I don't know how many universities, but just Politecnica de Catalunya, University of Valencia, European University Madrid. I could continue further. And of his numerous awards, I can only mention the Benjamin Franklin Medal in 2010, the Wolf Prize for Physics 2013, and the Hamburg Prize for Theoretical Physics in 2015. He is also a member of the Leopoldina and of the Bayerische Akademie der Wissenschaften. So, I'm looking forward to your talk.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And so first of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to present my work here. And also let me thank the members of the jury for having me selected among the ones who have been recognized with these falling walls. So my talk is about quantum computation in a broad sense, but it will be different from the previous ones. First of all, because I am a theoretician, so it will be a theoretical talk. And so don't expect to see any experiments, just our ideas and a combination of ideas. And the second part is that I'm going to talk about analog quantum computation or analog quantum simulation. And it was been mentioned by the previous speaker, but in my talk I will try to make it clear what I mean by that. Okay, so we are living a very exciting moment. People who have been working on quantum computation for more than 20 years, let's say, because as it has been mentioned in previous work and showed in the previous work, so we have reached a situation where we have a device on some labs that are able to do computations that we cannot do with classical computers. And so, of course, this is a breakthrough. It was a dream for us for many, many years. However, one has to take into account, as the previous speakers already mentioned, that this is not a quantum computer. That's not a quantum computer that we know that will be very useful for many tasks. This is just a computer, a prototype computer, which has errors, and it's not scalable, and it's relatively small. Still, as I'm mentioning, we are very excited to have this equipment on our table and to see what can we do with that, because in order to build these scalable quantum computers, it would take still many years. So actually, it's also an awkward situation for scientists who have been working in the field, because we see in the newspaper people that think that the quantum computer is already here and that all the applications that quantum computing is promising are behind the door. And that's not true, as it has been already emphasized in the previous talk. Anyway, so there is one particular example where we know that these devices that have been built and are being built can be useful nowadays, and that's the field of quantum simulation. So the idea is that when you have a many-body system, like they appear in chemistry or in material science or even in high-energy physics, then it's extremely hard to make predictions with theoretical predictions using classical computers. The reason is that in all these systems, so typically what we do theoreticians is that first of all, we discretize space in one way or another, put them on a lattice, and in the simplest case, then we can see that this is a quantum system made out of quantum bits in this lattice. So we can map the problem into quantum bits in a lattice like it's represented here. And at the end, if we have n of these qubits, then the solution of our problem will be described by a quantum state. So this means that the goal of describing these many-body systems is to find out what is the state of all these qubits, and from there we can describe the physical properties that we want to get. And since there are many configurations, so you have qubits that could be that all of them are in the state 0 or 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0. There are 2 to the power n configurations. This means that in order to specify the state, we will have to give 2 to the power n coefficients, a number of coefficients that grows exponentially with the size of your system. And this implies 2 things. First of all, that our classical computers have to have a memory to store 2 to the n coefficients. And second is that we have to be able to compute these 2 to the n coefficients, and this will require at least 2 to the power n computations. So this means that for these problems, we need both exponentially growing in memory with the number of qubits and exponential time. And this is very special for these problems. Other problems that have been, appear in optimization or that appear in the industry and society, they don't have these 2 exponential gains. But in this one, we have these 2 exponential gains, and this is why quantum computers can help us very much in solving these problems. Now, this was already figured out by Richard Feynman many years ago, who recognized the problem and proposed a solution, namely to use a quantum computer. And in fact, so there are many problems that now we can formulate in these terms, in terms of some lattices with some qubits that interact with each other, and they apply to problems in condensed matter physics, high-energy physics, and chemistry typically. And there exist quantum algorithms that in a scalable quantum computer would be able to solve some of these problems. So the question is, how do we solve these problems now with these noisy error quantum computers and still get something better, some data that goes beyond what we can do with classical computations? And in fact, there are two approaches. This has been mentioned by the previous speakers. So one of them is to use a digital version, so to use a quantum computer that has quantum gates and does the evolution in a digital way. And there is another one which is an analog. And the analog, the idea is just to take a system that you can you can control very much in your lab and tame the interactions in your system in such a way that they replicate the ones of the problem that you want to solve. You want to solve a problem in condensed matter physics, looks at what are the interactions of your system that you want to solve, and now take your other system that's completely different, but you can tame in the lab and engineer the interactions in such a way that they correspond to the first problem. Then let it evolve, and then in this way, you measure at the end, and you will be able to make the predictions. So each of these approaches have its advantages. This has an overhead typical in quantum simulation because you have to discretize the evolution, and this requires many, many gates, and the errors during these gates will evolve. And that's why for some of the problems, that's the preferred approach. Now, people have figured out, and in particular in the past, very long ago, together with Peter Zoller and some other collaborators, we figured out a way of doing quantum simulations, analog quantum simulations of condensed matter physics problems using atoms in optical lattices. So this is formed by atoms that are levitated using lasers. So the lasers push the atoms and can create some potentials, some periodic potentials, in such a way that the atoms moving the potentials resemble the motion of the electrons in a solid. And so in this way, you give me a problem in a solid which has short-range interactions, like they appear in so-called Hubbard models. Then by tuning the potentials and the lasers, then you can recreate these condensed matter physics problems with these systems. That's something that is being done in several labs around the world very successfully. Another way in which you could use this the same system called atoms is to simulate high-energy physics problems. That's a little bit more complicated because in this case, you know, in high-energy physics, you represent the discretized models in terms of lattice gauge theories, and lattice gauge theories contain particles that correspond to matter and other particles that correspond to the field. Some of them are fermions, some of them are bosons, so you will have to combine in your system fermions and bosons and respect some laws that appear in high-energy physics, like gauge symmetries. But nevertheless, I mean, some people, so we and other people figure out how you could do that with cold atoms as well. And so the problem that remains, at least from the theoretical point of view, open, is how to do that in chemistry. And so that's what my talk is about. And so the main idea there is to also emulate with these cold atoms what happens in chemical systems. In chemical systems, so if you consider just the case in which the atoms are very heavy, what is called in the Born-Oppenheimer approximation, then you see that the nuclei of the atoms will be fixed at certain positions in space, and then you will have that the electrons will be in the ground state of the potential created both by the nuclei, which are at fixed positions, and also by the interaction with the other electrons. So that's one of the many problems that appear in chemistry. So fix the position of the nuclei and solve the electronic problem that corresponds to the interactions with the nuclei and interactions among themselves, find the energy of the ground state, and if you solve this problem and now you change the position of the nuclei and you compute this energy as a function of the position, then it can tell you what will be the energy manifold in which the reactions will take place, for example. And so for doing that with atoms in optical lattices, so we figure out the following. So first is that you will have to have in your system some particles which will play the role of the electrons. And so this can be done with atoms themselves, and these atoms can be fermions, and that's an important property of the electron. The electrons fulfill Pauli exclusion principle, so you should use an emulator in which these particles also obey the same principle, and this could be fermionic atoms. So it's clear that fermionic atoms have to replace the electrons. On the other hand, for the nuclei, that's relatively simple because the nuclei, these are static potentials. So this means since they are fixed at some position, they only create some potential for the electrons. So you can create with an external potential. I will explain in a second how to do that. And the third part is, so how, and this is the most important part, the most relevant, I would say the most intellectually, let's say, the difficult part, is how to emulate the interaction with electrons now with neutral atoms. So electrons interact with a Coulomb law that decays like 1 divided by the distance, the potential, let's say, decays with 1 divided by the distance. However, these are neutral atoms, so the neutral atoms, they don't interact in this way. So how can you get with neutral atoms that they behave in the same way of electrons in the sense that they interact with each other with some law that, some potential that decays like the inverse of the distance. Okay, so this makes the difference, basically, this last point, with the previous quantum simulations. In condensed matter physics and in high energy physics, the interactions that were considered were local. So interactions only, the atoms only had to interact with the neighboring particles, and now they have to interact if they are far away. And also, now the approach that we take, it's different from the one that is taken in quantum chemistry. So in quantum chemistry, so what people do when they solve these problems is to define a set of orbitals and expand the problem in terms of these orbitals, which are discretized, let's say, orbitals in terms of atomic or molecular orbitals. So here, we simulate it in real space. So now the atoms will move in real space. There are not orbitals. It's simply that they behave in a continuous kind of space. However, it's not really continuous because we still have a lattice. So there is a discretization. The position of these electrons cannot be exactly at each point. It's discretized. So we have to also, as a challenge, to see how do we get the continuum limit. So how, in this discrete system, we can get the physics that will happen when we have a continuous limit. And also mention that, okay, even though here I'm considering the case in which these nuclei are stopped at certain positions, they have, like, say, a very heavy, this Born-Oppenheimer approximation. In principle, you could include also the motion of the nuclei just by having some other bosonic atoms or fermionic atoms, depending on whether these nuclei are fermionic or bosons, that move themselves. However, this is much more complicated. So these are the main questions that I mentioned before. First of all is how to engineer the potential created by the nuclei. So again, the atoms, the fermionic atoms, have to feel at some positions that there is some attractive potential that is playing the role of the nuclear attraction. And this will be done with some external potential. The second is the electron-electron Coulomb interaction, how to get that in practice between neutral atoms. And the third main question is what happens with the discretization. And then there are many technical questions of which atoms, how to prepare, how to measure, and so on. Here I will not mention that. So as for the external potential, so that's the part of your Hamiltonian that describes the interaction between the fixed nuclei and each of the electrons. This is what people call a one-body Hamiltonian. So with an external potential, you could do that. So the idea is that at the positions in your lattice where you want to put a nucleo, you will have to create a potential there, and you can focus some lasers. You can do it with some lasers that would focus exactly at this position and would have some intensity profile in such a way that they give to the same attraction as a nucleo would give in the laser. And this is possible using some holographic methods that people have designed and use even in the context of cold atoms. So we figure out how you could use these techniques in order to emulate this part of the physics that we want to describe. And the second one is what I mentioned before, the electron-electron interactions. And here, the way we decided to do is to emulate nature. So you have studied quantum electrodynamics, and you study what is the interaction between two electrons. Then in quantum electrodynamics, you see that the Coulomb interaction is a consequence of an exchange of photons. So the electrons are coupled to the electromagnetic field, and because they are coupled to the electromagnetic field, you may think that one electron may expel one photon, and this kicks it back, and then the other electron absorbs this photon and kicks it, and this gives the repulsion. So this means that the photons mediate interactions, and of course, when we talk about these systems, then we don't have to take into account the electromagnetic field, dynamics of the electromagnetic field. There are rules which give the Coulomb interaction, but the original problem in quantum electrodynamics is that the electrons get the 1/r potential because they interact with a bosonic field, which are photons. So here, what we can do is to take an atom that is a bosonic atom that mediates interaction. So this atom will interact with one system, interact with the other one, and if you do the calculation right, and then you find the proper conditions, then you see that indeed this atom will mediate interactions. So the idea is then to have, you want to simulate a molecule with few electrons, then you will have to have, on the one hand, these fermionic atoms that emulate the electrons, plus some other bosons that will mediate interactions. And I mean, we have done some calculations to validate that. And so now, because when we do these calculations, when you are a theoretician and you want to make a prediction about an experiment like that, then you run very fast into the problem that quantum simulation is difficult for classical computers. We don't have these quantum computers. We have to do it in a classical computer, so we cannot get very far. And that's why we could emulate with a system. You have to work in a three-dimensional system and so on, so we could emulate very simple atoms and molecules. So we do the calculations for a hydrogen atom and the hydrogen molecule. And to validate, so under which conditions this will work, I don't want to bother you with that here, but you can see is that if I mean, this is the simplest case, the hydrogen atom actually doesn't require any interaction, so that's just, to see how things work. And in this case, that you will see that if you have a fermionic atom in a potential created by this holographic lenses, then it will behave as it should be. So you go to the right limit, so the lattice is sufficiently large, then you will see that the ground state will be an s orbital, then there will be a 2s orbital, and so on. So you see the physics corresponding to the hydrogen atom in this system. If your system is large enough in such a way that the discretization doesn't play a big role. And that's what has been studied here. And if you do the same thing with a molecule, now you will have to get the interactions between electrons, because your hydrogen molecule has 2 electrons. And in that case, the first in which you will have to use these interactions. And so what we saw is that as well for lattice, these numbers don't read them, this is from the paper, but basically you have something like an optical lattice of 100 sides, 100 sides, and 100 sides, then you will be able to see very well. This is what is the molecular potential. So here is plotted the distance between the nuclei, which is fixed, and for each position of the nuclei, which is represented by these lasers that are at some distance, then you compute what is the ground state of the electronic system interacting, mediated by these bosons, and then you get the energy, and then you plot, this is the curve, and that we see is that it resembles very well the solid line if you increase your system, as you could expect. Of course, these are very, very difficult experiments, extremely difficult experiments, so here there is a theoretical challenge to see how you can do this in theory, but there is even a bigger challenge to see how to do this in practice. So we hope that this will drag experimentalists to do these experiments, maybe not because then they could solve problems in this system that you cannot solve with a classical computer, but rather because this could serve as a benchmark for the methods that exist in quantum chemistry. Sometimes in quantum simulation, we believe that the quantum simulators will solve problems that appear in physics and chemistry, but I think that the main application of a quantum simulation is to have a benchmark where you can test your theories and your numerical problems, because when you have quantum many-body physics, we don't have theories, and then there is no benchmark. And so having experiments to benchmark, I think that would make a big advance with your system. So with that, I would like to, maybe show a roadmap that, of course, we have thought, these experiments are difficult, so we have thought about a step in which you would start with something very simple in 1 dimension, then 2 dimensions, then maybe interactions, hydrogen atoms, and so on. And so we have a plan for that. So with that, I would like to finish saying that, of course, we are in a very exciting moment of quantum computation. At the moment, we have these machines on our tables. We're trying to tame them. Quantum computing is very far away. Fault-tolerant quantum computing is very far away. But the devices that we have on our tables may be useful for something. Maybe to solve problems in quantum simulation, maybe to train our classical numerical methods, maybe for somewhere else. From the scientific point of view, I think that is a most exciting moment than that's from the let's say, commercial point of view. And this is the list of my collaborators. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you again for a fantastic lecture. And I'm very happy that we conclude on perfect timing. And there's time for some questions. Yes, please.
Michael de Vrucht from Münster. So I'm a layperson, so a very basic question. So would a quantum computer, at least in the long run, have advantages in simulating complex classical systems, say solving the Navier-Stokes equation or Newton's equations for many particles or things like that?
Okay, so up to my knowledge, in general, not. So you give me a classical equation and you say, I have a quantum computer. Can I solve it more efficiently than with your classical computer? I would say that in general, we don't know. It's not that it's not possible, but we don't know because there are not algorithms that work for those equations. What we know is for certain equations, very specific equations, not Navier-Stokes, but some other equations, there exist some quantum algorithms that speed up these computations. Now, there are two kinds of speed-ups. So there is what we call polynomial speed-ups, which are moderate speed-ups, and then there are exponential speed-ups. And these exponential are very huge speed-ups in such a way that if you had a quantum computer, it could really solve something that you would never be able to solve with a classical computer. So for classical equation, most of the speed-ups are of this first kind. So meaning that, I mean, for the equation for which we know that there is a speed-up, there is a moderate. Still useful, but moderate. It's not like the ones that I was showing here in which it's exponential.
Okay, careful. So a question over there.
Yeah, thank you for the beautiful talk. If I want to study a chemical process in the laboratory, which is actually what we do, right? And nowadays, what we often will choose to do is to use a laser to initiate the chemical process, then later on use a laser to, again, extract some kind of observable. That basically means that we're adding additional terms to the Hamiltonian. Are you able to include these additional terms in your treatment?
Yes, thank you for your question. Yes, indeed. So having a laser that couples to your atoms, it's what we call a single particle term. So this can be done externally with another, maybe a laser or an electric field. So this can be done externally. So what is difficult in this quantum simulation and what is difficult in quantum computation in general is when we have to simulate or we have to make particles interact with each other, not with external fields. External fields is relatively simple, but interacting with each other is difficult. In the beautiful talk of Christian Ospelkaus, we saw that they are able now to see these interactions and they are able to control these interactions, but it's extremely difficult as compared to the other part.
Okay, thank you. The next question. Oh, it's just gone. Okay. So, we are preparing for the discussion before lunch, so that's why the microphones are getting, shifted around. Sorry.
No problem. I think that works too. So my name is Martin Fertl, and I'm asking you a question about, because you just mentioned the interactions. So far, if I understood, you basically implement QED as an interaction, which is like an abelian interaction. What do you see, or how difficult will it be to interact, basically, or implement non-abelian interactions like QCD?
Yeah. So I mentioned very briefly that with cold atoms you can simulate lattice gauge theories. And the lattice gauge theories, there are proposals how to do that. They are for both abelian and non-abelians. So the basic idea is that you have to have a gauge symmetry, so you have to have a local symmetry, which is non-abelian in the case of non-abelian theories. And you can use the internal structure of the atoms, so the atoms have kind of conservation of angular momentum when you have collisions and things like that. And you can use exactly this conservation in order to be translated into this local non-abelian symmetry. Indeed.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to follow up on the first question with the Navier-Stokes briefly. In, let's say, turbulence chemistry interaction, things that interest me as a mechanical or chemistry engineer is you have these molecular reactions embedded in a turbulent flow. Now, can you couple the quantum part for the molecules to the classical computer with some kind of, connections between algorithms to actually solve the Navier-Stokes part decoupled or interlinked with the molecular quantum part?
That's a wonderful question. And so I can tell you that in that case, I don't know how to do it. Maybe it's possible. But in some cases, we know how to do it. And just let me give you an example that reflects maybe how this can go in this direction. So we know that in order to solve many-body systems, there exists a method which is called quantum Monte Carlo. That is also used in many systems. And it turns out that this Monte Carlo, when you have certain kind of interactions, then it has this so-called sign problem, so it doesn't work in practice. And so what you can do is that you can take a quantum computer that takes care of the sign problem, but you run the rest of the computation in the classical one in the way that you were saying. For the case of Navier-Stokes, I don't know how this would work, but in some of these cases we know.
It would be nice if people thought about coupling the classical and the quantum procedures in a way that they have a meaningful handshake and that this can be controlled.
Yes.
Would help a lot.
Yep.
Thank you. So I saw another hand over here, and please come up here. And microphone is over here. Quick question, because I saw another one.
Okay. Hi, I'm Benno from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. I have a question about reduction, because you were alluding to complex systems as well, and I think a lot of our understanding actually comes from reduction, and that we find concepts that we can apply. And if I just run a simulation, I don't necessarily understand the system. Maybe I can reproduce the evolution of the system. Can quantum computing help with that? And if so, how?
Well, I would say that in the same way as classical computers sometimes help to understand the physics that is in some system, a quantum computer can help to understand the physics of a quantum system, in the sense that this quantum computer or quantum simulator works, that you can change the parameters and see what is the behavior of your system to try to make some logical statements about what is going on. But this, as it happens with classical computers. So,
right. But then there's maybe hope that the quantum computers can help with the complexity on a level on which classical computers would fail. Is that correct? Or?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. So a quantum computer can do the same computation as a classical computer, but faster. Yeah. Okay, but not different. So in the same conceptual problems, maybe if you need something that is faster, then it can help, but otherwise it will not help.
Well, certainly this is an area where it is worthwhile thinking, working, collaborating, and developing into the future. I think we have expanded our time now for the question of this talk. Let me thank you again. While we are gearing up for the short discussion that we have before lunch, let me ask you also to a warm applause for all the technicians and facilitating people here in the room, because they are all sitting behind us but trying to get us, running smoothly. So please, can you also give some hands? Now I would like my panelists to come up to the podium, and Elena will explain who is going to be where. So we will have two new people joining us. We have Elham Fadaly. She is from Eindhoven University, and please come up to one of the stations here. I think they will direct you. And she's also involved in actually the breakthrough, and you will hear about this later today. And then there's Skyler Degenkolb from University of Heidelberg, whom you already realized that he participated in the discussion. And of course, a few people whom you already met, Donna Strickland, and Johann Klages, and Javan Cheng. So could you all please try to find a microphone, and Donna, come over here, please. Okay, so I think we still comply with rules, so we can possibly take off the masks if you feel comfortable. And now the discussion, let me briefly introduce you to the pattern here. So we were thinking about a question. What is the role of curiosity-driven versus societal impact in, let's say, breakthrough science? Okay, now we could have everybody give a 20 minutes presentation on that. Typically, as scientists in academia, we tend to think that the curiosity-driven is the most important, right? But what I learned from being a member of the jury here from the physical sciences is that societal impact is actually a criterion for the selection of this award. So it says, how significant is it for society today and in the future? So those winners know why they did it. Then I would also, and Donna knows that most perfectly, allude to Nobel's testament for the prize, which says that prizes should be established to those who, during the preceding year, have conferred the greatest benefit to humankind. Again, an interpretation would allow for saying, well, that's societal impact, is it? And so I would like to spend a little bit of time with just the panelists here to give everybody room for some sentences, and then I'd like to, everybody here in the room, to also give some thoughts. So I have thought about how would you actually question somebody of the importance of this question. And I think my version of it is, how would you tell your family what it is actually done in your research? So, Yafang, maybe you start. You mentioned your family already. So how do you explain your research to your family?
I think I'm in a very privileged place, because when I'm doing my research, I'm helping to shape our planet and help the public health. So I think when for example, to my son, I think at his age, I would say it's curiosity-driven, because even when he watching the YouTube, I let him to choose what he wants. Mm-hmm. But at the end, he likes the Kurzgesagt very much. So I think people have the talent willing to learn things. Mm-hmm. And I think all of our research, we have motivation. But we need to get some fundings, because nowadays it's hard to do just at your garage. But some maybe very talented people can do that, but you need to at least persuade some people what is the impact, what is the foreseeable future of your research. But but I come to Max Planck because I want to have a degree of freedom to have the curiosity-driven while there is still societal impact. Yes.
Thank you. Johann, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are all driven by basically improving our future. And so I explain it to my kids and also to my entire family. So the things I do or we do in our group is, if you want to understand a person that is in front of you, and you want to understand his or her way of thinking, then you need to know his or her history. And so the same way I explain it was the history of our planet. So if we want to know better about where it's going to be, then we need to know much better how the planet reacted to changes in the past. Mm-hmm. And I think this analog of past changes and how we maybe met them or meet them in the future, this is a way of explaining my curiosity. Mm-hmm. And that's basically just about finding analogs.
Okay. And how do you explain your research, Skyler?
So I can actually tell you what I did explain to my family when I was a graduate student, and I went and met extended family members I hadn't seen for years, and I told them what I was working on, and they asked me, well, isn't that a colossal waste of taxpayer money? This was in the United States. And I don't think it is, but the reasons why it's not are kind of subtle, and ultimately the point is that there is no really correct distinction between what is curiosity-driven and what is relevant for society. It's just sometimes harder to see. Mm-hmm. And so I was reading on the train here an essay by George Hardy, which was written in 1940, where he was trying to justify why to do research in pure mathematics. And he pointed to all of the fields which had absolutely no application and no societal relevance. And at that point in time, these included general relativity and quantum mechanics. Mm-hmm. And I think we can see today that that's very clearly wrong, but it took some decades to get that clear.
Thanks for that. Elham, how about you?
Yeah, for me, I think I've been usually, like when I was a kid, a very curious kid looking for how things work. So coming from my bachelor as an engineer, mainly working with devices, circuits are more of a black box, inputs and outputs. I felt like, no, I want to know what's inside. How can I tune the properties such that I see the output in a different way? So that was the curiosity-driven inside me that drove me to go into understanding more how can I play with the atoms such that I can play with their properties and maybe enable different devices in the future that can improve the quality of our life. As Professor Strickland was saying that how laser surgeries have revolutionized in the medicine and other revolutionary discoveries. So.
Yeah, thank you so much. And now we wish to hear your opinion.
Well, first I want to say that the Nobel Prize has given up on the idea that the application has to be the previous year. And that, I think, is in reference to the fact that what's just been spoken, is that it takes a long time, and that's usually what my talks are about. I mean, it was Einstein in 1917 that came up with the equations for the laser, but we didn't see it till 1960. And when the laser came along, they said, you know, it's a technique waiting for some applications. And now it's used everywhere. So I think what drives us is our own curiosity. It doesn't matter what drives our curiosity. Some people want to save the planet, and some people just want to play with something in the lab. But I think if we each do our own part, none of us solves anything all by ourselves anyway. We're each just one little cog in the whole system. And so I think we have to be driven by our own curiosity so that we work very hard. It's very hard to work hard if you don't really love it. So I think it has to be curiosity, but sometimes your own personal drive comes from wanting to save the world.
But, you know, let me tell you from my diploma studies research. So I told my parents at that time, you know, I was deriving a measurement device for looking at the NOx from cars. So that was, you know, the pollution from cars in the 1975, 76. And then 2 years later, my father asked me, and when can I buy your improved car? And I think this is the conceptual misunderstanding that also some of our funding agencies, politicians and so on have. And several of you have mentioned, you know, at the beginning there is a curiosity, and then the expectations are that this doesn't last, you know, 1 decade or 10 decades or maybe longer, as we've seen in several of the talks today, but that the general public feels that if it's not useful in 2 years, it's a waste of taxpayers' money. So let me ask the next question. If you had to design a program to facilitate the research of incoming, gifted, talented, early career scientists, and give them money, how would you define meaningful research? Now I go the opposite. You're not left out so quickly.
Well, I would have to ask what one means by meaningful research. I think
I want to ask exactly that question to each of you.
Because, again, what appeals to one of us doesn't appeal to somebody else, and this is why juries should always be as broad as possible. Because I think most scientists would like to just see that it's well thought out. As long as it's well thought out and has some basis on the history and a way to look forward, hopefully it would get funded, whether or not it has an application right now or not.
So, Elham.
For me, I would think first to give a bit of freedom to unleash the creativity for the researchers to think more about the fundamental part, such that we can expand this fundamental knowledge to more technological advancements in the future. But I would love to envision how can we use this fundamental knowledge into... Okay, sorry. Yeah, I was saying that it's good to have some freedom to unleash their creativity and exploration of fundamental problems, and then try to expand it in the future technological advancements that can enhance the quality of our life.
Okay, so what is meaningful research for you, Skyler?
Yeah, so I think one of the really beautiful things about science is that the ideas are ultimately what counts. It doesn't matter who thought of them, what is their identity, origin, even their training. The idea has to, in the end, stand. And that cuts both ways, like science itself, because ultimately, what is an interesting idea to a community of physicists is, for example, decided by physicists. And that means it can be anything, but it means you also have to convince the physicists that it's this that you're talking about now. And so I think that's exactly the challenge that new people young people bringing energy into the field are confronting, and actually I think that's as it should be.
Okay, Johan.
As you said, I think it's not that much about the meaningfulness. It's about the fascination everyone has, and so I don't want to have a group around me that thinks like myself. I would like people or students or whoever around me that are fascinated about what they do, whether it's science or not or anything. Because this is where new ideas are born. And this is also what I always tell my students. I don't want you to have a good grade here. I just want you to be fascinated by what you do. And this is, so in recent years, I had the feeling that this is getting more and more lost because at least students in our department, they're more and more following points, so collecting points and just following the system. But put the system aside and be more fascinated by what you do, and then new things develop from that.
Thank you. Yafang, you oscillate between the two, Asian and German hemispheres, so what's your feeling about that?
I think people has brilliant and fascinating ideas, and also if they have the capability of insisting doing what they love to do, they will anyway find somebody supports them. But I think it's, but if I were the jury or judge, I would I would choose people who really can persuade me and move me. And but personally, I think I will give money to solve the climate problem.
Okay. So thank you very much. I mean, fascination and emotions and, being dedicated to your way of studying life, world, and so on is certainly an ingredient. And we all know that very small children are fascinated by kind of everything. They are curious to the whatever, and they do get answers, but then this kind of, let's say, energy in curiosity tends to get lost over long years of school. And I've been working lifelong to try to distill this kind of quality into students and so on. I don't know, what's a good way to actually foster curiosity throughout life? And now I don't ask anybody specifically. Does anybody wish to answer?
But I think the problem is more like personal embarrassment. So when my children were in elementary school, I loved going and talking to the elementary school students because I would bring demos and they were all going, when is it my turn? When is it my turn? When is it my turn?
Yeah.
And I get to, and my daughter did not want me to go to her grade 7 and 8 school. She thought it would be so embarrassing. And, but then she told me that her grade 8 teacher said that she found physics impossible to teach. She didn't like it. And I went, well, then I'm coming in because we can't hear that. Anyway, she suffered through her embarrassment. But again, some of the students were now a little bit different, but some were the same. But very few, always the same 4 or 5 students now would be willing to put up their hand. And the difference was the grade 4 kid did not care if they were right or wrong. They simply didn't care. It was not part of their personal embarrassment. But by the time we're hitting puberty, we care so much about what people think about us. And so unfortunately, I think it is that psychology that gets in the way, that we all then want to go inside and not shout out. And eventually, once we're old, we don't care again, and so then it's okay again.
I can tell you, yeah. So, anyone wishing to ask any question that the panelists might be able to connect to? Johanna, is there still a microphone, a spare microphone for? Yep, okay.
I think this one. So I want to unabashedly stick out my neck for an argument that has not been made yet, and that is the cultural value of research. Right? In the Baroque, in the Gothic times, people built beautiful cathedrals. It took sometimes 100 or 150 years, and we admire them and enjoy them today. In the same way, maybe we should also see some of the things we are doing as cultural achievements, and the society that can afford to do this should do this. Just for the cultural value, because we don't know when today's fundamental discovery will have an application and when it will. Think of NMR, right? How long it took from Felix Bloch to MRI. And so if we would always just look at, eventually it has to be useful. There are many things we would never do.
Mm-hmm. So true. Anybody further wishing to have a comment in between? It doesn't seem like that. Oh, yeah, please.
Yeah, once more, Sain Idera. Maybe there is not so much a contradiction. Maybe society should just do both. Curiosity-driven basic research, but also thinking about how to utilize that. I mean, it's the process of invention and innovation, and if we do not innovate the invention, then we don't get the money that we need to do the curiosity-driven research. So I think there must not be a contradiction in really doing both. And sometimes it's very different people, but sometimes it's also the same people. Mm-hmm. So the people innovating their own invention, but we don't have to tell people you must do that. So maybe just combine both worlds for the better, right?
Thank you. I think what we are drawing here, and let's get us back on track, is an idealistic picture of how science is done from maybe some, well, rather saturated positions of people who have found their way into science in a way that they get their projects funded. And that is, of course, a situation which has also been looked at by funding agencies or by things like national labs and so on. So we do have these avenues of, funded research that is directed at a certain goal. There is, for example, a lot of loose money into COVID-19 research at the moment. Or, there are Helmholtz institutions like the Wegener Institute who look into polar and maritime research and so on. So there was a debate like at least a decade ago in the Senate of the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, the main funding organization in Germany. How would you actually identify from a proposal that this is worthwhile in the sense that this person is dedicated, has an idea, is following their own spirits rather than the beaten tracks? And I think that's a real problem that hasn't been solved. Maybe different countries have different solutions. Donna, how about that?
Well, sometimes when I give my talk, I point out, why did I have not the right size fiber? When Gerard decided, because already just, we had the basics part of CPA, he was afraid he would get scooped, which so many scientists are always afraid they're going to get scooped. So he certainly did not want to even apply for funding, get funding, no. He actually called back to his thesis thing in France and said, do you still have my laser from 10 years ago? If so, can you ship it to the US? He called Corning and said, this is going to be a great project. Don't you want to be part of it? Would you donate fiber? And they donated fiber. Mm-hmm. And so we spent almost zero money. The only thing we had to buy were the gratings. And so we hobbled that together. And I think this is because then once you show it, then you can help get funding. And so this is really, and I think companies have the same thing. It's always to get over that hump, is that people don't believe that you can do it until you've done it. And then you can get money to do it, even though you've already done it. And so this is what we have to get over to.
Yeah. So let me ask the RV person, Johann, about, driven research.
Yeah, that's. I find it quite difficult right now, at especially the RV, because of this huge discussion about climate change. And everyone is talking about it, everyone has some feelings about it, and they can be quite heated, those discussions about it and how we should respond to it. And during past years, I developed an opinion that because there are so many movements also within our institute and with the scientists that are working there, that get pushed into certain directions. And for example, follow the Scientists for Future, or you have to follow Fridays for Future, or you have to think that is the right thing to do. I rather think we have to stay a little more independent from that, because we do basic research. And of course, I have my personal opinion, but I think it's not the right thing to share that in a very impactful way, because then I'm not the right person anymore at that moment to have a neutral conversation with also people that might not have the same opinion as I have. And so therefore I think we, especially climate scientists, have to be very careful. Of course, it's good to have a strong opinion on things, but I think we have to stay a little more independent, and because we have to put everything in an equation, and we have to be respected by everyone and not just by a certain group of people.
So we have a question from the floor, or a comment.
Yes, I think this problem with curiosity on the one hand and being impact-driven on the other hand, this not only exists between impact on the society in general, but also within fundamental research in the sense, or within the field that we would generally classify as being all curiosity-driven, namely, for example, when I'm doing philosophy, there is no immediate expectation that I'm going to generate better cars in 2 years, but still there is the expectation, okay, it has to have an impact within the field. It's better if it's more cited. And therefore, in that case, we'll still have probably, maybe it's a good thing, maybe it's a problem. I sometimes feel it's a problem that we tend to select the topics we're working on, the topics that get funded based on the expectation, okay, this will have more of an impact in the field in the sense that more people are interested in. And then, of course, things tend to accelerate themselves.
I can tell you that physics is a lot closer to philosophy in that public opinion than, for example, chemical engineering. Any comments from you here?
I think it's easy to forget that evaluating the impact and significance of a piece of research is not significantly easier than doing the research itself. And we often do try to justify ourselves in terms of nonsense metrics or funding amounts and things that we recognize that a lot of this fundamentally doesn't make sense, but it makes the decision-making process easier. And I think there's a very human element here where we have to kind of struggle against that and remember what we're doing and why.
Okay, we have another comment or question.
Hi, Ron Folman from Israel. I wanted to bring up a word which was not heard yet here, which is humanities.
Okay.
I think that civilization, or the future of civilization, depends on balance of values. And I think that there's, and I'm not the first one to say it, it's definitely not an original idea, that there is a huge gap forming between science and technology and humanities. And I think that both sides have a responsibility to somehow try and strike a balance so that also students that go into technology and they're very interested and curious in technology, that's great. But we as educators should not only teach scientific equations, but somehow at the level of universities should think that we are actually educating the next generation and somehow think about what a better civilization means. So again, I say balance of values, it's a very hard, of course, issue, but I think we should consider it.
Thank you for that statement, and I saw Elham nodding fiercely, so maybe you want to comment.
Yeah, I really like to always, I'm sorry, I was always fascinated by the idea of relating what we're doing in science technology and also what our researchers are doing also in humanities and social sciences. I think they should always be intertwined, as it has been mentioned. We should not always have this gap, because there is always an impact. Like, for example, AI or autonomous driving, it always has this humanities section that we have always to think about. Is it only science and technology driven? But it also involves humans. So I fully agree.
Yeah. I have a final question here, and then we probably have to revert to lunch. So there are patterns to involve the general public into decisions about proposals. So for example, the very respected Volkswagen Foundation in Germany experiments with such patterns. Now, we heard that, well, scientists should be neutral in a way. They can have their private opinions. How can the general public be more knowledgeable about ways that are scientifically, intrinsically dealt with differently? So what's your feeling about these novel patterns? Does it help? Should it obey certain rules? Should it be abandoned? So, Yafang.
I think I don't really is a supporter of such thing.
Okay,
yeah.
That's a very good opinion. Okay, now, Johann.
Yeah, it's hard to answer. I think I would make a more general final point now, because this is what fascinated me to starting what I do, and also what you said, that the most pressing thing you think about right now is climate change. And the period I was talking about, that was a period where no humans could be on this planet anymore. And if we look into the future, there will be a period again where that isn't suitable for us to live. So it's also, I think, about thinking about our insignificance in terms of what already happened on the planet. And the shortest time of our history is where humans were present on this planet. And if we continue like this, there won't be much time left, because we are the only species around on this planet that knows what the stuff we are doing is wrong.
Thank you so much. Skyler.
I would love to live in a world where it made sense for the general public to make impactful decisions about science funding, but I think the last 18 months have demonstrated that we don't. And I think there are two problems contributing to that. One of them is educational, and one of them is the incentive structure in society about how to use that education. I don't know how to solve either of those, but before we put something like that in play, I think we have to.
That's true. Elham.
I would say it's not an easy answer, but I would always love to at least engage the public and educate them about what we are doing, why it's impactful, what we are researching, like the curiosity-driven questions that we are trying to answer in our research, at least to address that in our educational curricula and our communication to the public via the different platforms.
Final remarks.
I am very interested in science literacy, and I think the last few years has really shown that we need to. I don't think it's up to scientists it's not just up to scientists to become better communicators. I think we do have to work with our fellow researchers in social sciences and psychology, and maybe in the humanities, because it's not that we can just teach somebody. It is a gut reaction that it's wrong. And so we do have to get to the social reasons why people think the way they do, and we do have to get to the psychology of it, and then we all have to work together so that we have to become better communicators as well. But it is going to take a concentrated effort, and it cannot just be scientists by themselves.
So let me, say maybe a last sentence to this morning's discussion. I'm always asked at my age, and I'm senior professor since a couple of years already, why don't you stop? And I say, it's like teaching or telling a painter to stop painting. I mean, we're all scientists, so we know the value of science, as we have seen. It's a cultural, it's a value, it's in many ways an educational enterprise, and curiosity is such a good ingredient. So I hope you had a nice morning with good talks, and I hope you will have a lot of discussions over lunch. And now I will quit for this day. I will be in the audience, but the afternoon will be by Johanna, and she will guide the discussion. And if we feel that we should discuss this or other topics later, we can find time. So thanks everybody again for asking questions, for perfect talks, for staying on time, and have a good lunch.
So maybe we can slowly get started with the afternoon session. I wanted to give people still a chance to come upstairs with the elevator. I think a few more people will still be trickling in, but we have 4 more exciting talks. And then we can see what we do with the time in the end. So the first speaker of the afternoon will be Ron Folman. Juan received his PhD in '98 at the Weizmann Institute, but actually working in an experiment at CERN, at LEP, the Electron-Positron Collider. But then he changed fields and became a postdoc in Innsbruck, working with Anton Zeilinger in '99 and 2000. And then he came to Heidelberg as a Marie Curie Fellow and was actually at my institute to work together with Jörg Schmidmeier from 2000 to 2003. Since then, he is a professor of quantum physics at the Ben Gurion University of the Negev in Beersheba in Israel, where he is the founder of the Ben Gurion University Center for Quantum Science and Technology, as well as the founder of the BGU Center for Nanofabrication of Chips. He is, together with Jörg Schmidmeier, one of the inventors of the atom chip. Actually, you saw an incarnation of it in this morning's talk already. And he has participated in the construction of a respective production facility. Ron Folman has really wide scientific interests. He is involved also in antimatter physics and may have a project collaborating with people at CERN in that respect, and also in search of dark matter. His group deals with investigating many-body physics and quantum phenomena. Among the honors I want to mention is the Willis Lamb Award in 2011. And he was, for instance, also a Miller visiting professor at the UC Berkeley in 2013. He is also committed to environmental and human rights activities, and actually told me that he had to choose between these interests and physics at some point in his career. So now I would like to welcome Ron to talk about proving that the Stern-Gerlach splitting is a coherent quantum process.
So thank you very much, Johanna, for this kind introduction, and I will speak with this rod so that my hands are free, because I'm going to go old school and not use slides. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for the Heraeus Foundation and also to the jury for this very nice award. And I have to tell you, just in a few seconds, that getting a prize in Germany is quite special for me and emotional even, because my father is actually an Auschwitz survivor. But many years have gone since then, and now I am a frequent visitor to Berlin. I love the city, I love the people, and I actually admire how the city reinvented itself, as I say, to become a beacon of modern civilization. And so much so that I will even now repeat the famous words of President Kennedy in his famous 1963 speech, and I tell you, ich bin ein Berliner. So I really, as you see, love the city. Okay, now to physics. Oh, yes, thank you, it's much better. Thank you very much. Something was bothering me, I didn't know what. Okay, so to physics. Well, I'm going to, for the benefit of this diverse audience, I'm going to stay on a popular level. So my apologies to the experts in the audience. I'm going to tell you 3 stories in the short time I have about, all 3 stories are of course physics. They all started 100 years ago, and by the end of my short time I hope that you will see how these 3 stories join. So the first story I'm going to tell you is about the theory of relativity. So of course, you know that Einstein came up with the theory of relativity about 100 years ago. It's also called a theory of gravity because general relativity deals also with gravity. So when I say gravity, I will mean from now on a theory of general relativity. And I must say that it was a very strange theory, so much so that throughout the 20th century, people tried to disprove it. I don't know if everybody in the audience is aware how many prominent people tried to disprove this theory. And there are even rumors, I heard from historians, that he was supposed to get the Nobel Prize for the theory of relativity, but the committee was not sure if the theory was correct. But they felt they should give him a Nobel Prize, and eventually they gave him a Nobel Prize, as we heard this morning, for the photoelectric effect. But there were dissenting opinions among the committee on this theory of relativity, which now, of course, we have it in the GPS and in many other machines that work properly. So this is one story. The second story I want to tell you that started 100 years ago is all about quantum mechanics. Now, quantum mechanics is also a very strange theory. It's so strange that the fathers, actually, the originators of the theory, hated it. And I'll give you just 3 examples. One of the originators was de Broglie, French guy, and he did not like it so much that all his life he tried to disprove it, although he's the head, he invented one of the most important equations, which is H, the Planck constant over momentum over P equal lambda, so the duality between wave and particles, that every particle is a wave and every wave is a particle. That's his idea. And he didn't want to teach it at the university. Another person is Einstein, who made significant contributions to quantum mechanics, but all his life tried to disprove it, so much so that he gave us the famous sentence, God doesn't play with dice, because quantum theory is statistical in nature. It has a randomness inside, and that's why Einstein said, I don't like that. God doesn't play with dice. So there are many weird things about this theory. Let me just give you one, which I'm going to talk about, and that is the superposition principle. Yeah? And the superposition principle states that a particle can be the same particle in 2 states, or even more than 2 states, at the same time. 2 different energies, 2 different locations, 2 different states at the same time. So Schrödinger, who was also one of the fathers of quantum mechanics, wanted to show how ridiculous this is, and he told the story of the Schrödinger cat that is dead and alive at the same time, just to show how ridiculous this theory can become. So all this weirdness of the theory, but still the theory is alive. The theory is part of our day-to-day technology, the laser, the transistor, the GPS system, atomic clocks on the GPS system, and many more technologies now are based on this theory. So the theory works for now until we will find some extension to the theory. So that is the second story. Now, the problem with these 2 theories that are the foundation of modern science, they are the pillars of modern physics. The problem is that we do not understand theoretically how they are connected. We say, as scientists, there must be some formalism, some theory that would tell us how these 2 theories work together. And this formalism is actually, it has a name, we call it quantum gravity, but we don't know really how it works. All the suggestions for this formalism have failed so far. So it's up to experimentalists to try and find experiments where both theories work together. It's very important as hints as how we can formulate a combined theory of quantum gravity. So let's think what kind of experiments we could do that both these theories work together. For example, take a clock, one clock, for example, an atomic clock. and put it in a superposition, as quantum mechanics allows us, of 2 heights above Earth. So think about it. It's the same clock. I put it in a superposition of 2 locations, higher above Earth and lower above Earth. That is allowed. By the way, we call this split copies, the jargon is wave packet. So from 1 particle, 1 wave packet, we went into 2 wave packets, but it's still 1 particle. And according to the general theory of relativity, the time in these 2 positions, at these 2 different distances from the center of Earth, ticks at different rates. So we have the same clock ticking at different rates because of by the same clock. So it's kind of a schizophrenic clock. And then at the end, you can bring it together, and it will be confused because it should show you 1 time, but it measured 2 times simultaneously. So this is an example of how we can force these 2 theories to work together, because the different times, that's called redshift, is coming from the theory of relativity, whereas the superposition principle of quantum mechanics allowed us to put the clock in 2 places at the same time. This experiment will one day be done, but you need really, really good clocks because the redshift is very small, because Earth is not such a massive object. But several groups around the world are working on doing this experiment. On the other hand, we were thinking, could we do a simpler experiment? And a simpler experiment would look as follows. Until now, what kind of particles were put in a superposition? Atoms, electrons, molecules, but not very massive particles. But if it's not massive, it doesn't have a big gravitational interaction. If you want gravity, you need massive objects, but no one knows how to take a massive object. Let's say 10 to the power of 10 atoms, it's like a rock. Yeah, it has a diameter of maybe 100 nanometers, it's a big rock. And put it in 2 places at the same time. So that's a challenge. If we manage to put a rock in 2 places at the same time, it will have quantum principles because it's in a superposition. A rock is in 2 places, the same rock in 2 places at the same time. Whereas there will be a gravitational interaction. So again, the 2 theories are forced to work together. Now, if we are able to do that, theoreticians think that we'll see very weird effects of the combination of the 2 theories. Just to give you examples, well, in general relativity, massive objects create a curvature of space-time. We'll have a superposition of 2 different curvatures of space-time, which is inherently, some theoreticians say, unstable, and so this will collapse much faster than the usual process of decoherence in quantum mechanics. That's one thing that could happen. Or some people, some theoreticians speculate that the very important principle of complementarity, that's the duality between particles and waves in quantum mechanics, will break down. Yeah, it's a wave to the square, W to the square, and plus particle to the square, particle features cannot be bigger than 1. I will not go into the equation, but there's some duality between particle features and wave features, and it will break down. That's a speculation when we put quantum mechanics together with a dominant gravitational interaction. Some people even say that if you take 2 superpositions, so you have here now 2 massive particles going into 4 wave packets, and these 2 wave packets are going to entangle this, between these 2 particles, going to make entanglement, and then if we see entanglement, it will be proof of quantization of gravitation because it comes from the graviton particle. So there are many ideas what would happen if we managed to put a superposition of a massive object. But the question is how to do it. Now, I want to now tell you the story. I owe you still another story about something that happened 100 years ago. I only told you 2 stories. But first, let me tell you how people today split coherently into a superposition, either an atom or a molecule. There are 2 main ways to do it. One, with a pulse of light. You shine a very special pulse of light, and the atom goes in 2 directions. At the same time, 1 atom goes in 2 directions. That creates a superposition, okay? So the atom is in 2 places simultaneously. So we do it with pulses of light, and it's done all over the world. The problem is, if you want to go to a massive object, it doesn't work very well because you don't have clear transitions of light of this massive object. Plus, the massive object many times absorbs the light and doesn't let the light arrive at this system, quantum system. So that's a very big problem of using light. Also, you need very big momentum exchange for these massive objects, and light does not provide it. Every photon just gives h bar k momentum, which is very small. So this is the problem of light. Doing a superposition with light, that's the main thing people do today, but it's not good for massive objects. The other idea that people have is a double slit experiment. You have a wall, you have two slits, and just like in the Young double slit experiment where people shine light on the screen behind, you see an interference fringe. So people said, let's do that for a massive particle. But also here there are very big problems in going into a massive object because massive object has a very small wavelength. It's a particle, but it's also a wave, like De Broglie said. But because it's h over p equal lambda, the lambda is very, very small. So you need slits that are very, very close to one another in order to see an interference pattern. And the interference pattern is going to be very, very small in its length between the peaks. So it's a very hard experiment. Plus, for the fringes to form on the screen, you need to wait. That's called time of flight in physics. And you wait, it causes decoherence. There's time for decoherence to act. Decoherence kills the superposition. And with a massive object, the decoherence rate is very high, so that when you try and give it some time to fly and form the fringes, it would kill the superposition, just the decoherence from the environment. So these two methods are not very good. What is the alternative? The alternative, and now I come to the third story from 100 years ago, in Frankfurt. We're now in Frankfurt, where two people, Otto Stern and Walter Gerlach, they came into the lab in 1919 and came out with results in 1921, and they said the following. An atom is also a magnet. There's something called the spin. So every atom is a little magnet because there are charges there and there's angular momentum, so there's spin. And if you apply a magnetic gradient, a strong magnetic field that is non-constant, it's a gradient, these atoms, one atom, each atom is going to split in two directions depending on the direction of the magnetic field, internal magnet, which we call the spin. So now we have an atom. And Stern and Gerlach said, okay, let's do that, a magnetic gradient. And indeed, they saw the beam of atoms. They had a beam of silver atoms come out of an oven, and it split in two directions. And they claimed that this shows the quantization, that the spin can only be up or down in only two directions. And now we might say, aha, let's use that to make a superposition of a massive object. It's a very strong force with the magnetic field working on the spin. The problem is that for the last 100 years, nobody really knew if the Stern-Gerlach experiment from 1921 has produced a coherent superposition, if each atom was really in two places at the same time, or it was just a mixture. Half of the atoms went down, half of the atoms went up, because it was a beam of many atoms. It was not clear if this technique even allows you to create this magical quantum superposition. And so, for the last 100 years, theoreticians have debated this issue, and they all came back with the same conclusion. It is not really feasible. It is not really feasible that this creates a coherent superposition. There are many reasons for that. For example, they say, well, these are macroscopic magnets and they couple as an environment, a noisy environment to the spin. There are many reasons. Heisenberg even talked about the uncertainty principle, explaining why there cannot be a coherent superposition. Wigner, Pauli, Bohm, they all talked about the fact, theoreticians, all of them, about the fact that this cannot be done practically. And so the jury was completely out on whether the original experiment from 100 years ago created a quantum superposition. So we cannot use it for a massive object if it doesn't even work for an atom. So the first mission was, if this is really an alternative, that's the way to go forward, to create a superposition of massive object. First of all, take an atom and prove that the Stern-Gerlach splitting could create a superposition. And that's what we did in recent few years. The mission was to take an atom. We took a rubidium-87 atom, but it doesn't matter. We put it in a very strong gradient that is provided by an atom chip. An atom chip, you saw chips today. It's very similar to the chips you saw today. But it also, if you run a current through a wire and you bring an atom very close to that wire, microns away, the gradient is huge, much more than you can get from coils. Orders of magnitude from the state of the art you can get from the best coils. And so if you put an atom there and you get this very strong gradient, you expect to see the splitting. And in quantum mechanics, to prove that it's a coherent splitting, you bring it back, you close the loop, and you see an interference pattern. And that's what we did. So now we have proven that with this new technology called the atom chip, we were able to prove that indeed the Stern-Gerlach splitting with a magnetic gradient is a viable technique to do coherent splitting, to do a coherent superposition. Now the mission is, which is a very hard mission, but now the mission is, instead of splitting an atom with gradients, split a massive object of 10 to the power of 10 atoms. Specifically, we're thinking of taking a nanodiamond. So it's a lattice of carbon atoms. We put in one contamination that gives the spin, just like the spin of an atom. So the spin will be up and down, but there will be a huge weight on that spin. And now hope that this nanodiamond will split coherently. When I say coherently, it's along the rules of quantum mechanics. And the nanodiamond will be in two places at the same time. And then we'll be able to really test all these speculations that were done about how relativity or gravity work with quantum theory. So let me just end, I have one more minute, by telling you the huge challenges that this experiment has until we can realize it. And several groups around the world, happily, I'm saying that very happily, are going to try it. And I hope that somebody succeeds, either us or somebody else. But the challenges are very high. First of all, you need to cool these massive objects to very low temperature so that their de Broglie wavelength becomes large. So first of all, how do you cool such a massive object? They cool the center of mass, the external degrees of freedom, its location and speed. How do you cool its rotation? Suddenly you have rotation. In an atom, you don't have rotation of the whole atom. It's a spherical object, but here it's not a spherical object. You have to cool the rotation. You have to cool the internal degrees of freedom, which you don't have in an atom in the sense that here you have phonons inside. It's already a bulk. So all this you'll have to cool and control because you have to prepare it in a well-defined quantum state before you can start the splitting procedure. So the challenges are huge. Many groups around the world are working on rotation cooling, on cooling of internal degrees of freedom, on cooling of the center of mass, and so on. And these are the challenges, and hopefully in the next few years, these challenges will be overcome. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, Ron, thank you very much for this fascinating story. I must say I never thought about the Stern-Gerlach experiment as quantum interference up to now, but I have to correct my views, so let's take some questions. Erik, Bakkers.
Well, thank you for this beautiful talk. It's a beautiful way of presenting, actually, without slides. It's much better, actually. Thank you. My question is, so why would you start with such a big object of like 10,000 atoms? I mean, why don't you start with something which is maybe small, maybe has more symmetry, which is more controllable?
Thank you for the question. I was not talking about 10,000 atoms. I was talking about 10 to the power of 10. So that's 10 billion atoms. But anyway, people have already managed. Specifically, there's a group doing wonderful work in Vienna, Markus Arndt, that has already managed to put thousands of atoms, a big molecule, in a superposition. So that is already achieved, but that is not big enough for gravity. So if we really want to go into the regime where we think, or theoreticians think, that gravity will have a dominant role We have to really go for a massive object. It could be that we'll go for an intermediate mass just to test our techniques. And, you know, baby steps is a good strategy, but we have to design the apparatus that eventually will be able to do what we want, and that is to go up to 10 to the power of 10 atoms so that we really have strong enough gravity to see the effects.
Okay, so Martin Fertl is next.
Thank you, Ron, for this very, very inspiring talk. Just like a question to your vision that you had, the 10 to the 10 atoms and building basically a mini diamond out of it. And you mentioned that you need basically a single spin.
Right.
How can you control like the content of, like, for example, carbon-13, which has a spin to that level? Or does it matter if it's a carbon spin or if you would just implant a single rubidium atom into a diamond? How would you do that?
Well, the whole issue of nanodiamonds is undergoing intensive material engineering for the last 10, 20 years. Now, the purity of the carbon lattice, the purity of the diamond themselves is improving all the time. People are learning how to make purer and purer, of course, synthetic diamonds. And also people are learning how to control the implant of just one contamination. In our case, the best contamination in terms of coherence time and so on is called an NV center. It's nitrogen vacancy center. And people are now able, and we also already do work with diamonds, are now able to really have just one NV center in such a nanodiamond. So that is doable. It takes material engineering, and the whole world is making progress all the time. By the way, I didn't say something about the diamond, but the diamond is a very special system. That's why we chose nanodiamonds, because the diamond, for some reason, at room temperature, it's a solid. At room temperature, usually the coherence is very strong and there's no coherence time there. But at room temperature, if you put a single spin in a superposition, it still survives in a superposition for hundreds of microseconds, which is magic in its own right, yeah? But it happens in diamonds, not in other materials. So that's why we chose diamonds.
Okay, so next question, please.
Hi, congratulations, and thank you for the fabulous talk. I was wondering, in the stories that you told us, in the 100 years that have passed, and all the theoreticians that you were making fun of, more or less, why has none of them just talked to an experimentalist and asked them or suggested them to do the experiment?
First of all, I was not making fun of any theoreticians. These people that I mentioned are great, great, great scientists and great theoreticians, and they made amazing contributions. So I was just giving an anecdote, a small anecdote, that on this specific topic they were wrong, and probably wrong because they could just not imagine the technology that we would have, a century later. But I was not laughing in any way. And actually, I must say that their work, because they did a lot of calculation, helped us understand the problems or the challenges, and their calculations helped us understand what kind of technology we would need in order to really see it. So without them, without walking in their footsteps, we would not have been able to do the experiments. So it's the opposite of laughing at them. They were just wrong on this tiny point. 99% of what they said was right. So
thanks.
Okay.
Could it have been done technologically earlier, or?
Well, we were lucky. It's not that we had some brilliant thoughts. We were lucky that we had the atom chip, which is a device that has been maturing for the last 20 years. By the way, you mentioned Jörg Schmidmeier and myself, but there were others also. Ted Hensch was one of the inventors, and he had a lab with Jakob Reichel and other people. So there were several groups around the world that really together developed the atom chip. And I think that we were lucky to have the atom chip, and the atom chip gave us the very high gradients that we needed, and also the very low inductance. So that because these are wires, so not coils, so you can switch them on and off very accurately. But we didn't design the atom chip for that. So I don't think the thinking process of solving the Stern-Gerlach mystery with the atom chip, nobody had that in their mind, at least not I. We first had the tool, and then we thought, what was this tool really good for? And then we came to think of the gradients of the Sterngerach.
Yeah, so this comes back to this morning's discussion and really the role of serendipity in making, connecting the dots, Skyler, Degenkolb.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for that very pedagogical survey. I have something of a naive specialist question. So we study, for example, neutrons in bound gravitational states, and it's become very clear over the years that the gravitational field is a completely classical object in that situation. And can you talk a little bit about how this gravitational redshift actually relates to the quantization of gravity when general relativity is a perfectly good classical field theory?
Well, theoreticians are very much debating where gravity should go. And I hear many theoreticians talk about they have completely different opinions. It depends who you ask, okay? But I think that generally speaking, they understand that one has to find some connection between gravity and quantum mechanics at some level. Now, what that connection is, no one really knows. So right now, it's really in the hands of experimentalists to find out, to give hints. So to do experiments, whatever technology allows us to do experiments in which both theories have to work together and see which of the speculations, there's so many speculations. There's speculations by Penrose, and there's speculations by others about how gravity goes in to quantum mechanics, or quantum mechanics goes into gravity. By the way, Penrose, Roger Penrose even claims that one of the theories must be wrong because we have not been able to put them together for the last decades. So many people have different opinions. As I said also that the complementarity principle will break down and other things. So I cannot tell you in a clear manner, nobody I think can, what will be the theory that will combine these two pillars of modern science. I cannot tell you. I can just tell you as an experimentalist that experimentalists, their job is every time we have a new technology to push the boundaries of our knowledge. We should use that technology to push the boundaries and to see maybe there are surprises.
So let's take one quick last question.
Yeah, thank you. So probably also referring to Penrose's approach. So you've mentioned that superpositions collapse faster, maybe. And as I understand it, a collapse of a wave function is instantaneous. So collapsing faster would first mean it collapsing in a finite time. So therefore, my question would be, how would you measure the time in which a wave function collapses upon measurement?
So I'll answer that. Collapse of a wave function is instantaneous, but there are decoherence processes that take time until eventually there's a collapse. So the question is, how fast would a superposition eventually collapse? Once it collapses from some measurement, strong measurement, it's instantaneous collapse. But there is a whole process leading to that collapse. And so what we will want to measure is we know how to calculate decoherence. By the way, a lot of people even calculate decoherence of the brain, quantum process in the brain. It's very interesting philosophy of the brain if there is randomness from quantum processes or not. So people have been calculating decoherence for all kinds of fields, even in photosynthesis processes. But that's from environmental decoherence, from the particles around. What is Roger Penrose and others claiming that the process of decoherence, because of the gravitational superposition, would cause a superposition of space-time curvatures, it would happen faster than what we now calculate for the environment. So it's not, nobody's talking about instantaneous. It's just a faster process. And then if we measure it when the superposition has ended, when the supercoherent quantum superposition has disappeared, it will happen faster for more massive objects. That's the speculation. And it will not happen according to the equations we now have for environmental decoherence processes. That's the idea.
Okay, thank you very much. And let's thank Juan again for his very interesting talk. So before coming to the next speaker, I would like to tell you that, in fact, there were 10 finalists for the Breakthrough in Physical Sciences this year. And we have 2 colleagues who unfortunately could not come, but I still want to mention at least their names and the research that was selected. And that the first one is Professor Hui Kao from Yale University, working on rapid random number generation, and you can imagine that this has tremendous implications. And she could not come because of illness. And the second is Professor Sigurdur Gislason from the University of Iceland, working on a very topical subject, capturing and storing of CO2. Unfortunately, he also could not come. But then we were lucky. We looked at famous researchers in physical sciences who would be here and would be talking at the big event tomorrow. And we could convince both of them, Donna Strickland and our next speaker, Clare Gray, to also talk to us here in the Symposium on Physical Sciences and enrich our discussions here. So let me introduce Clare Gray. She is a Royal Society research professor at the Department of Chemistry at the University of Cambridge in the UK. She studied chemistry at the University of Oxford, where she received her doctoral degree in 1991. After completing her doctorate, she was a Royal Society postdoctoral fellow at the University of Nijmegen in the Netherlands from 91 to 92, and then a visiting scientist at DuPont, 92 to 94. And then she actually came to Stony Brook University, and I realized that we must have overlapped there, but I think she was in the chemistry department and I was in the physics department. So she came as an assistant professor to Stony Brook in 94 and then was rapidly promoted to associate professor already after 3 years, and then another 4 years later to full professor in 2001. Her research is, I think we will hear about it, she's a highly acclaimed international leader in battery materials and in nuclear magnetic resonance as a diagnostic tool. She has been honored with numerous awards and prestigious fellowships and lectureships. So, for instance, she has honorary doctorates from the University of Lancaster and also from the University of Orléans. She was awarded the Royal Society Davy Medal in 2014, and then just recently this year she's a recipient of the Körber Prize. She's also principal investigator in a very significant research project, the Faraday Institution Battery Degradation Project, and she's also co-founder and chief scientist of Neobolt, a factory fast charging company that was founded last year. So we're very happy to welcome her here and hear about the novel operando methods for following battery function and failure. Welcome, Clare, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much. It's always very difficult after such an introduction to make an impact. But what's also, I think, is very appropriate is that I am going to speak about coherences, and my coherences last a long time because I'm an NMR spectroscopist. But there's, so, and hopefully I'll be able to illustrate how the Stern-Gerlach effect has actually inspired a lot of NMR spectroscopy, moving all the way through to battery science. So anyway, with that. Because it was a general audience, I just wanted to talk a little bit about batteries, why we should care, what some of the challenges are, what are some of the new directions in the field, and then tell you about my NMR studies, particularly developing in situ metrology, and then in this theme of optical experiments, moving through to new, not optical approaches to look at phase transformations in batteries. So just to remind all of you what the battery that's in your mobile phone and your laptop is, it's 2 layered materials, lithium cobalt oxide on one side and graphite on the other side, and it shuttles backwards and forwards, and that's the basis of the rocking chair battery. And this all looks very simple until you start unpicking what's going on. You've got one material here that ends up being highly oxidized. This material ends up being highly reduced. And the lithium cobalt oxide in its fully oxidized state is not thermodynamically stable with respect to giving off oxygen. In its reduced state, the lithiated graphite is not thermodynamically stable with respect to reacting with the electrolyte. And this battery only survives because of a passivation layer called the SEI that forms on this material. Then you've got materials that expand and contract, and so you've got to be able to hold them together mechanically for the 2 years you might use your phone for, or the 7 years of your electric vehicle battery, or the 20 to 40 years that a battery on the grid might have to survive. And so the bottom line is it's very simple chemistry in its initial concept, but in practice, getting it to work is a tremendous challenge. So just very briefly, in the electric vehicle space, what happens is, in terms of trying to reduce the amount of cobalt in them, people put in nickel instead in same layered compounds, and then have to worry about the different types of degradation in these so-called NMC batteries, so nickel, manganese, and cobalt batteries. So just to, again, touch on why they're important, we're all aware of batteries for electric vehicles. The other area is in the grid, where really the challenge is to make batteries that can last for longer, can respond quicker, to make an impact in dealing with intermittency and fluctuations on the grid. And so while batteries are good enough in many ways, there are many things that we need to improve, and longevity and cost being major ones, and safety, and we need to do this in a sustainable way. So I just want to spend a few minutes and talk about new directions, again, for the more general audience. And I think many of the physicists in the audience will really appreciate that we're very close to theoretical limits. So we've almost got as much as we can out of these nickel, manganese, and cobalts. And so if we're going to make an impact in this space, we sort of need to think outside the box, come up with new materials, new technologies, and get them to work with the level of reproducibility that our current lithium-ion battery does. And we need to do this safely. So just quickly on the sustainability issue, it's very important to realize that with the gigafactories that are being planned right now, they will use up pretty much all the cobalt that's being mined out of the DRC. So again, we've got to come up with more sustainable batteries and sustainable chemistries. So just thinking about the most obvious one, moving from lithium to sodium, just to make 2 points. There's an advantage that you can obviously replace the lithium with the sodium, which is more abundant, but you can also get rid of the copper, because the graphite or the carbons that are used on the anodes, if you start to lithiate them, the current collector that's used, the copper system is used in a lithium-ion battery, but in a sodium one, since sodium doesn't react with aluminium, you can actually use an aluminium one instead. So that's a big saving here. And then if you think even bigger or even more sustainable, how about magnesium? The challenge of magnesium is the 2+, and that means it means it's more bound more strongly in the electrolyte, and the ions don't move so fast. And so these are both areas of active research. Thinking really sort of paradigm shifting, then maybe one needs to go to the lightest possible battery, and that's really the lithium-air battery, lithium plus oxygen to form lithium peroxide or lithium hydroxide in some of the chemistries that we've pioneered, but with many of the challenges of a fuel cell. So in a sort of very brief overview, there are next generation technologies, but there's a lot of very important fundamental science needed to get them to work. So one of the sort of easiest ways to think about sustainability is to actually make a battery that lasts longer. And so how do you sort of take a discovery in the lab, in a chemistry lab, which might be this compound lithium cobalt oxide, and pull it all the way through into the pack level? You sort of need to understand what's going on in the angstrom level all the way through to the centimeters or larger length scales at time scales that span the processes involved of electron transfer and ion mobility through to degradation processes that might occur on those time scales, but might show up in the 7 years that this battery has to survive. So I would argue that some of these studies should be done in situ. Now, it's very difficult to envisage an in situ experiment in a 7-year timescale, although I can talk about that in questions later on. But if you really want to sort of follow it, then doing it in situ is a very efficient way of doing it. You don't have to take the batteries apart and do post-mortem analysis. But from a science perspective, it's interesting because you can start to capture metastable products or intermediates and look at inhomogeneities that might arise from very rapid charging. And so the sort of established way that's been done for many years is to use operando X-ray diffraction, and you would do that to take your material and understand how the structure transforms as you lithiate and delithiate. And so this material NMC811 that's going into next generation electric vehicle batteries, where you've replaced the cobalt in the metal oxygen layers with nickel, manganese, and cobalt. And what you can see when you charge your battery, so this is pulling the lithium out, putting the lithium back in again, you get smooth transformations as the layers expand and contract. And this is a talk in itself, but the first thing that's good from this material is you can see there's a solid solution. So there's no phase change, so there's a smooth, continuous transformation of this particular reflection that measures the distance between these layers. And the fact that it's a solid solution is good from a perspective of mechanical cracking. But what about NMR spectroscopy? Now, I'm slightly embarrassed to put this slide up after our last beautiful talk on the Stern-Gerlach experiment, but for those of you who have forgotten about NMR spectroscopy since your undergraduate days, just to remind you 2 things about it. One, it's element specific and it's quantitative. And it means we can look inside our batteries and try and track what's happening to the lithium and the local environment around it. But it's not quite so simple, so we can't just take a battery, put it inside an NMR spectrometer. And the reason for that is that we need to excite the spins with RF frequencies, and of course you've got a metal can around most batteries that's going to stop that. And so there are other sort of challenges beyond that. And one of them is the complexity that's in these batteries. You'll have metals, you'll have paramagnetic materials, you've got liquids and solids, and they come with very different NMR signatures which span very large ranges, and so you've got to be able to tune your spectrometer to see them all and understand all of these interactions. And then you've got very simple things. So NMR spectroscopy is an RF technique, and there's a lot of radio frequency fields around, and so if you try and plug you have a real battery and you plug the leads in with the electrochemical thing, you get pickup that gives you horrible signals. And then you've got to deal with the safety incidents that my students occasionally tell me about and take photographs to only when they've cleaned up the mess, luckily. So what we've done over many years is to develop a whole method of taking in situ cells. So these are the original cell designs. So this is based on the Bell core plastic bag technology, which is quite similar to some of the pouch cells that you would have had in an old mobile phone, the flip designs. And so what you've got are current collectors and literally a plastic bag. We seal them up with the same technology that you would to seal a coffee bag or smoked salmon, except we put them inside our spectrometer. And then we attach the battery leads to the bottom of the probes, and we can actually use robots to change the tuning on the fly as the battery is cycling and its susceptibility changes. It allows us to jump between nuclei. So this is an example, not of a battery, but looking at lithium iron phosphate, a battery material, where we can hop from the lithium signal to the phosphorus signal to measure them both very rapidly. And we've moved on to more sophisticated designs, or different designs, which are better for air sensitivity. So let me just give you some illustrations on what we can learn. So this is now returning to the sodium-ion batteries. Remember, I said that they're almost a drop-in technology for lithium-ion technologies. We use almost the same type of cathode where you've got a layered structure. The good thing about the sodium compounds is that you can actually use iron and manganese layered materials, which are much more sustainable. The problem you have is on the graphite side. So lithium goes into graphite, potassium intercalates into graphite, but sodium is just the wrong size. And so what you have to do is to disorder the material, and this is sort of shown as a cartoon here in this so-called stack of cards model, and the disorder props the layers open apart slightly so that you can intercalate the sodium into them. And so when I started in this field, one of the questions was, well, what was the model for a hard carbon, so a disordered carbon structure, and how does it intercalate sodium? And so we did a very simple in situ NMR spectrum, a spectrum of a so-called half-cell battery. So we're going to cycle sodium metal against the hard carbon, and via watching the sodium signal as a function of state of charge, so this is the discharge and this is the charge, we were able to understand what was going on. And so the first thing you see is actually not much of a change of the signal. It sits around 0 ppm, which is the signal for diamagnetic systems. And what this is telling you is that the first electrons are going into defects in the graphitic structures. So these are made up of disordered graphene sheets, but the electrons sit pinned next to the defects, so you don't get a delocalized system and you don't get metallic properties. But as you start then to intercalate further, you insert more in between the layers, and then you also form these pools of sodium metal, and you get a shift towards the signal of sodium metal. This shift is called the night shift, which is a measure of the density of states on the at the Fermi level as probed by the sodium nucleus. And so you can track the electronic structure or the metallicity directly through the sodium NMR. So what about the next area? So I mentioned this idea about NMR spectroscopy being an RF technology that couldn't penetrate metal. Well, you can quantify that directly via the skin depth effect. And the skin depth for lithium metal turns out to be about 15 microns. And so a number of years ago, when I was still back in Stony Brook, my postdoc then, Ranjit Bhattacharya, recognized the fact that he could use this to separate lithium dendrites from the lithium metal itself. And so what he was able to do was to show that we could then start to quantify dendrite formation. And so what you're watching in this movie is lithium metal, where we're going backwards and forwards. And you'll see that as the dendrite starts to form, as the current goes up, the effective surface area that we can excite increases and the signal goes up. And at the same time as the lithium dendrite is forming, the dendrite is so reactive that it reacts with the electrolyte, decomposes the electrolyte, and forms this passivating layer called the SEI. And that's actually one of the major reasons why lithium metal can't be used. It's both this dendrite problem, but it's also the fact that you form this, or you continuously break down the electrolyte. And the movie on the right-hand side is just showing you the same problem happens for sodium. And in fact, it's worse. So why do dendrites grow? Well, we can interrogate that by doing magnetic resonance imaging. And I'm going to use chemical shift imaging, which is the sort of same approach that's used in functional MRI, where I can actually resolve different NMR signals. And so on the left, you've got a signal from, again, this symmetric cell. You've got lithium here, and you've got lithium here. I'm going to flow current, so the lithium ions go this way. The counter anions, the PF6 minuses, flow in the opposite direction. And if you look at the lithium electrolyte in red, this is the beginning point. When I flow, you can see there's a concentration gradient that builds up. And that's very simple to understand. It occurs because the PF6 minuses go this way, they can't deposit. The lithium ions go this way, they deposit. But so for charge neutrality, you build up this concentration gradient. Okay, so you've been watching that, but at the same time, the lithium has been evolving. And what you see, first of all, is the growth of the signal due to mossy structures that form near the lithium. But when the concentration gradient hits zero, or the concentration hits zero, you get a space charge effect or an electric field that drags your dendrite out. And so that's the basis of the onset of dendrite formation. So you might say, well, we could solve this problem by just charging at lower currents, and you can work all this out through something called the Sands time effect. Sadly, even at low currents, and this is what's shown here, you still get the dendrite formation, even though you've never dropped to zero concentration. And that's because you form this passivating layer, the SEI, on the lithium. It's the thing that, as it results from the degradation of the electrolyte. And so this then produces inhomogeneous fields and that's then where you then start to get fractal growth and dendritic formation. So the challenge now is to work on this passivating layer to make it more uniform. So just to point out that this is a challenge in a car battery. So this is an NMC graphite cell where you can see lithium plating happens at low temperatures. And this is why you can't charge as fast as you want in a typical EV. Now I want to move on in my last 2 minutes and tell you something quite exciting that's come out of our lab. This is a collaboration of Akshay Rao, my colleague in the physics department in Cambridge, where we're trying to now move to the electrode level, and we're using optical measurements to watch what's going on. And so this was a story of before lockdown where we made the first measurements on lithium cobalt oxide, the original material, because we wanted a big particle so we could watch it optically. And so here is a lithium cobalt oxide particle embedded in its matrix of carbon and binder to hold it together. This is the electrochemistry showing you that it does what we think it does. The most important thing to take home is the first process here is a metal insulator transition from fully lithiated to partially lithiated lithium cobalt oxide. This is just the derivative of this trace, and the second one is an ordering transition. So what we did was to use or base our experiments based on some work of Phil Kokura in Oxford, where he developed a so-called iSCAT approach, where we're going to look at light scattering, which is proportional to the polarizability, and hopefully something about the electronic structure and the material. And specifically, this measurement looks at reflections from the edge of a particle or from a phase front moving through the particle. And so this is the SEM image, and this is the iSCAT image. And so now let's look at some movies. So this is our lithium cobalt oxide particle during the two-phase reaction. And so you can sort of imagine that you can actually see in real time or sped up real time this two-phase reaction. This is a solid solution process. This thing you just saw there is the phase transformation. The lithiums are coming out now, the scattering is decreasing, and then you're going to see a two-phase reaction coming through. So in my mind, that was pretty cool, at least if you've been trying to do this for many years. So this is now just looking directly at the metal insulator to metal biphasic transformation. And what was really interesting was that you saw two different mechanisms on delithiation versus lithiation. So on delithiation, you get an almost uniform shrinking core coming from the outsides of the particles and collapsing in, and that's shown more clearly here. While as on lithiation, when you put the lithium back in again, it forms on one side and goes across via an intercalation wave mechanism. And then you might ask the question, why? And the good thing about lockdown was we had time to do a lot of modeling, and we were able to understand that that came from the differences in the lithium mobility in the two phases. So when you start off, your lithium layers are full of lithium, and so there's not very much room for the lithiums to move. And so the first phase has very poor lithium ion conduction. When you then pull the lithiums out, you form the blue phase, which has much higher lithium ion mobility. And so once that starts at the edges of the particles, you then just get this front that then collapses in, and you get this shrinking core. But on the way back, once you start to nucleate the pink phase, the poorer conducting phase, then it becomes very difficult to get lithium through it. So the only way to add to this phase is to move in through the particles, and so you get this other mechanism. And so it's a balance between the conduction of the two phases and the rates through it. And so just to sort of go through it to show some other examples. So this is the monoclinic phase transformation, where you end up with ordering of the lithium cobalt oxide. So you form Li 0.5, where you can order the vacancies, lithium vacancies, lithium vacancies. And for the crystallographers in the audience, you can see that you've lost that nice threefold symmetry in this lattice, and you've actually got a monoclinic transformation. And so you can watch that process in real time. You can see it again here. And depending on how the phase nucleates, you can get a single domain, or you can get multiple domains. And because of the symmetry of the monoclinic transition, if you get multiple domains, then you end up having these beautiful 120 degrees rotations. And so then they then have different implications on how the phases move. And so just to finally end, I'm unsure, I've now got 7 minutes, but this can't be true. discussion. Okay, fine. While I'm discussing what we're now looking at is battery degradation, and this is the exciting part. It's really exciting. I've missed it. This particle cracks at some point, and you see, maybe not in this movie, there's a little crack that has emerged there. And so what we're watching now is degradation in real time through this. So just to end, we're now doing things like moving away to bigger batteries. So redox flow batteries are things where you decouple the oxidized and reduced materials, and you can pump in liquids of oxidized and reduced materials when you want them, and then that allows you to really push to really big batteries. And so coupled with that, this allows you to look at sustainability issues. These are batteries designed by Michael Aziz's group, where he's using quinone molecules for sustainability reasons. And we've been developing our NMR methods to look at them, specifically now flowing liquids through the NMR spectrum to track what's going on. And I think I'll just quickly go through and say you can then start to use all different types of spectroscopies to watch what's going on. So this is an example where we're flowing through an NMR spectrometer, and then we flow through an ESR spectrometer or an EPR spectrometer to watch both the diamagnetic components and the radicals in these systems, and then go on to understand degradation mechanisms. And so with that, I hope I've been able to demonstrate that this is a really exciting field where there's a lot of scope for using different in situ metrologies to track what's going on from the atom level, from the local environments in NMR spectroscopy through to the electrode level in our new optical measurements. And so with that, here's my group before the pandemic. And I've mentioned a lot of people on the way. Ollie Pescher and Barish Key were very responsible for the in situ metrology, Chao and Katharina for the NMC, and my Evan and Elandor for the redox flow, and Akshay and Alice for the IceCat measurements. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this exciting tour through research into batteries, new batteries, and all the interesting diagnostics. So we still have time for a discussion. Who would like to start? It's very hard to see here. Okay, Katharina.
Thanks a lot for these movies of the transition. And I was wondering, maybe I missed it, whether you have changed the charging power during that experiment. You know, when you looked at the phase transformation, how much that would depend on with how much force you went in?
So, as you probably know, fast charging is one of my sort of interesting areas. So that's, and there was one picture that I went very fast through here. So what is interesting is when you charge your battery at a specific rate, each particle doesn't have to see the same rate. And so this is something we can start to unpick. And just to walk your way through this, we're looking at the lithiation of this particular particle, and we're applying a rate of 2C. So 2C in battery speak means 1 hour divided by 2, so 30 minutes. And you can track how fast the particle is moving, and in what you see is that it forms, let's just start with this one, for example, it starts to delithiate, but moving phase fronts is a difficult thing. So this particular particle that's sitting furthest away from where the lithiums are coming in and out for actually doesn't like doing what it's meant to be doing. Its potential, it feels, is slightly lower, so it sits there not doing very much. And then finally, the overpotential is going, and then this phrase, the front starts to move, and it actually completes most of its work at a rate of 10C, so that's 6 minutes. And so you can see examples of lithium carbon oxide where it's actually cycling at 25C, so this is sort of less than a 3-minute charge. So the lithiums can move really fast, and you can start to unpick the individual rates, and we can quantify how fast the fronts are moving through. And these ones, this one involves lithium migration, so that's a slower process. This particular one, where it just involves ordering of lithium and vacancies, moves through sort of an order of magnitude faster. So yeah.
And this last example where you showed us this phase transition in this delithiation, What was the time scale on that movie that you showed us?
Well, so these are all. So this particular one is a 2C move, a 2C process. So that's a 30-minute one. So that's sped up. Yeah. Okay. But then there are experiments here where I'm going at 6C. So 6C is 10 minutes. And then this last particle here, and this is what I'm going to talk about tomorrow in fast charging. These particles here, they can merrily go at 2-minute charges. So, but if you push them too hard, they crack, which is what that movie was meant to be showing. And it does it because, here you can see it now here, there's the little crack starting. It does it because you've got a phase front moving through, and you've got volume expansion and contractions and stress. So
on this screen, one could see it very well.
Yeah, no, exactly. I don't know. Oh, well.
Okay, so Martin Fertl.
Thank you for this amazing talk, in particular all these videos. I was just wondering, what could you actually learn, like with neutron scattering or neutron tomography, about like the behavior? Is this complementary or? Yeah,
no, I mean the neutron experiments can be very complementary. It's just they don't tend to be quite as fast. You know, this is we've done a lot of in situ microfocused diffraction for many years, and also neutron experiments, but they don't have the same rate. So there's no question about these optical experiments, the resolution is atrocious. You know, they're 100 to 300 nanometers, but they do have the sensitivity.
Okay, so the time scale of the scattering event is basically the problem. So would you profit from like the ESS once it's coming up for battery research?
Yeah, I mean, I think going to some of the synchrotrons with focused things, but the challenge with the synchrotron also is when you've got a focused beam, it also eats up materials before your eyes. You know, there's a lot of battery degradation. It doesn't literally eat them up, sorry. There's quite a bit of degradation that goes on in some of these systems of heating.
I was thinking about the neutron source, the European spallation source for neutrons, not the synchrotrons.
But so I'm nice to have a conversation with you. What I'm not sure is the focusing on that and how you can get down to that sort of spot size. And I don't think but I'm totally wrong to be. And so you have to think about how you're doing it. But there's prompt gamma experiments where people are doing these sort of things. And
thank you.
Yeah.
So quick last question by Juan.
The nice thing about neutrons is we're blessed with lithium-6 and lithium-7. You know, and lithium-6 is not a good one, but lithium-7 is a good one. But playing with that, and we've done a lot of experiments where we have done experiments where we've mixed lithium-6 and lithium-7 to look like there's lithium-0. And we've also done experiments with nickel, where nickel has isotopes that are positive and negative. And so you can do contrast experiments where you essentially remove different elements from the stories and combine them. So I'm a great fan of the neutron diffraction experiment. I just chose to highlight this one thing because it's sort of you visualize it in the real time, or sped up real time.
Thanks, Claire, for a really interesting talk. Looking into the far future, we hear more and more about hydrogen technology. What is your take on the far future?
I mean, so the hydrogen. My thing at the moment is that we're not in a position to predict where we're going to go in terms of the really big challenges. I think the batteries, the good thing about them is that they are here, they're almost ready to roll. In terms of whether it's going to be hydrogen that's going to make it or a cheaper battery for certain technologies, I don't have that crystal ball. I'm not trying to get out of it. I just think that what I would like to see, and the reason I talk about redox flow is that I think they are essentially a different energy vector. So you have a fuel cell that in its simplest form is hydrogen, oxygen, but that reversible reaction, you can do it, it's called electrolysis, and it's not very efficient. And so we may get to a point where we have so much wind, we have so much solar, we don't care about efficiency. So if we're in that position, I think that will then say, okay, well, let's do electrolysis, but then we're going to have to solve the storage aspect too. So at the moment, I personally think we have to be technology agnostic and have roadmaps for all of them. Now, maybe that's copping out, but I think it's partly because that's the thing about science and serendipity. It's very difficult to predict in 8 years, where's serendipity? I mean, you can look at the past and say, well, there are aspects in the fuel cells where we haven't made progress. And you can ask, why haven't you made progress? And I think we have to, as scientists, also be quite critical. I mean, if you look at a water splitting reaction and how it happens, there are over potentials. And unless you find a catalyst that gives you energy efficiencies, and you can't back away from that. And I think we tend to be, asked to push my technology versus another technology, and we're all familiar with trying to get our papers into high-impact journals where you're sort of asked to say to blow your own trumpet. But I think it is about time that we should be upfront about, what are the fundamental limits, where are they coming from, and what are the prospects, or what do we need to do to improve them? So, I mean, that's a long answer to your question, and also one where I haven't directly answered it, but...
I think that's a good end. Predictions are hard, in particular if they are about the future, as Yogi Berra says. Okay, so thank you very much, Claire, for this exciting talk. And now we come to the G-2 collaboration. And again, I have to tell you a little story before we start the talk. So you will hear, of course, in a few minutes what G-2 is all about. It is measuring the magnetic moment of the muon. And this is a collaboration at Fermilab in the United States. And the collaboration was supposed to be represented here by the spokesperson from Fermilab, or the co-spokesperson from Fermilab, and he had made huge efforts to get permission from the Department of Energy to come here. We have the coffee break. Okay, I tell you the story to the end, and then we have the coffee break, and then we get the talk. So applying to the Department of Energy, since he was also going to give the Manne-Siegbahn lecture in Stockholm 2 days earlier, he was granted permission, and then the shock came a week ago when all of a sudden the DOE decided that he was not allowed to travel after all. And then they were scratching their heads and we were scratching our heads, and then made a proposal, and very luckily our next speaker, Martin Fertl, was gracious enough to accept the invitation with a few days' notice to come here and present the exciting results. So now let's take the coffee break, and we can shorten it a bit. I don't think we have to shorten it too much, because in the end we are a bit more relaxed. So let me see, lunch break. I have to turn around the piece here, 4:30. Okay, yeah, we can start at 4:30 again. Oh, now we come to the next breakthrough, and that is one in the area of particle physics, or testing fundamental symmetries in physics. And the talk, as I already told you, will be given by Martin Fertl, who is a professor of physics at the Johannes Gutenberg University in Mainz, which also happens to be my alma mater, actually. He's there since 2019. He's also a member of the Excellence Cluster Prisma Plus. Prior stations after his doctoral degree, which he obtained for work at the Paul Scherrer Institute, and then graduating from the ETH in Zurich, include a period as research associate at the University of Washington in Seattle from 2014 to 16, and then he served there as a first acting and later research assistant professor before taking his faculty position at the University of Mainz. He is involved in one of the most intriguing experiments where we have right now, as you will see, challenging differences in the measurement of the muon magnetic moment and the calculations in quantum electrodynamics. And this is really one of the tests of the standard model of physics, where right now there's a lot of excitement since new results were announced earlier this year. This is the now by far most precise investigation. It is the continuation of an experiment that was set up and done for a number of years at Brookhaven Lab, and it was now moved to Fermilab and comes back in a new incarnation with a much higher precision. And the question, of course, that is behind this is, will there be physics beyond the standard model discovered there? Now, Martin Fertl leads the only German group in this experiment, which is an international collaboration, the G-2 collaboration of about 200 scientists from 35 institutions. His own specialty is the extremely precise measurement of the magnetic field in the muon storage ring. In the Brookhaven experiment, this was actually done by colleagues from my institute. So we are very lucky that we have one German institute participating in G-2, because that's the reason why we can have the talk today. And I'm very grateful to Martin Fertl for coming here and giving us the talk.
So thank you, Johanna, for this very nice introduction in the topic. And as you see on my slide, I'm not Chris Polly. He, as was mentioned, was not able to travel here. But actually, you can see Chris here standing in the center of the ring during the construction period. And you will see him later again. So we have chosen a title for Breaking Walls to the Unknown, the 18th particle. And so let me first of all introduce to you the 17 particles that we already know. So why are we actually looking for an 18th one? And so this is an overview of the standard model of particle physics as we have learned over the decades, basically. And it gives us a very nice scheme of arranging the particles that we've discovered and that we know so far. For our everyday life, basically just like the up, down, and electron here are relevant because they make up all the matter that we typically encounter in everyday life. All the other particles have been discovered then in particle detectors, but normally they don't really interact with us. You don't feel that there's roughly like 70 billion neutrinos crossing your thumbnail basically every second. And if you're lucky, it interacts with your body once in your lifetime. So they are around us, but they just don't interact with us. The other particle that we're going to look at in more detail is the muon here. There's basically roughly like 1 muon crossing your thumbnail every minute, but still you don't feel it. They are around, but they don't typically play a role here in our everyday experience. So, but if there is 17 particles that we know already, with the latest one discovered, the Higgs in 2012, why do we actually think there should be an 18th one? And so let me go and show you this picture about a couple of fundamental questions that are as simple to ask as they are hard to answer. If we look out into the universe, we see galaxies with a lot of void in between. And if we ask what is actually made of, the energy content of the universe, then we see roughly that there's only 4.6% of stuff that we know, and we call it atoms in a very general broad phase. Then there's about 24% dark matter, where we know the gravitational interaction exists, but we don't know what particle structure it has. And then we have dark energy of around 71%. And so the simple question is, like, where is there a baryon asymmetry in the universe? Basically, why is there not much more antimatter? Boiling down to the question, why are we actually sitting here and can ask these questions? Then we don't know the particle structure of dark matter. We have learned from experiments, neutrino flavor oscillations, that these neutrinos that I've shown you before, they have actually mass. But so far, we only know an upper limit. We don't know what they actually weigh and how they obtain mass. For the dark energy here, we also need to clarify what it is. And gravity, which is like dominating the structure of galaxies and the universe, doesn't fit into the framework of the three forces at all. We've heard that before. And so we are certain that the standard model of particle physics does actually not provide any answers to these very fundamental questions, and that there has to be more than what we already know. And so one experiment that can actually address that question, if there's an 18th particle, is the so-called muon G-2 anomaly experiment. And it's explained in this cartoon from Wilhelm, who like draw that up with Chris Pauly basically for the release of our experimental result in April. And we will walk through basically the principle of the experiment along this cartoon. So what are muons and why are we actually using these muons? I've shown you like this excerpt of the standard model just on the first slide. We typically look at muons as the heavier cousins of the electron. Means the muons are about 2 times heavier than an electron, but they have the same intrinsic angular momentum that we call spin, and they have the same electric charge, 1 charge unit. But compared to an electron, the muons are very unstable. They typically only live for 2 microseconds. And this means they are not just around in nature that we can do our measurements on a collection of muons we can buy somewhere. No, we have to produce them at large numbers at accelerator structures. And then we may also make use of their decay pattern as a prototype of the weak interaction. You see here, I'm showing you a decay scheme basically with a mu plus with the antiparticle of the muon, because we actually have, it's easier for us to produce here the antiparticle than the particle, so we work typically with mu pluses in this experiment so far. And so this is really like, it's a heavier cousin of the electron for the purpose of this talk. So what is actually the G factor in the name of the muon G-2 experiment? We have heard before in the Stern-Gerlach talk that basically a charged particle, once it has spin, it can have a magnetic moment. And the G factor is just really the proportionality constant between the spin, like the electric charge and the mass of the particle, and its magnetic moment. And so early on in 1928, when Dirac basically fused quantum mechanics with special relativity and developed his theory of the Dirac equation, he predicted that this factor should be actually 2. But that's not really correct. We have learned over the decades that interactions actually change that factor of 2. And we call these interactions with virtual particles that surround the muon all the time, and they change the anomalous magnetic moment. And what type of interactions are these? These are interactions, contributions from the well-known quantum electrodynamic, from the electroweak interaction, and the hadronic physics. And like it's basically in Feynman diagram language, picturized here on the left-hand side. But there could also be a contribution from beyond the standard model particles or interactions that are not yet accounted for. And so what do? I mean, you have to compare prediction with the experiment. And the theoretical colleagues, they basically are convinced that they can predict from all the interactions and particles we know what the factor of T should be. And the experimental challenge is you go out and measure. And so what is actually the current status? The last measurement was done in Brookhaven and was published in 2014. And at that time already there was a clear discrepancy between the experimental result and the theoretical prediction. And so you start blaming each other, but that doesn't help. You better go and improve experiment and theory. And so over the course of the time, the theory improved. Actually, the uncertainty shrank. And the latest result is from last year, a prediction of the muon G-2 theory initiative. The experiment didn't improve until like this year, but with the improvement of the theory, we were standing at a deviation of roughly 3.7 sigma standard deviations here. And so better go out and check the experiment and reduce its uncertainty by roughly a factor of 4. That's what we try at Fermilab. That's our goal. And also check the predictions. Basically, can you interpret the deviation as a hint for number 18? And just like I don't discuss this all, I just want to flash it to you. This is like a calculation that goes into the prediction of the anomalous magnetic moment. Quantum electrodynamics has a completely negligible uncertainty contribution, and it's all dominated by the really difficult to calculate hadronic physics effects. And we heard that before in our discussions here about strongly interacting field theories. Maybe they can be computed one day on a quantum computer. And so this is the old experiment in Brookhaven. As it was standing there, mothballed for a while before it was actually completely disassembled and transported to Fermilab. And what did that transfer basically mean? And this is a huge achievement of our project manager, Chris Pauly, and his team, In 2013, the whole thing was shipped from Brookhaven along the east coast of the United States around Florida up the Mississippi River close to Chicago, because you couldn't just transport it across the land here. And so this means the ring comes out of the storage hall, basically, where the experiment was run before, put it on the road, you put it on the river, and making friends in Chicago if you block the interstate here to transport it. It arrived at Fermilab on campus. And why did we actually ship it to Fermilab? Because there's this really nice opportunity now of the muon campus, a completely new campus for muon physics that makes use of the accelerator structure that was used for the Tevatron before it shut down. So we have a target station here where we can actually produce this high number intensity of muons in the proper time structure that allows our experiment to succeed. And so the experiment is really housed here in this building at the lower corner of the picture. Oh, this is now the experiment at Fermilab. Looks nearly the same, right, as the old one. But that's not completely true. Like, the only thing that we reused in this experiment from the Brookhaven experiment is really the superconducting magnet and the steel. Everything else in this picture is completely new in terms of the instrumentation of magnetic field measurements, particle detections, and so on. Is all now state-of-the-art as a couple of years ago. And so how does the experiment actually work? So these muons, we make them spin like little elementary tops in the experiment. And so in the experiment, we inject muons, and what we can see here in this video, why this comparison is a good one, a top can actually also do like two independent motions, right? It rotates around its axis while it precesses around the vertical here. And that's basically also what we do in our experiment here. The muons, they have actually two motions in the magnetic field. One is the cyclotron motion, meaning the muon is just going on a circular orbit around and around and around in the ring. And we can calculate its frequency. The other part is that the spin, this little magnetic moment, also starts to precess at a given frequency. And if we look at the difference between these two frequencies, then this is actually, this measurement, or this quantity, is actually exactly proportional to what we want to measure, this annulus magnetic moment of the muon. And the really amazing thing why this works, this experiment, is independent of particle momentum. No matter how fast the muons are, they have all the same difference in the precession frequency that we're going to measure. And pictorially speaking, is basically as the particle goes around the ring, there's a slight angular difference building up between the orientation of the spin and the momentum as the muons circulate the ring. You can describe that mathematically, which I won't explain here in detail, but by a particular virtue of the parity violation of the weak interaction, actually we can measure the alignment of the spin along the momentum of the muon. We have to measure the magnetic field. In the storage ring, which magnetic field actually is encountered by the muons and over time. Then the muon beam is actually moving in our experiment. It's not just a pencil beam running around, so we have to reconstruct its beam dynamics. And then we run at Fermilab at a particular momentum to suppress the effect of a relativistically generated magnetic field, because we need to confine the muons with electric fields. I won't go much further into details. I just want to point out here, like what I take you at a 30,000 feet level, basically, is a combination of many other more sophisticated studies that we have done. And to interpret our measurement here, this factor, this ratio, we actually need conversion factors that we take as an intake from the community, from other experiments and calculations that allow us actually to achieve an expression where the external values only contribute negligibly to our overall uncertainty goal of 140 parts per billion. So our challenge is really to measure this ratio. And to make it a little bit more complicated, I'm not going into details of any of these correction factors here, because this is really the work of 200 people over a couple of years. I just want to flash basically what all goes in there, that we have tools to really assess all these correction factors in place. And the frequency, this omega A here, is this wiggle plot. This is the frequency that we actually are measuring with the muons. you see a muon beam basically swimming through the ring. So that motivates my statement. It's really not like just a pencil beam going around. It's swimming in there, it's moving, it's breathing. And we also have to measure the magnetic field distribution in this storage ring, which is like 42 meters circumferences with a 9 centimeter diameter. Oops. And so I already mentioned that this is not a work that can be done by a small number of people. We really have roughly 200 collaborators, 35 institutions, and 7 countries. And so in the midst of the pandemic, we basically finished the analysis and we're ready to unblind. And let me just jump back one step here because I want to talk about this one. This factor here, this clock factor, is a blinding factor for us. We did the whole experiment measuring frequencies without knowing how fast the clock ticks. This number was only known to people outside of the collaboration. They wrote down the number, sealed an envelope, and only when we said, okay, now we are ready, we've assessed all the systematic effects, we basically opened that envelope in this Zoom meeting that you see here. And we measure typically from 40 megahertz clock, and you see it was slightly detuned. It was detuned enough that it would have mimicked a result on the size of the Brookhaven discrepancy, so that you're not getting pulled in one direction or the other. And this is Chris Polly basically opening one of these envelopes. They were sealed like in Seattle and at Fermilab. And yeah, this is like unblinding this result during a pandemic, roughly 200 people sitting in front of their computers in a Zoom meeting. We would like to be going there, but like it wasn't possible. And so what's the status right now? I've shown you the Brookhaven experiment before, the result, and the discrepancy to the standard model prediction. We add a new data point here from Fermilab. We have surpassed here the sensitivity or the uncertainty of the Brookhaven experiment. And the error bars that you can see here, the large section here is just the statistical uncertainty. The little outside section is the systematics. So we are actually confident because like all these experiments are statistically dominated to combine the two results from our experiment and from the Brookhaven experiment to come up with a world average experimental data point that has an uncertainty of 350 parts per billion, which is basically on par with the improved statistical prediction from the muon G-2 theory initiative. This turns out to be a roughly 4.2 standard deviation discrepancy between the prediction and the community-approved standard model prediction here. But it's really an exciting time because I told you that like the prediction and the uncertainty of this hadronic physics contribution is really the hardest to tackle. And a new approach to do this is by putting the theory of strong interaction QCD on the lattice, discretize it, and then try to calculate these contributions. And basically on the day or so, or day after of our announcement, there was a new paper published giving a new value for this contribution. And this is shown here in this black plot here, point here, sorry. And if you take this into account, then like your discrepancy with between measurement and the standard model shrinks to about 1.5 sigma. And so it's a really exciting time, and this is also reflected in the media pickup that we had. So like we were on the newspaper headlines all around the world in the news. Unfortunately, like with COVID, we shared the New York Times like headline here, but it was really, really amazing. And for me, I expressed this new era and this all excitement basically in this graph. So far, we've only been able to do a two-way comparison between the measurement that we do as experimentalists and a prediction that is based on the theory of the standard model and experimental inputs. But now, for the very first time, we have actually the ability to make a three-way comparison where we add input from ab initio lattice QCD calculations, and now we all of a sudden have tension in this triangle. And so like this tension is really what excites me, that like now we have to figure out what's going on here.
what is actually causing the tension, and that's for the next years to come. Clearly, like, the interpretation is like exciting a lot of people. Like, if there was a real deviation between the standard model and the experimental results, then what can it be? I mean, it can be new particles, new forces, and this would basically like shake our picture of the muon being just like a heavier cousin of the electron. If there was really something new to the muon that would actually distinguish it from the muon. And there is other hints from other experiments and at high energy physics that what we call basically the lepton flavor universality, this picture of the heavy cousin, might actually be violated. And so it's really information from many, many experiments coming together that really need to answer, is the muon really the heavier cousin of the electron? And so the search goes on, basically, and we try to answer this question basically like, how can all this be? Why do we exist? Let me give you like a quick overview of what's going on for the Fermilab experiment over the next like years. So we have published the results of run 1, only this. These data points here are already all in the can, are being analyzed right now. And as of last week, we basically have restarted taking data for run 5 to accumulate more statistics for the experiment. There's intense scrutinization going on basically after the lattice QCD calculations within the community. And this is what's going on right now in the near future. The intermediate future will be basically an independent measurement of muon D-2 at an experiment at JPark. It's a completely different experimental technique, in particular a different beam energy and so different systematic effects. And also the community has proposed new experiments that actually can support the prediction with new data from measurements to get a more accurate prediction of the hadronic vacuum polarization. And the experiment there is called the muon-E experiment at CERN. And so let me just flash this last slide of my presentation. I really want to thank Chris for all his leadership in getting the muon D-2 set up and running at Fermilab, including all the transportation from Brookhaven, organizing it all, and then serving as our co-spokesperson. And clearly, I want to thank all the funding agencies, the DOE in particular, the Excellence Cluster, and the Heraeus Foundation for organizing this really amazing symposium today.
Thank you very much for this exciting presentation, and we have time for questions. So who would like to start to ask questions? Katharina.
Now you know I'm not an expert at all. I have two questions. The first question is, since I'm also involved in multinational, multi-team investigations and, you know, different parts are analyzed by different groups, it's always quite, well, consoling if you find that different people can analyze the same data set and come to normally not the same conclusions. And then one thing that is very important in assessing, you know, the 25 or so sources of uncertainties is a systematic analysis of sensitivity, which ones are the real influential ones. And so I'm just a little bit curious about all these safety stopcocks that you put in. My second question is maybe a real philosophical speculation. What would tell you that it's only another 18th particle? Couldn't it be also more?
Thank you. Two very interesting questions. So I only showed you basically, can I go back or forward? One stop point where we had the clocks detuned, but actually the data set is analyzed from the muon data and the magnetic field data separately. And for the muon data, it's actually two independent reconstruction groups that actually do this with several different analysis techniques, so that in the end you end up with 8 different independent analyses that are all blinded by themselves relative to each other. And so a first step of the unblinding is actually the whole collaboration comes together, everybody presents the results, and then they remove the relative blinds. And only once they agree, you basically go on and unblind the clock later on. Yeah. And the second question was basically, could there be more? Yes. I mean, we would be happy to like identify, definitely establish it, and then like there must be one more. But it could be more. And what I also try to point out is like, just from one deviation or discovery of a discrepancy alone, we will not be able to tell what is actually the physics behind it, the physics mechanism. So we need more other experiments like mu2-3e, which looks at the decay pattern, or high energy physics experiments at the LHC to give us a consistent picture.
Okay, I'm fine. Ah, yeah, okay, please.
Very nice talk. I also have a question about, let's say, the precision of the result that you're currently getting. So you've shown that what you're getting right now is already a little bit better than what people got at Brookhaven. By the end of the year or so, another factor of 2. Can you describe in simple physical terms, I mean, what is really limiting the precision of the measurement at the moment? I mean, as you explained, it doesn't seem to be the external things that you rely on. It seems to be something intrinsic to the experiment as it's being conducted right now.
Thank you for the question. I'm just trying to go to one of the pictures that I've shown how we actually do it. It's about a magnetic field measurement. Right now we are still improving the statistics that we collect, but we have discovered, for example, an effect that while we inject, sorry for this, the muons into the storage ring, you have to switch on magnetic fields quickly, basically on one revolution time, which is on the order of 120 nanoseconds. And this introduces still transient magnetic fields in the vacuum chambers of the storage ring, and that changes the magnetic field that actually the muons see while they travel around the ring. But typically, we only measure the magnetic field when there aren't any muons in the ring. So this is what we call a transient magnetic field that we have to correct for and take into account. And so this is a relatively new effect that we have now developed the tools to actually measure this in situ, this effect, how much are these the magnetic field shifted. That is one aspect of it. And then it's really hard to measure like in a 42-meter circumference ring with like 9-centimeter diameter in a vacuum chamber, for example, where the measuring device really is. So it's a combination of aspects. I talked about the largest one are these transient fields, and these are really the hardest to fight right now.
Okay, then we had a question here on the other side.
Thank you for the very interesting talk. Would you be able to shed some light on the contribution of your group to this huge collaboration?
Yes, thank you for that question. I don't have extra slides in here for this, but what I did when I was in Seattle, building more than 400 of these nuclear magnetic resonance probes that actually measure the magnetic field around the ring. So the problem is if I show you a picture of the ring, you won't see my contribution because it's right buried in the walls of the vacuum chambers. But we use these NMR probes to measure the magnetic field here to measure these maps. We have installed some of these probes on a semi-automatic, what we call trolley, that is pulled through the ring every 3 days, takes about 3 hours, where you cannot take any muon storage data. And this gives you a distribution of the magnetic field. But you can only do that every 3 days. So in the meantime, you rely on these roughly 400 nuclear magnetic resonance probes embedded in the vacuum chamber walls to measure how the magnetic field changes over time. And what are reasons for changing over time? I mean, 24-hour cycles because the building gets warmer during the day compared to night, or spring, summer, winter times. So these are all changes that can happen on timescales that are relevant for the experiment because they make the gap of the magnet just move. They open up and close so the magnetic field gets modulated.
Did I see your arm up, Peter, or was that only? Okay, so then Peter and then Skyler. Please, can you come to the microphone here? Peter Braun-Munzinger.
Yeah, so of course now there is a question mark what to make of this lattice QCD result in there, because lattice QCD essentially does not tell you where the discrepancy comes from. It's sort of an integrated approach from basic principles. So my question is, clearly there must be other ways to test the lattice QCD results, not just from the muon G-2. What is the status of that?
Okay, so that's an aspect that's definitely far outside of my expertise. I mean, within the G-2, I can tell you that this is a first calculation from one group, a result, and other groups are actually trying.
Yes, maybe that was my second question. What is the
to investigate that? And so this is like the intense scrutiny where they basically agree on different on different parameters. They compare different calculations where they think it should all agree. And then you basically try now to really identify where the deviation is coming from. It's really a step-by-step comparison that the different groups have to perform and cross-check each other's.
But this hadronic vacuum polarization term does not influence only the G-2, the muon G-2 business. It has other implications, and so my question, the first one is clear, that needs to be, we have to have agreement between the different groups who do that, and that I think is not completely settled yet. But the second is, there must be other ways to test the lattice QCD results, but by muon G-2.
As far as I understood, right now there is only the result from the Budapest-Wuppertal group. This was a real breakthrough to do this in lattice QCD. There are other groups working on it, but they also agreed among themselves to compute some other quantities that are well known and well understood. And once they have agreement there, both with data and among themselves, they would take the next step.
Yes, I don't have the backup slide for this.
Okay. So it could be a similar time scale as you reducing the experimental errors and getting the full statistics. We hopefully know whether lattice QCD or what comes from this R value, the cross-section of E plus E minus going to mu plus mu minus versus Q cube R.
Actually, if I may, I have a second question, but brief. I mean, the only component that is, well, as you pointed out, that is common to the Brookhaven experiment and the Fermi-Lac experiment is the magnetic system. So that raises a bit of a question whether there is a systematic problem in there. Well, how do you go about removing that question mark?
You mean a systematic problem in the generation of the magnetic field?
Yes, precisely.
No, you meant the measurement. No,
the measurement, not generation. The measurement of the
mechanics is still what was built in Heidelberg, right?
This was significant. That's also the part. This was significantly upgraded. Basically, what's left from this mechanics is the drive that pulls the thing around.
Yes. That's the only thing.
That's basically the only thing that's left. Even the nuclear magnetic heads in there are new. And at the time when Brookhaven was running, they were only able to basically count how many. This is a kind of a modulated sine signal, right? An F-free induction decay. They were only counting 0 crossings. How often does my signal cross a 0 in a certain time and determine the frequency? Right now, we have the technology that we digitize the full signal over the excitation of a probe and analyze this over and over again. So we have a much larger data set that we can actually investigate for all various effects that wouldn't just have been investigatable at that time because you couldn't record the data in that way.
Right, that was 25 years ago.
It's 25 years ago. That's why you also just did run again or longer. There's just a quantum leap in technology of 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so then Skyler Degenkolb gets the last question.
Yeah, very quickly. Thank you, Martin. I really love this experiment, and after the last question, I have half an hour worth of questions, but I'll stick to this one. So you said that the statistics compared to the systematics is your argument for combining the two measurements, and that's a very convincing one-sentence explanation. Can you maybe give us 3 to 5 sentences, if there are that many, or does it go deeper than that?
Sorry, I might not have got the question completely.
So this aspect of combining two independent measurements is really fascinating to me, because of course they relied on substantially different equipment. They must have done substantially different data analysis. But what convinces you that this is a legitimate operation, and what are the subtleties involved, if any?
I think the argument at that point is, once you have shown that you're statistically limited, and by the nature of being a statistics limit experiment, you already know that you're independent. And then you can combine these two values. The problem is really where things could shift is the systematic effects. If there were any systematic polls in the result, I'm not sure that I completely got your question right.
So these are error bars, right? The question would be, for example, if there's a large systematic shift, which is common either in the analysis or the experiment itself.
The method is the same after all, right?
Yes, the message completely remains the same.
No, I mean the method to do it with the spin precession and the difference between cyclotron frequency and spin precession frequency.
Yeah, that you measure the difference between the spin precession frequency and the cyclotron frequency, that's fundamentally the same method. But the argument is that all the instrumentation with which you detect that effect is completely new. So you've rebuilt all of that. And another aspect that was not available 25 years ago is a complete end-to-end simulation of the experiment. This is also now possible with high-performance computing, that we basically start out with the proton beam, simulate the particle creation, the decay in all these beamlines, and the storage, reconstructing the positrons in the decay in the calorimeters. So this is another aspect that makes us very certain that we really have, that the method in itself is the way to go, and there is no just unknown contribution hiding in that experiment.
But you mentioned that there will be an experiment done at J-Park in Japan where they use a different method.
Yes.
Right, so this will be addressed, but what is the time scale on that?
This is going to be 5 to 10 years out, I guess, because our problem, what I mentioned in the very beginning, it's not a problem, but we have to store the muons with electric fields to generate additional magnetic fields relativistically. If you can get rid of that effect by cooling this muon beam, then you can work at any momentum with any velocity of the particles. You don't need these electric fields. This is a completely elimination of that systematic effect. But cooling this muon beam comes with a statistical penalty on the order of 10 to the minus 5. So this is really, really challenging to get a cold muon beam prepared that you can collect enough statistics, and their goal is actually a statistical goal of the former Brookhaven experiment. They will not aim for the statistical level of the Fermilab experiment. But this would be another proof, basically, or demonstration, if the same result comes out of there, that it's really not just a fluke of the technique.
Okay, so let's thank Martin Fertl for this exciting result. And let's come to the final highlight of our symposium. We told you in the beginning that there were, out of many proposals and applications, there were 10 selected that form the core of today's symposium, and then a final selection was made, and I'm sure it was very hard for the committee among these 10 to see who is really the breakthrough winner in physical sciences this year. And the selection was for the experiment that is presented here by Erik Bakkers and Elham Fadaly. You already met Elham Fadaly in the panel discussion, and they split the task by now Erik Bakkers giving you the talk about the physics that was awarded the Breakthrough 2021 in Physical Sciences. So let me introduce him before he is telling you about their breakthrough. So Erik Bakkers is a professor of nanotechnology and solid-state physics at Eindhoven University in the Netherlands. After obtaining his doctoral degree with a topic in nanoelectrochemistry at the University of Utrecht, he worked actually for 9 years at Philip's research in Eindhoven until, or no, since the year 2000. He conducted research on nanowires, but since 2015, he started to look into chemical sensors as well. In 2010, he joined the Technical University of Eindhoven, as well as Delft Technical University, where he is also a part-time professor in the quantum transport group. He already received several awards for his scientific and technological developments, including the Newcomb Cleveland Prize in 2012 and the Innovators Under 35 Award of the MIT Technology Review in 2013. He is also a member of the Royal Dutch Academy of Sciences. His group has 3 main focus areas, all based on semiconducting nanowires. The first area is on developing new quantum materials, which should allow to find topological states. The second area is the one we will hear about, namely light emission from silicon. And by changing the crystalline properties of silicon, it can be made to emit light, and we will see this. And the third area that I should also like to mention is the application of nanowires in solar cells, so more application-oriented research. So now let's listen to the breakthrough in physical sciences in 2021. And Erik, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me also start thanking the organizers for putting together this beautiful symposium. I really enjoy every talk. It's super high level, I think. And also for awarding this prestigious prize. It's really a big honor for us. So I will talk about light emission from silicon germanium. It's actually hexagonal silicon germanium. That makes a big difference. And let me start with acknowledging the people who have done the actual work. So our work consists, or what I will present, consists mainly of 3 parts. So one is crystal growth and characterization, optical characterization, and band structure calculations. So let me start with the growers, the crystal growers. So Elham Fadaly, she's here in the audience. And she's responsible for the growth of this hexagonal silicon germanium. Then the optical characterization, so this is photoluminescence that has been done in our group in Eindhoven, but also together with the group of John Finley in Munich. And then the band structure calculations by DFT, that is headed by Silvana Botti in Jena. And the PhD here is Jens René Soekert. So let me start with a short motivation. So why would light emission from silicon be interesting? Well, here you see a photo of the inside of a data center. And we all use these data centers to stream movies, to upload our photos, to do online shopping, or to do data searches. And we are using more and more data. So per year, we massively increase our consumption of data. That's all fine, but what we maybe do not realize so often is that these data centers and data information cost a lot of energy. It's really awful. So you can see the basement of it's a photo of a basement of one of these data centers. And this is the cooling installation. So most of the energy is dissipated in the form of heat. So it's really an awful amount of energy that we consume in these data centers. And this is a plot from this paper here, where you can see an extrapolation towards the future. And it is expected that in 2030, we will use 20% of our global energy supply for information technology. And about maybe 1/3 or so will be consumed by these data centers. So this is really a lot of energy. And what is the reason for this? So if you look into these computers, we have chips, well, we all know this. And on these chips, we send around information using electronic signals. And these electronic signals, they suffer from the resistance, the electronic resistance. And this causes two problems. So first of all, we heat up. So this is due to Joule heating. Well, this is the main energy loss. And the other consequence is that we cannot go to higher frequencies. So the clock frequency of these chips has been stuck already since 20 years up to 4 gigahertz. And that is due to the RC time, so the resistance time times the capacitance of these devices. And this is the other problem. So the electronic resistance is really a bottleneck here. Then you may ask yourself, so why don't we use light actually to send around the information on the chip? And that's not such a strange question, because actually the whole internet is based on light. So between the continents, we have bundles of glass fibers, and through these glass fibers we send optical signals. And light has two advantages. So first of all, it doesn't suffer from this resistance. And secondly, we can go to much higher bandwidths. So we can transmit much more information per time unit. Then on the other side, if we go back to our chips and we look at the smallest levels, then we find these transistors. And these transistors actually are quite good. They are really optimized in terms of energy consumption, but also in the operation speed. So it's very difficult to improve fundamentally these transistors. So in the ideal world, what we would like to have is to still have our transistors, but then connect them over longer length scales by light. Yeah? But then, again, if we look to these chips, they are built from silicon. And silicon is a semiconductor. It's a beautiful material, but it has an indirect bandgap, which means that it cannot work with light. It cannot emit light efficiently and not absorb light. Yeah, so this has been a major bottleneck since the 50s or the 60s. And many groups have tried to solve this problem, and people have tried to integrate optical functionality in silicon. And here I try to summarize, let's say, the most important approaches. So one is to simply use other semiconductors like indium phosphide, which can be glued on a silicon wafer. And indium phosphide has a direct bandgap, so we can make lasers and detectors. And in that sense, we can integrate, let's say, optical circuits with our electronic circuits. But okay, indium phosphide is extremely expensive compared to silicon. And it's also, well, this is a very difficult technology to glue these together. Another technology is based on germanium tin, so these are also two group 4 elements. The group in Jülich has shown that we can have lasing from this material. One problem is the stability of this material, so germanium and tin tends to segregate. Another one is to strain germanium, so if you have tensile strain up to 6-7%, you can also induce a direct bandgap in germanium such that it would emit light, and also there people have shown lasing. And maybe the fourth one is Brillouin amplification, where you use the interaction between phonons and photons. And the bottleneck here is that you need to have really big devices, like centimeter scale. So that's very impractical. The approach that we have used is actually to change the crystal structure of the silicon. Yeah, so let me start actually with the band structure of the normal cubic material. So here you can see the band structure of cubic silicon, cubic germanium. What is most important here is the gamma point. So that is the center of the Brillouin zone. Here we normally have the maximum in the valence band levels. But what you see here is that in the conduction band, the lowest minimum is not at the gamma point here, but it's here close to the X point. And that means that if we would have electrons and holes in the system, then electrons would fall back here to this minimum in the conduction band, and the hole would sit here at the maximum of the valence band. And in order to have this electron recombining with this hole, we need to have a photon to overcome this energy difference, but we also need a phonon to overcome this momentum difference. So we need two particles at the same time, and therefore this is a very unlikely process, and therefore a light emission from silicon is very difficult. Actually, here at the gamma point, we have a maximum in the conduction band here. So silicon is really the most indirect bandgap semiconductor you can think of, which is, well, a true pity, because, well, silicon is so important for the semiconductor industry. Then its cousin, it's germanium. At least it has a local minimum here at the gamma point, but still the minimum here at the L point is lower in energy. So also germanium has an indirect bandgap. Now the approach that we were interested in is to change the crystal structure. So what you see here is the atomic stacking, first of the cubic phase along the 1-1-1 crystal direction. And if you look carefully, maybe you can recognize here this A, B, C stacking. So this is the cubic system. And then at the bottom here, I've drawn the stacking for the hexagonal system. We have exactly the same layers, the same atoms, same layers, but only the stacking of the layers is slightly different. So instead of this A, B, C, which we have in the cubic system, we have A, B, and an A again. So only the third layer is different. So it's a very subtle change of the crystal structure, but it has huge consequences for the optical properties. Now what we have done actually, we have changed the symmetry along this 1-1-1 direction. And the 1-1-1 direction corresponds to the L point in the Brien zone. So what we effectively do is we fold this L point minimum back to the gamma point. So these are then the band structure calculations from the group in Jena. Now here we have the gamma point for silicon, and what we indeed see is that we form this local minimum here at the gamma point. But still silicon is indirect. I mean, there is still another minimum here at the M point, which is lower in energy. But then if you look to germanium, the lowest minimum used to be here at the L point, and that was folded to the gamma point, and that means that we have formed here a true direct band gap. And so hexagonal germanium is supposed to have a direct band gap. The energy difference here, or the energy gap, is pretty small. It's like 0.3, 0.35 electron volts. And the way to tune this band gap energy is by mixing germanium with silicon. So we can make alloys, and in that sense you would expect that we can tune or increase here the band gap energy. That's what I will show on the next slide. So I will show these minima, so the A point, the gamma point, M point, and the L point, as a function of the chemical composition. Yeah, so that's on this slide here. So on the y-axis we have energy, on the x-axis we have the composition. This is pure silicon, this is pure germanium, and then here you can see all the minima, how they evolve with the composition. And what is the message here is that for germanium-rich composition, so if we are above 60, 70% of germanium, that the gamma minimum is the lowest, so here we have a direct band gap. So that's what we're looking for. Well, there's one big but, and that's if you look into a bit more detail into these band structures, then we have to look to the symmetry of these bands. So now the top valence band here has a gamma 9 symmetry, and the bottom band of the conduction band has a gamma 8 symmetry. And what is a pity is that this transition is actually forbidden. So it's a very weak transition. Now the group in Jena, they have calculated the lifetimes, and the lifetime is a measure for the strength of this optical transition. And for pure germanium, we expect a lifetime of like 10, well, maybe 10 or 20 microseconds. That's a very long lifetime. It's actually impractical for an emitter. As a reference, here we have also plotted the lifetime in gallium arsenide, and that is like nanoseconds. So this is a logarithmic scale, and gallium arsenide has a lifetime of nanoseconds, and that's what you would typically expect for a direct bandgap emitter. So nanoseconds, it's a good value. Now luckily, if we go back to the germanium system, if we mix in some silicon, we actually break the local symmetry. And as a consequence, the lifetime decreases here really by orders of magnitude. And so if we mix in silicon, that's what we do. If we go from this red trace to the blue and to the green trace, you can see that we go towards, well, a few nanoseconds lifetime. And so this is the material that we want to fabricate, so hexagonal silicon germanium. Now the big question is how? I mean, this material has never been grown before, or it has never been found in nature. So how can we actually fabricate this material? And therefore, we use this, what we call the crystal structure transfer method. So what we do is we start with a hexagonal material, which could be gallium phosphide or gallium arsenide. So this has the hexagonal crystal structure. And then we overgrow it with either silicon or germanium, such that the silicon and germanium are forced to take over the hexagonal crystal structure. Now in this graph, you can see here different semiconductors as a function of their lattice constant. So this is a measure of their atomic spacing. And then you can see that germanium and gallium arsenide are well aligned, so they would match, so they have the same distance between these atoms. And the same for silicon and gallium phosphide. And now we are interested in germanium-rich compositions, and therefore we start here with gallium arsenide. Now there's another but, and that is that these materials, so gallium phosphide and gallium arsenide, normally also crystallize in the cubic crystal structure. So why are they hexagonal? Yeah, so there the nanowires come into play. So how can we make hexagonal gallium phosphide or gallium arsenide? So what I depict here is the nanowire growth mechanism. So we start with a catalyst particle, which is often gold. We put it on a substrate, and then we put it in our reactor chamber. It could be MBE or MOVPE. So we have precursors. They dissolve in this metal particle. It becomes liquid. So this is a liquid phase. This is the vapor phase. And when this particle is supersaturated, we crystallize this nanowire underneath. Yeah? And as long as we have the right growth conditions, we grow these nanowires. Well, this is a scanning electron microscopy image of such wires. So you can see that the length of the wires is a few microns, and the diameter is on tens of nanometers. Actually, during the talk, we tried to estimate the number of atoms we have in these nanowires, and it's like 10 to the 10th. So it could be interesting for the Stern-Gerlach experiment, maybe. So with this experiment, with this growth mechanism, we can grow in principle all kinds of different semiconductors. So group 4, silicon, germanium, 3 5s, but also 2 6s. Now I want to show 2 movies, and these are taken in a lab in France, close to Paris, and they actually show this growth mechanism in a beautiful way. So here nanowires are grown in a transmission electron microscope. I think you can see here the atomic resolution. This here is the catalyst particle, and what you will see is that the nucleation starts here at this, what we call the triple phase point. So we have a liquid particle, a solid semiconductor, and this is the vapor phase. And here at this triple phase point, these phases come together, and we start with nucleation here. Let me see if the movie goes. I think you can see. So it starts, and then it grows out to form a layer very, very fast. In the other movie, they have tilted this nanowire, and I think there you can see this nucleation even a bit better. So it starts at one of these edges, and then it grows out to form a full layer. I think this is a beautiful demonstration of how this process works. Yeah, so if we look in a bit more details, then we have these 3 different phases, so vapor, liquid, solid. We have all these interface energies, so between the liquid and the vapor, between the liquid and the solid, and between the solid and the vapor. And finally, what is actually the most important is the contact angle of this catalyst particle. Because in the end, we have nucleation here at this triple phase point, and the energy of formation of this nucleus here depends very sensitively on this contact angle. That determines which crystal structure we are going to grow. So on this slide, you can see the 2 flavors we have. So either we can grow cubic material, which is called zincblende, or we can grow wurtzite, hexagonal material. If we would grow a cubic wire, then the long axis here is the 1-on-1 crystal direction, but you can see that the side facets are not straight. So they form these other 1-on-1 side facets. So it's either this 1-on-1B or 1-on-1A side facet, but they are not parallel. Whereas if you look to the hexagonal wire, wurtzite, then we have these very straight, perfectly flat side facets. What I mentioned before is that the contact angle is very important. And the point is that the energy of formation is the lowest when the contact angle is aligned with the side facet. And then I think you can imagine that if we have a very big particle, then the contact angle is aligned with this facet here. And when the particle is very small, then it can align with this facet here. And then we can also start nucleating from here. If we have a contact angle of exactly 90 degrees, then it is aligned with this vertical facet, and then we form wurtzite. So when it's exactly 90 degrees, we form wurtzite, and when it's bigger or smaller, it is zincblende. And well, by knowing and realizing this, we were able actually to control the crystal structure in great detail. So what you see here is a gallium phosphide wire. It's completely wurtzite, except for these regions here. So here we slightly changed the growth conditions, and we wanted to make a quantum dot here of exactly 3 monolayers, separated by barriers, also of zincblende here. And if you zoom in, I think you can see, well, you can see the change in symmetry. So this is zinc blende here, then this is the quantum dot, 3 monolayers. This is the other barrier, and well, all the rest is word-side, it's hexagonal here. So this shows that we can really have very good control over the crystal structure with these nanowires. Yeah, so now going back to the final goal, so now we can start with hexagonal gallium arsenide and then overgrow it with germanium. So these are scanning electron microscopy images. These are the gallium arsenide wires. They have a length of a few microns and a diameter of maybe 100 nanometers. And then we overgrow them with germanium, and you can see that they have well, increased in diameter a lot. And what you also see is that they have this hexagonal shape, and they have very nice flat side facets. So let's now zoom in and let's look at the crystal structure. This is an overview TM image where you can recognize hopefully the core shell structure. So we have gallium phosphide here in the middle and then a silicon shell. Now we can zoom in, we can go to higher magnifications, and then you can start to see the atomic stacking. And according to our model, what we would expect is to see this AB stacking, so this zigzag structure, what you see here in this model. Then in this picture here, you can see the, well, atomic stacking in one of our nanowires. This is then the gallium phosphide, this is the silicon, and I think you can see that the crystal structure, this AB stacking, is transferred from the gallium phosphide into the silicon. Yeah, so this was actually the first time that hexagonal silicon has been fabricated. So now we can repeat the trick with gallium arsenide and germanium. So these are the images that I've just shown. And now we can also mix in some silicon. Yeah, so this was the pure germanium. This is 80% germanium, 60 and 40% germanium. And I think you can see that all these wires, all these pillars, they have nice flat facets, which is a first indication of having, well, high quality crystals. Well, with a focused ion beam, we can cut open these wires and look to their composition. And that is plotted here. Here in the middle, you can see the gallium arsenide, and then around it, you can see the shell, which is composed of silicon and germanium. We can take a line trace, and from that, we can learn that we have, on average, a concentration of like 27% silicon in this wire. This is a wire from another sample. We have a bit higher concentration of silicon. The most important message here is that the composition is quite uniform, and that is important for the interpretation of the optical measurements. So I talked about high quality crystals, but the way to check this, of course, is by X-ray diffraction. So these were measurements done by our collaborators in Linz, and they went to the ISRF in Grenoble, and they measured here the reflections from the hexagonal silicon germanium. Here you can see the peaks in reciprocal space. This is our pure germanium sample, then 92, 86, 74, 61%. And you can see this peak shifting with the composition, exactly what you would expect. And from these measurements, we can learn that we have the pure hexagonal crystal structure. We have a very low density of stacking folds. And from these experiments, we could also determine very precisely the lattice parameters. Yeah, so in this plot here, you can see the A parameter and the C parameter as a function of the chemical composition. You can see the data points. The dotted line here, that's an interpolation between pure silicon and pure germanium. And by the fact that these dots are very close to this line, we learn that there's very little strain in the system. And well, these lattice parameters are actually used to do more precise band structure calculations with DFT. And well, these were the comparisons that we will make in the end with the optical experiments. Yeah, so let's go to the optical experiments. So here we do photoluminescence. We used these kind of samples. So we look at arrays of nanowires. This is how our wires look like. So most of the volume consists of germanium. And then here you can see the emission spectra as a function of the excitation density. It's all taken here at low temperature, at 4 Kelvin. And if we start with the low excitation density here, you can see a nice, well, quite narrow spectrum. And if we increase here the excitation power, you can see that the peak broadens here exactly, well, especially here at the high energy side. And that is a signature of band filling. So we start to fill up these energy bands, and we also get recombination from these higher levels. Well, this data was fit with this Lasher-Stern-Würfel model, which describes band-to-band emission. So this data actually shows the first indication that we are looking here at band-to-band emission. So it's not a defect emission, it's really band-to-band emission. Well, we have studied these, the photoluminescence also as a function of temperature, what you see on this slide. So on top here you can see the low temperature spectrum, and if we go to the bottom, we go to room temperature. And first of all, I have to mention that these samples really emit a lot of light still at room temperature, so it's very intense emission. Secondly, you can see that we have a redshift here, so we shift to lower energies if we increase the temperature. That's what you would expect because of the thermal expansion of the lattice. Well, there are models describing this, which is called like the Varsny or Wiener model. And you can see the energy shift with, as a function of temperature. These are the data points, and it's fitted with this model here. And also from this fit, we can conclude that this is really band-to-band emission. Then in the plot here on the right, you can see the normalized intensity as a function of 1 over temperature. And first of all, you can see that we only lose like a factor of 50 or so. So normally with 3,5, so like indium phosphide or gallium arsenide, we can very easily lose like a factor of 1,000 or 10,000 because of non-radiative recombination. And here we only lose like a factor of 50. And well, these are all indications that we have a band-to-band emission and that we have direct band gap. So we can tune the chemical composition. So we can go from pure germanium and we can mix in some silicon. You can see that that shifts the emission energy towards higher energies. And so now we know the chemical composition, we know the band gap energy or the emission energy, and here we compare this with the DFT calculations. And from the agreement between the theory and the experiment, well, again, we can conclude that we have emission here from this gamma minimum. Then let me go to the final few slides. So the other very important parameter is the lifetime of the emission. So I mentioned already that if you have a direct bandgap semiconductor, you would expect something like a nanosecond. So what we did is we broke off these crystals and we put them horizontally on a substrate, as you see here. And this is a zoom in of one of these wires. Then we excite these wires from the top, and we also collect the light emission from the top. And this is a very important slide. So here you can see the time-resolved photoluminescence as a function of temperature for single wires. So here we give the excitation pulse, and then here you can see the decay. And please note that the time scale here is in nanoseconds. So this shows that we have like a typical nanosecond decay time, and we can measure this decay curve all the way up to room temperature. Well, from this lifetime and from the fits, we know here the carrier concentration in our wires. We can estimate, or we can estimate the B coefficient, which is a measure for the strength of this optical process. And in this case, for this material, it's something like 10 to the minus 10 cubic centimeter per second. And to put this, I'm almost finished, sorry. Yeah. To put this in perspective, I give here the B coefficients of gallium arsenide, indium phosphide, and also silicon. And you can see that this number is very comparable to that of gallium arsenide and indium phosphide. And it's like 5 orders of magnitude bigger than that of cubic silicon. So this hexagonal silicon germanium is really a direct bandgap emitter. So this is our conclusion. So we have realized here direct bandgap emission from silicon germanium in the hexagonal crystal structure. We can tune the emission in this wavelength regime. And now the next big challenges is, well, first of all, it's to demonstrate lasing, because that really demonstrates the optical properties. And we are getting the first signatures of lasing. And the other big thing is to demonstrate this in a method to produce this material in a way which is compatible with standard silicon processing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Erik, for this fascinating talk, and this will have potentially huge consequences. The bad thing is we have more or less eaten up the discussion time, but I can still allow for say 2 questions, and then we should conclude because people go to various receptions. So who would like to ask? Yeah, please come up here. I get out of your way.
So I will probably ask about the second point. I'm a PhD student who comes from the physicists from the pressure-induced phase transition. So why not to produce the material in bulk, and why you use the nanorods?
Yeah, so actually, so with these nanorods, I think that was the first route, let's say, towards having control over the crystal structure, maybe. Now, looking to the second point, so there is a paper published by IMEC from Leuven, where they have used actually strain. So they have etched like fin fats, and by applying an external strain, they could also deform the lattice. And then for some segments, they could see it's also hexagonal. So that's exactly what we're going to study here.
Okay, I could allow for a final question, but I don't see. You mentioned at some point that at room temperature there is still a lot of light. Can you quantify that a bit, what it means?
I didn't include this slide. So we compared actually the emission intensity of these samples with state-of-the-art quantum wells. So we can grow like a multi-quantum well stack in our lab, also with a capping layer, such that, well, we know that the quantum efficiency of these quantum wells is super high, like, well, almost 100%. And then we have like only 1 order of magnitude less emission intensity from our silicon germanium. And, well, be aware that on the 3.5 people have studied this material like 40, 50 years, I don't know. And also there they had passivated the surface. And in our case, it's like an unpassivated crystal. So it could be like detrimental processes taking place at the surface.
Okay, so I think with that, I would like to conclude. And let's first thank Erik Bakkers, but then I would also like to thank very much all the speakers of this symposium, and I would like to thank the audience for the lively discussion. It was really exciting, and I think it showed that one can put together an audience coming really from all areas of physics and have discussions the whole day. So I can say Katharina and I certainly enjoyed it, and I hope you all did as well. And so now let's look to more networking and talking in the evening at the various receptions.
And I think that, you know, at the conclusion of the meeting, we would like to have a couple of thanks again, which is to Johanna for the moderation of this afternoon, to the Heraeus Foundation for the support of this meeting, and to all of you, a very nice evening.